Okay. Yeah, I was. One more time. Great. I'll just run up, come back up. Morning. Welcome to day 2 on the life science stage. We'll be getting started in just about 2 or 3 minutes here. We'll start in about 2 or 3 minutes if you haven't put these on yet. So find your headphones. We'll be starting out with a pitch event. So just make yourselves comfortable. We'll be right up. Thanks.
Men det er jo...
Okay, once again, welcome everyone. This is a little pre-start. Just a little warning, we're going to start in about 1 minute here. So everything will be through the headphones. If you weren't here yesterday, if you were, you obviously know that. So just stay tuned and we'll get going with the community's pitch. Thank you. do a little housekeeping. Okay, and we're on. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the TechBBQ Life Science stage. We've got another great lineup of content today. As you know, the big theme of TechBBQ this year is One Giant Leap, and on the Life Science stage, we're focusing on readiness, implementation, and translation. Today, we're going to hear pitches from life science communities as well as universities about their programs and their resources for startups. And we'll have talks and panels looking at everything from regulatory issues to the challenges and opportunities of expanding globally beyond Denmark. So we're going to start out with a community pitch. Building the right relationships is an essential part of the startup journey. One of the best and easiest ways to start to build this relationships is by joining a community of peers. In today's first session, we'll hear from 9 distinct communities in Denmark that support the life science ecosystem here. A representative from each will speak for about 5 minutes, giving their pitch, what makes their community special, and what sort of resources they have available for entrepreneurs and startups as they take the next step in their journey. So first up, we'll have Camille Bukowski, the chairman of Rebels. Please welcome Camille to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I mean, it's early on, so I do have one question, or maybe a few questions to you. So, are you planning to start your own startup? Is there anyone in the audience? So, are you also familiar with the first struggles that the early startups also face? Is there any one of you also just familiar with that? Yeah. So there is also just a very common kind of pattern that when you start moving on and then start taking on the journey of the startups, you also just can feel a little bit lonely. It's also just everything can be a little bit confusing, and you also need to learn so much about so many different areas that it also can be a little bit overwhelming. So that's where we are coming. So we are Rebels, and our mission is to raise new entrepreneurs in the biobusiness and life science. So we are focusing specifically on life science because it's a very different types of a mindset in developing startups. And we also making it fun, so we also using the music from time to time, obviously. So our mission is to educate. So now I can continue. So our mission is to educate and build the new network. And we do feel that there is so much of a potential, so much knowledge across the ecosystem and life science ecosystem, and there's just big potential to also enable that. So what we are doing, we are trying to connect people that already did something. They do have a lot of knowledge. They do have a lot of experience to bring those knowledge to the people that actually need, and spread this knowledge to also support the next generations of startups, and next generations of entrepreneurs. We're also trying to bring those people that already achieved big successes, or maybe even big failures, that also can be very inspirational and also very educational. And what we are doing is also trying to make everything fun and also a little bit unusual. So that's part of rebellious ways of doing it. So we are also just going for the different topics, and we are also just having these types of events that helps to network. We know that there's a lot of community in the academia and beyond that they also really bit are resistant to networking. So that's why we are also bringing some of the events like Ventures in Wine and also Beers with Peers to just also help to lower the barrier of networking itself, and also make it way much more approachable and a much more friendly environment to do it. And we are covering different types of topics, so pretty much with every event and different topics, we are just bringing different communities around, which also just brings this types of a broad network to our community. We are also part of Nucleate Denmark, so that's Chris will be speaking about this later on. But we also just collaborate with, and then we also have fun. So that's we are trying to be around. We are collaborating with different types of organizations. So we are at Symbion, located at Symbion. We collaborate with BAI and we collaborate also with KU Lighthouse. So we are trying to be present and also trying to spread the good vibes. And one part of our initiatives that started at Rebels and now it's just full-on fledged community labs. So this is a CPH Labs, which is located at Symbion. This is kind of a call for the people that just don't know what to do, so where to locate their own first steps in the startups when they also still need to do some of the experiments and research. And this is very affordable types of a lab space to actually make the very basic research and kick off the next steps of the startup development. So we are collaborate with Symbion and with KU Lighthouse, and that is sponsored by Industries Fund. And right now we have CPH Labs for the biotech space and also for the food tech. So part of that is also our major biggest event. It's a 4 days crash course into bioentrepreneurship. So our startup academy, which we are running every year in the spring. And this is organically start bridging over the beyond the Copenhagen ecosystem, even beyond the Denmark. So we are starting having more and more entrepreneurs that are interested to join this program. That just speaks to the quality. So it's we don't do that much of marketing, and we are still growing in popularity, which is really fun, and everyone is really happy at the very end because we provide so much of different interpretations, so introductions to what is the bioentrepreneurship and what is the first steps to create a startup. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Camille. Good job with the music there. Next up, Christian Varst, Business Development and Investment Manager at Gnome. I hope I said that name right. You can correct me.
The name was correct,
Okay.
but I do work for the company called Accelerace, which is an accelerator located in Denmark, where we run the program called Gnome. So Gnome is the Nordic mentor network for life science companies that have raised a first round of significant funding and need some sparring. So basically, we connect companies with needs with mentors with knowledge. It was initiated 8-9 years ago by the chairman of the Novo Nordisk Foundation, and we're funded by the Novo Nordisk Foundation because he was in the US and saw at MIT they had something called Venture Services, where earlier stage companies could get sparring from really experienced people. So I put down some bullet points about what Gnome is and the value of Gnome. It is basically a 2-year mentor program for life science companies, and we're now also expanding into quantum and sustainability companies related to the life science industry. What the companies get is a mentor team. It's always team mentoring of typically 3 mentors with complementary skills that donate their time for free. All our mentors donate their time for free. It's pro bono, just to help and give back to the next generation of companies. And then we have a mentor session of 2 hours every month, every 4 to 6 weeks, typically, where the agenda is always set by the company. So we launched in 2016. It was Nordic from the very beginning. Now we're also expanding into, or have expanded into the northern part of Germany and the Baltics. We will also this year take in our first UK companies, so we're expanding the network. Today we have more than 175 mentors that we always qualify before they get into the network, again, to also secure that we have a broad base of knowledge. And we have 20 of them based in the US, actually really active, again, donating their time for free. So most of the meetings we have are online, but we also do meet physically. We have, with the companies we take in, actually next month, we will pass 100 companies across the Nordics and across the different segments in life sciences. So it's biotech, medtech, digital, enabling technologies, and everything related to life science, basically. The Gnome companies, after they have entered into Gnome, have raised more than 400 million euros, all combined. And yeah, so there is a lot of knowledge also to tap into between the companies about what to do. As mentioned, we are funded by the Novo Nordisk Foundation. We run the program from Accelerate together with Nordic partners. I will show the partner organizations in a minute. The value for the companies, of course, depends very much on the individual company, but typically what they get out of it is this unbiased advice. The mentors don't have a stake in the company, they're not in the board of directors and so forth. If the company want one of them into the board of directors, then they cannot continue as a mentor for that given company. So it's always risk-free, unbiased advice. Very, very experienced people also opening up their network typically to the companies. We also host twice per year a US camp, a boot camp of 1 week, where we bring the companies to the US, where we split it in medtech, digital, and diagnostics, and then biotech and enabling technologies in another camp. Again, we will do this in a month from now. And then we also combine the CEOs that are somewhat within the same area of the life science industry to get the more tangible, hands-on daily knowledge sharing between the companies. And we also host an investor day just for the known companies, where we bring in the best Nordic life science investors, VCs, and also this year we will have 5 of the really good European ones coming in. It's actually being held next week. And much more. So how do you get into Gnome as a life science company? You contact one of the partner organizations. As you can see up here, we have 2 in Denmark, 1 in Estonia covering the Baltics, 1 in Germany, actually now 4 in Sweden. We also have AstraZeneca by Venture Hub as a partner now, and 2 in Finland and 2 in Norway. So if you want to get in, contact one of those organizations. You can see the contact information on the webpage, gnome.nu. Or you can also apply for our once per year open startup competition that we have at our annual meeting, which is being held on November 28th at Villa Copenhagen here in Copenhagen. And you can scan the QR code or again go to our website and see how to apply for that. Thank you very much. I can see my time is up.
Thanks so much, Christian. Next up, we have Peter Torstensen, the CEO of Symbion, who will tell us about their programs. Peter.
Thank you. I'm the CEO of Symbion. What we do in Symbion, so basically if you look at economic history, you can see that investments into infrastructure have played a kind of a major role in how we are doing today as economies. So from the first investments into roads that connect the small cities, railways that connected bigger distances, airports, digital infrastructure, and so forth. Basically in Symbion we believe that the infrastructure of tomorrow, so a modern infrastructure, is all about how you transform new ideas into actual ventures and successful innovations. And therefore we are dedicated to build that type of infrastructure. So our company is about how you build infrastructure for getting good ideas to become successful innovation. And in our mind, that infrastructure consists of 4 things. It's physical infrastructure, especially for life science company. It's digital infrastructure, kind of like collecting data on startups and getting insights, so standing on the shoulders of all the other founders. It is financial infrastructure that we can provide through our daughter company, Accelerate, and it's community infrastructure. So it's the connection of people getting together, sharing ideas, sharing knowledge, and again, building and standing on the shoulder of each other. We have the biggest concentration of life science companies in the Copenhagen area, so life science startups staying with us. And we have that at all these different facilities, and some of them are specialized within life science. Especially our facilities at Østerbro and our facility at Frederiksberg, the old Novo Nordisk real estate, where Novo Nordisk started, we took over and now rebuilt it into a life science community and a life science hub. And there we have several 50 companies today, but room for more. And what we can provide is basically models of how it fits into the different stages that you are in. So first of all, you're a really, really small company, 2 founders, looking for a place where you can do your first experiments. We have Copenhagen Labs, where you can basically almost pay a bench fee and therefore go for that. Then we of course have dedicated labs for yourself, so you become a little bit bigger, and now you need your own space to do your experiments. And then the third thing that we provide is shared facilities. So we can provide you with access to animal facilities, access to specialized equipment, and access to kind of like higher end labs that you need as part. So you don't have to have it in your own lab, and therefore you reduce the cost of doing these initial early stage experiments as a life science company. And then on top of that, we have a kind of like a great community. So as I said, the biggest concentration of life science startups. So if you walk into our building, there are guaranteed that you will find individuals that has been through the journey or are part of the journey of building their own startup and their own life science venture. And that is some of the kind of like the golden nugget of being part of Symbion, that you basically sit around people with the same issues, with the same challenges, but also with good ideas and insight into how to build startups. So if you are a startup, come by some of our facilities and see, well, how we can help you in building your venture and your life science startup. So that would be it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Our next presenter will be Annette Felucci, the head of communications and events at the Health Tech Hub Copenhagen. Annette?
It is a difficult name to pronounce. We have to do something about that. Hi, everyone. My name is Annette, and I'm here to tell you how we work together with digital health startups and scale-ups. We are a non-profit organization and an innovation hub financed by the Danish Industry Foundation and through partnerships. We believe that everyone should have access to good health. So we work with the entire ecosystem to make implementation of digital health solutions possible at scale. How many of you are part of a health tech startup in the audience? There's a few. This might also be relevant for those of you who are just a startup, but then you know that being a health tech startup is both fantastic. You're doing something, you're changing the world, you're making the people's lives better. But it's also really hard sometimes, right? You have a lot of challenges. And we know this because since 2019, we have helped 52 health tech startups directly through our membership and many, many more through the ecosystem. And we understand the challenges and we know what steps you need to take to succeed in your journey. At some point in your journey, you will probably need help with at least a few of these. Sorry if this slide gives you anxiety. I know, we've been there. But you are not alone. There's other startups out there on the same journey as you. We believe in the power of collective growth, helping each other to achieve our common goals, but also your individual success. That's why we've aligned us with organizations, like I mentioned, the Danish Industry Foundation, but also any organization in Denmark and globally that has the same goals as us, achieving equitable health through digital health solutions. We've also built a significant international network because health challenges are the same wherever we go. The organizations that help our member startups in their global scaling journey. We also aligned us with tech companies who support our startups' tech needs. Now, the Danish health tech ecosystem is growing year on year. Every time I come up here, this slide gets a little bit bigger. There's 270 health tech startups out there currently in Denmark. We know this because we track the ecosystem, we know your growth, we know what's happening out there. 36 of these are currently our members, and there's space for a lot more than there's on this slide. I can always put in another one. These are all health tech startups and scale-ups, different parts of their journey, different areas of digital health, and we help them scale and succeed. How do we do that? With us, you get access to different things. You get ecosystem access, both our membership and the entire ecosystem, sharing knowledge, cross-pollinating, helping each other. We can support you in securing the all-important funding. Never met a startup who didn't need money at some point. And we also host global scaling activities, helping you get market access into relevant markets. We have access to expert knowledge. We don't know the answer to all your questions, but we definitely know who you should talk to, and we can connect you. With us, you also become part of the amplified voice pushing for better vector conditions for digital health in healthcare. And we host a lot of purposeful events, and those of you who have been there know it's also a lot of fun to participate in these. We have a big ambition. We want to impact the lives of 1 billion people worldwide, making health better for them, their families, and in the end, entire society. We are currently at 4.8 million, so we need more of you startups to join us on this journey and help us make the world a better place for all of us. And then finally, if you're sitting here thinking, oh, I wish I was part of Health Tech Startup, this is your lucky day, because we also collect open jobs within our members. And currently there's 65 openings within our member companies in all kinds of roles within digital health. They're all on the website here. You can scan this code, or you can come down, meet us in our red corner, just down there, before you reach the toilets. Perfect spot. Come meet our team. Some of us are there all day, and let's talk. Let's find out how we can help you. You can also join any of our events. We're situated in Talent Garden on Holmen, and we would love to see you and talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Annette. Next up, we have Camila Gilbro, Head of Community, DTU Science Park. Welcome.
Thank you. That's me. Hello, everyone. My name is Camilla. I'm Head of Community at DTU Science Park. And let's just start with who we are. We are Science Park. It means we have around 300 companies that reside with us and around 5,000 people coming to work in the Science Park every day. As our name probably indicates, we're very closely related to DTU. They own us. It means that it's in our DNA to love everything innovation, inventions, IP, and of course, engineers. We're based in 2 locations. One is literally sharing your address with one of the best technical universities in the world. And the second one is a bit further up north in Hørsholm, where your neighbors would be some of the most successful life science companies in Denmark. There are several ways you can get involved with DTU Science Park. You can join one of our programs if you're a startup. You can rent an office or lab space from us. You can join our investor network if you're interested in investing in life science startups. You can join our mentor network, become a partner, or join one of our events. We run 4 programs, and I think the most relevant ones for this crowd would be Danish Tech Challenge, our hardware program, and our MedTech Growth program. And actually, Danish Tech Challenge has a deadline like yesterday. So if you want to join this cohort, maybe come to a stand today and talk to our program manager. Danish Tech Challenge is hardware focused, so anything hardware. And MedTech Growth is MedTech focused. And what we always try to do is match the startups with the most relevant experts, give you all the tools you need, find relevant investors for you, and build the foundation for you to scale your company. DTU Science Park is one of the largest life science clusters in Denmark, and one of the reasons for that is that we can offer you tailored labs. So if you're a life science company and you need lab space, we're a good place to go. We can, of course, also offer regular office space, and as one of the few places, we can actually take you from a desk to domicile, if that is your ambition, to grow into that one day. If you're an investor, we have several ways that you can engage. You can join some of the open pitch events we have. You can join our syndicates if you want to learn more about how we work with that. Come to our stand. And you can join our networks. We actually have a life science investor network going right now. Next meeting is Monday. So again, come and talk to us if you want to hear more about that. We've also been running this mentoring program for the past 10 years. We focus not only on life science, but a lot of our mentors are specialized within medtech, different parts of life science. And very similar to Gnome, what we do is we gather a group of mentors that help a startup with a specific set of challenges. Everyone residing at DTU Science Park or joining one of our programs are offered mentoring as well. And finally, you can become a partner. We currently have around 15 partners working with us to help companies, startups grow. They typically join us because they want to get close to these companies, they want to help them, they want to get access to a strong network of like-minded partners, and of course join the heart of the life science ecosystem. We are right down here, like if you just walk straight, you can't miss us. So come and talk to us if you want to hear more. We also have free drinks at 4. That was a huge success yesterday, but maybe come early because it went quick. And we have several events that you're also welcome to join in the next few months. One that I didn't put on Wednesday, we have an ecosystem tour of the entire ecosystem at DTU. So if I got you a little bit curious and you want to learn more, go to the website, sign up for that, and we're happy to tell you more. Thank you. Oh, that's it.
Thank you so much. Next up, we'll hear from Christopher Merrild, the co-managing director of Nucleate. Welcome, Christopher.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you for Anne-Marie Hall for inviting me to speak in front of you today. I am indeed the co-managing director of Nucleate Denmark, but first and foremost, I'm also a full-time scientist. In Nucleate, let's bring it from the beginning. In 2019, Nucleate spun out of Harvard Biotech Club with the premise or the ambition of providing open access programming for life science academics. We wanted to empower the next generation of future and hopeful biotech leaders by educating and providing this open access. Since then, we have become a global community that sparks new intellectual communities and foster an innovation that goes beyond the capacity of normal students, I'd say. And it is a top priority for us to make diversity, equity, and inclusion a top priority, so it's not just for the privileged ones. So how do we do this? In Denmark, we operate the Activator program. I'm very proud to say that the Activator program is an equity-free program for early academics that takes no fees in the companies. The Activator program takes on 2 big challenges. On the bio track, we focus on human health, and on the eco track, we focus on the big biosolutions for the upcoming or for the current problems. Our program has 5 pillars. First, team formation. As I am a full-time scientist, I am uniquely positioned to challenge my peers, to find my peers that has those innovative ideas. We call them inventors. And we pair them up with collaborators, such as business individuals that has an interest in becoming a part of a startup, but do not have an idea yet. As we are part of a global organization, we are uniquely positioned with having a lot of mentors that can directly help you in your problems. We also provide hands-on curriculum via these workshops where we handpick experts to dive in and break down the different compositions of a science-first business practice. Throughout the program, we guarantee that you'll become exposed to a range of both regional and global venture capitals and stakeholders that will leverage your idea. Via these hands-on workshops, we guarantee that by the end of the program that you will stand with a polished pitch deck where you'll be presenting in front of regional stakeholders and so hopefully they will be able to help you in your idea. even though that we are students for students or trainees for trainees, we want to go beyond the lab benches. Therefore, Nucleate Denmark hands out 2 times 50,000 Danish kroner in soft grants for the Danish teams, but we have also established a collaboration with a European venture capital called Blue Yard that hands out 10 times $200,000 in uncapped safes for our teams. We are this big community of international, or this international community that operates with more than 1,000 students across 41 regions, and I'm very proud to say that despite that we are students for students, we can actually see that we have an impact by our numbers. So since 2019, our companies, our alumni companies, have raised more than 370 million, and we actually create jobs. This is Nucleate Denmark, and I can say that our program or our applications have launched. So if you want to get involved, whether you're a mentor or think that you're an expert, or that you simply want your idea to become a part of the program, it's the time now to apply. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christopher. Next, we'll hear from Anna Lerke, the Managing Director of the Alliance for Biosolutions. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello and good morning, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Please let me start out with a vision. Imagine a world where fossil-based and chemical products are replaced with innovative, sustainable solutions with assistance from nature's own toolbox, where CO2 emissions are significantly reduced and maybe even negative. A world where human consumption respects the planetary boundaries and where biodiversity thrives. This dream can actually come true thanks to innovative biosolutions companies that work hard every day to find tomorrow's solutions to better the world with biology. Denmark and Danish businesses, they have a long history working together with biosolutions. And over the last decades, an actual ecosystem has developed where businesses and universities, they work together to speed up innovation and growth. And this ecosystem is actually what we gather through the Alliance for Biosolutions. And we are the first ecosystem for biosolutions created in 2020 by the Danish Chamber of Commerce, companies, research institutions at the frontier of the global green transition. However, there is a need to unleash the full potentials of biosolutions, to scale up the production capacity and stimulate further innovation and investments in the sector. And it's very crucial to improve the framework conditions for biosolutions, especially here in our region and in the EU. So this requires a new way of thinking, and that's what we have done with the Alliance for Biosolutions. And in other words, we need to have a significant paradigm shift towards regulation in favor of bioinnovation here in Denmark and in the European Union to have these sustainable solutions to come over and push the green transition. And today, when I talk to people from the biosolutions ecosystem and the biosolutions companies, they talk about one thing, and that is potential. So when these people, they look in the microscope, they don't see just proteins and enzymes and bacteria. They also see the future of food and maybe even fashion. And they see an immense potential of taking something really, really small to solve some of our world's biggest challenges. And the potential is actually already here. So take, for instance, climate change. By using these biosolutions that we already know today, we can reduce 8% of the global green gas emissions. And these numbers are according to a report from Copenhagen Economics that was conducted by the Alliance for Biosolutions with support from the Novo Nordisk Foundation. And when we know there are so many big potentials within the biosolutions for so many reasons, it's jobs, it's green transition, it's export, and it's growth. Therefore, we need to have a national strategy in Denmark for biosolutions and ultimately also in the EU. And that's what we are advocating for very hard. And we think that it would be really good to have this biosolution strategy here in Denmark towards the next EU cycle and the Danish EU presidency that we are taking over in 2025. And what's in it for you? The Alliance for Biosolutions, you may ask, and why should you become a part of this sector community? First of all, you will be able to take part in building a new sector, a stronghold for Denmark and for EU. You will get access to political decision makers and participation in, for instance, roundtables with ministers and spokespersons from the parliament. You will be part of this strong sector platform where we're advocating for this common agenda and to improve the bioeconomy. And you will get access also to like-minded stakeholders and network. And of course, you will get influence on our political priorities and activities in the alliance. So it's really an alliance where we are having a network that's really, well, how can you say that? That's where you really get influence and you really get close to all the decisions. And we hope, that you would like to take part of this if you are a biosolution company. We're open right now for new members, and you're more than welcome to reach out if I have caught your interest. So thank you so much again for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you so much, Anna. Next, we'll hear from Louise Johnson, who's the Senior Innovation Manager of the Food and Bio Cluster. Welcome, Louise.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. My name is Louise Johnson. I am a Senior Innovation Manager at Food and Bio Cluster Denmark, and I'm very happy to be here today to present to you a little bit of information about how we help companies that work within the planetary health space. We are the national Danish cluster for food and biosolutions, and not only biosolutions for the food industry, but for all industries essentially, except for the pharmaceutical industry. We are all about collaboration to help the transition to a climate neutral cluster and society in general. We work all day long with innovation and sustainable development through helping companies and startups like yourselves. We have 4 aims that we constantly have guiding what we do. As I mentioned, we are all about this sustainable green transition and transformation of the society we live in. We are very focused on providing sustainable foods that are healthy and tasty and safe to consume in Denmark as well as beyond. We aim to take full advantage of the technological advancements within biotechnology and artificial intelligence and automation. And we aim to provide solutions that make us able to produce sustainable bioresources and use them responsibly to the highest possible value because they are a limited resource. So if you see yourself within some of these aims, we're definitely relevant for you to look at. One of the things that we do is project work. We are mainly project funded, and we have donors from the Danish Board of Business Development, from the EU, and from other sources. And one of the projects that we are leading is the Danish Business Lighthouse for Biosolutions, or also known as Biosolutions Zealand. This is a national government initiative that is all about building the Danish stronghold within biosolutions. And we do this in various ways through providing innovation funding for SMEs, to build facilities that are available to SMEs, and we also help support the costs of using them. We also work with building new value chains, and we collaborate with the government on regulatory sandboxes to help overcome some of the regulatory hurdles that companies face. And we also try to market the Danish possibilities and the Danish companies and solutions internationally. But we're also a membership organization. We have over 450 members. Because of our project funding, we're able to keep our membership fees relatively low, and particularly for startups. So if you're interested, you can join our cluster and get access to lots of knowledge. We have as a main purpose to provide a transfer of knowledge from science to industry. You can also access a lot of relevant contacts through the vast networks that we have, both in Denmark and abroad. We have networking groups, and we have events, and we have much more. Or you can move in with us. We also run incubator facilities in Viborg, in Aarhus, and Copenhagen, actually at Symbion. So we would love to see you every day and help support you. And one of the really important things that we can offer is the soft funding. We have different innovation funds that you can access, obviously through an application process, but nonetheless. These are some of the offers, the funds that are open at the moment, but there is more, so do check out our website. But we have different biosolutions funds for scale-up or innovation projects. We have value chain collaboration funding. And we can also help with other sources of soft funding in Denmark or from the EU. And we also obviously acknowledge that soft funding is great and good, but rarely enough. So we've spent some time in the last few years to build up a global investor network. And so what we also do is we have an accelerator team that helps with investor readiness. And we also try and match the investors in our network with relevant startups where the profiles match each other. So that's also something that we can help with. We had 4 members that attracted 18 million euros last year, and we're very keen to have this number increase, obviously, in 2024. So if this sounds interesting to you, then don't hesitate to reach out. You can find us here, you can find us on LinkedIn, or you can find us via foodbiocluster.dk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Louise. And last but not least, we'll be hearing from Jens Just, the community manager of the Danish Life Science Cluster. And we'll welcome Jens to the stage.
Thank you for the introduction. I have 5 minutes. That's not a lot of time, but let's kick on. Danish Life Science Cluster, that's the national cluster for life science. We are also a membership organization, plus 250 members. We have everything from trade organizations, all knowledge institutions, all regions, and more than 35 municipalities in our community. We cover everything within the life science industry, right from pharma, biotech, health tech, medtech, and welfare technologies. I'm even on the watch here. I didn't realize that. Thank you. Now, this is the low and high growth scenario we look into the future here. And that's why we have been established. We are here to support this high curve of growth. And right now we are on track, I can say. The numbers just say that we'll double our export within less than 10 years. That's quite amazing. Now let's focus on the central part here, because that's where we also focus. That's on the also what we call the triple helix, where we bring the knowledge institutions, the public organizations, and also the companies together in innovation projects. And why we do that is we are trying to bring the companies in collaborations, so we'll see the partners, they move to the next level here. How did we do in 2023? We were involved in more than 75 projects. We raised more than 138 million Danish kroner, which was funded for the different participants. We do also drive a lot of events, and Just in the first 6 months of this year, we hosted more than 88 events and also co-hosted a lot. So it's a very busy organization here. I would like to spend the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the Lighthouse. This is one of many projects we are focusing on. It's probably the biggest project we are running right now. The Lighthouse project within life science. Here the big topic is the equality in health. The first part of it, the first 1.5, 2 years, we've been focusing on healthy weight, driving a lot of different pilot projects. We have more than 50 partners and more than 3,000 users have been involved in these projects here. We are focusing a lot on the first two things you see here, the prevention and the early identification. So why is that? We would like to detect things and avoid things before they get sick, so they are a burden to the healthcare system. So basically the whole treatment part, we didn't focus too much on that. Now the second phase here is on the mental health. This is a big topic today. We have looked carefully into the 10-year plan for psychiatry, and we have focused on point 1 and 3 in the plan. We have already done one call where we have elected 3 projects here. Sorry, they're in Danish. We have also chosen another 6 fast-track projects, and all these are just the first phase of this mental health program. I think on Sunday there will be another call deadline, and again in January. So if you're interested in learning more, I know my colleague Julia is here, and she can tell you much more about the project here. And if you want to become a member, you can just take a picture here and scan, and that's it. And if you want to know more about the organization, please come back to me after the presentation, or connect with me on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jens. Okay, good morning again. Welcome, or thank you for staying. Our next panel is called Bridging Between Copenhagen and Silicon Valley. Optoceutics is a Danish company whose AV Light is a groundbreaking device that leverages the power of light to stimulate brain waves that are responsible for memory, focus, and concentration, helping people experiencing cognitive decline from Alzheimer's or dementia to experience more better days without the use of drugs. In this fireside discussion, Stefan Garaz, the creator of the Leaders in Flow podcast, will speak with Optoceutics CEO and founder, Mai Nguyen, about bridging the geographical and cultural divide between Copenhagen and California to secure backing from investors in both worlds. At the end of this session, there will be an opportunity to ask questions. So at some point, you'll look for a QR code. If you've been here yesterday, you know that works. That'll come up there. You can submit your questions. They'll appear on the screen, and they will address as many of those as we can. So please welcome our guests and take it away.
Thank you. Mai, so you head Optoceutics. Can you tell us where you're at as a company?
Yeah, currently Optoceutics is a digital therapeutics company, so we do clinical trials in Alzheimer's. And we're not only a medical device company, but we're also a company that is on the market right now. So we have a dual strategy in delivering our devices into the homes of people in the US right now, as well as we do clinical trials in Denmark currently.
So you are based both in Denmark and in Berkeley, California. Why are you on both sides of the Atlantic?
Well, I did my undergraduate and graduate degree at Berkeley. But one of the things that we did understand is that 56% of the medical device market is in the US, and the funding as well as the ability to grow exponentially is eventually going to be in the US market but I also have 7 other co-founders in Denmark. So we started the company here in Denmark, and at the same time, if you really think about soft funding as well as support in the healthcare system, Europe will be easier to get clinical trials as well as affordable. But once you get to the higher level of probably phase 3 clinical trials, then you do need to have a presence in the US for FDA approval.
So good place to start here in Denmark, but
Yeah.
ultimately need the American market. So what are now the flip side of that? What are the challenges to be in 2 places as a small company?
Well, I definitely would say it's hard to be in 2 places. One, you have an institution where now you're hiring both in the US and in Denmark. Cultural differences is extremely different between the Danish as well as the American startup mindset, right? So if you really think about work-life balance, I do think both needs to be improved in terms of the US and in Denmark, where Denmark has too good of a life balance and US has not enough good of a balance. And so then you end up also having to teeter-totter between understanding the regulatory rules of US and Denmark. I can also tell you culturally, in terms of support for startups, very much I do think regulatory-wise the US has better regulatory compared to the Danish. Yeah.
So you have challenges to get your culture aligned internally as well, because you say, in the US you have that very strong drive where people don't take holidays, they work flat out.
Yeah.
Denmark, we have a bit more of the life balance. How do you manage that as a startup?
Well, I can tell you one thing is, for example, we're a startup company. We're raising funds right now, right? We're raising about 7 million in bridge round. If you want to raise funds in Europe, 7 million sounds like a lot. Whereas if you're going to raise funds in the US, 7 million is too little. So you have to find that balance, is where do you go in terms of raising funds and then being able to develop your company. But also at the same time, what I've experienced is the life here is hard because as a startup, you need to be able to work certain hours and be able to have your employees help you build traction while you're raising investments. But if you're going to say, hey, it's May, June, July, I need to go on 4 weeks of vacation, your company might not be there when you get back, right? And so again, going back to that mindset is that if you want to be in a startup, you have to basically balance that mindset and say, yes, I understand that there's a work-life balance, but at the same time, if a company is trying to gain traction and let's say you only have 10 people in your company and you're the head of that department, losing you for 4 weeks, it's basically the whole company stops. Whereas on the other side, if you look at the US side, you're basically working and there's high burnout rates, right? And so that's why I say that you need a balance between both countries in terms of the US. And so learning about those kinds of things and then developing hopefully rules and conversations with your employees is very important.
What are the challenges with developing in Denmark? What is the challenge in growing the company here, since you are still in the clinical trial phase, and as you said, it's cheaper to do it in Europe than in the US?
Yeah.
Why not scale in Denmark for now?
Well, the difficulties because we're in clinical trials, and it's okay to do clinical trials in Denmark early on when we did our pilot, because the number of individuals that we have to recruit is quite small. There is a huge difference between the amount of time that it takes to diagnose an individual in Alzheimer's. So in Denmark, the average is about 2 years before you can even get a diagnosis in Alzheimer's, which means the number of individuals that actually qualify in clinical trials is very little. Whereas if you go to Sweden or other countries, the time to diagnosis is actually cut down by 1/5, 1/6, right? So you're a lot faster. I think in the US, you can go in and within 3 or 4 months, you can get a diagnosis if you ask. So the timing-wise is very hard. Also regulatory-wise, you really have to think about the diversity So if you want to get FDA approval, you need to have a diverse group of patients. And unfortunately, if you really look at Scandinavia as a whole, your population is probably going to end up being, Caucasian, European individuals. It's going to be very hard for you to get an approval if you stay as a larger scale clinical trial. Whereas in the US, the population, you have a very diverse population, so you can recruit Asian Americans, South American, African American. So you do get a much more diverse group of patient population. And then that also allows you to go to other markets because, when markets say you got clinical trial approval, but it's only in Caucasians, European, that doesn't relate to my population in China, in South America. And so you have to take into consideration all of those different aspects when you are doing clinical trials in Scandinavia versus the rest of the world.
So here you are starting to chart a bit of a multidimensional factors for developing the company. The cost of clinical trials, the regulatory constraints, the ability to recruit participants in the trials, and then the fundraising.
Yeah.
So what would be the ideal path, I would say, for a company? With some ideas here, would it be to incubate them here, and then at some point to shift to the US when you reach a certain size, certain maturity?
I think it also depends on what kind of company you are, right? And I think hearing from some of the conversations that individuals have here, most investors don't like the term medtech in Europe because they've been burned by medtech so often. And so the thing is, so if you're going to raise funds here, you can probably raise from angel individuals and family offices, but once you get to a higher level of investments, I can give you an honest example. I've been to Novo, I've talked to Roche, I've talked to Lundbeck, and their website says, we do high risk, high reward investment, right? So when you actually talk to the individuals in their company, they'll say, well, if you have phase 3 clinical trials, we would love to invest in you. And my answer would always be, if I had phase 3 clinical trials, I wouldn't need an investment from you, to be honest. And so that's the thing, is that you have a paying lip service to basically, we want to invest here and here, but you don't actually do. You invest in something that's very safe, very traditional, not innovative and transcending most scientific technology. Because what we do is very different. It bucks the trends of normal pharmacological treatment. Yeah, I can give you a pill and you can have brain bleeding and stomach bleeding and cancer, or you can look at an innovative light technology that is non-invasive. But no, we're going to go with the other route, right? And so now you got to think about that. So if you're raising fund in the EU, it's great because you can get soft funding from the EU early on, and you can get support from institutions. But once you get past that, I would say as a company, unless there are changes in not only the government, the Danish government, sorry if you're from the Danish government, or there's changes from actual institutions and what they relay and they're true in their investment portfolios, you're better off actually. I've seen this time and time again. Companies would start in Denmark. After their 3, 4, 5 rounds into investment, they move their entire company to the US. That is great, for them, but at the same time, then what's going to happen to the growth and innovation in Denmark or in the EU alone? Because you do see many companies move their locations to the US because investment, you get valuations is 7 times higher in the US. So if I raise funds here, I'm valuated at, $7 million. Compared to if I raise funds after my phase 2 clinical trials, I'm valued at $50 million, right? There's a huge difference between what valuations you are and mentality in terms of investor mentality.
So that's a huge gap indeed. So talking about that topic of bridging the gap, how would you advise a company who's interested in moving to the US to get some of those benefits, higher valuations, maybe different investor types, less risk aversion? What would be your advice? How do you get started as a company?
My advice is that investors don't like complication. And being a Danish company trying to raise funds, whether it is in Europe or in the US, you already complicated things by starting in Denmark. And so if you're going to start in Denmark, don't overcomplicate your term sheet, right? Understand what the taxation is, because US investors would not like that, but also your valuation should be a balance. Don't undervalue, but that also is a mentality change for investors in Europe. Like I can't change what an investor evaluate my company, but what I can do is I can find the right investors here in the EU. That's what our company did, is that we had to talk to them clearly, saying, you know, we're not a sales company. If we're a sales company, our valuation is 7 million, fine. But because we are a medical device company with intentions and the cost of medical device, we are going to find that balance and say, instead of valuating us at 50 million, let's evaluate at 25, right? You meet in the middle, because when an outside US investor looks in, they'll say you've sold all of your company early on in your seed or angel round already. That means you don't have control of your company anymore. And that is an extreme risk when founders or executives in the company actually don't control them at even Series A. So I would say, make it simple. Don't overcomplicate things, and get good advice.
So my last question, and then we'll have some questions from you guys, so be ready with some questions. So you said simple term sheet is important if you want to go to the US, so that you have a clean slate for investors to come in. Be mindful of the valuation, so people understand where you're coming from and where you position your company, medtech versus commercial sales, regular company. What about being part of Berkeley or university that gives you some grounding in the US?
For sure. I think branding and getting yourselves with institutions is very important, the name, right? I think I opened up a lot of doors in Denmark, in Europe, as well as in California from the UC Berkeley name. I'm sorry if any of you guys went to DTU or any university here, but if I told an investor, like, yeah, our co-founder is from DTU, they'll be like, what is DTU? If I said I'm from Berkeley, they're like, oh yeah, the #1 public institution. So understanding, like, you do need to brand yourself really well with institutions that are known. And that's why being in the US is important, is because I can say we work with Stanford, we work with Berkeley, we work with Sutter Health. Those are all names that is recognizable, right? Or we work with Deloitte, that's a recognizable name in Denmark. But yes, I know we're over time, so I think we should go to questions.
Some of the questions. So here we go. So let's say the first one, what could Denmark learn from the US regarding life science entrepreneurship? And you've touched on some of the aspects.
Yeah. So what can Denmark learn from life science? There's a lot more funding in the US that is dedicated to life science, whereas in Denmark, unfortunately, I think I really tried here, especially in the medtech realm. There is some, but it's limited, right? Everyone in the US knows. When I talk to them, they're like, so you maxed out your European investors, are you coming to the US? Which is what the typical people know that, right?
So on the other side, you said the tickets are much larger in the US. Are the costs also much higher in the US?
Definitely. The cost of clinical trials is much higher in the US compared to here in Europe because of universal healthcare, right? So we're able to fund our trials for 4 million rather than in the US, which costs us 12 million. But you can't get regulatory FDA approval if you did clinical trials here.
Right.
You can get EU, like DMA approval and all those things. So you have to pick your battles.
And just to give a bit of information about where you are, your clinical trials, and how much it costs you to get where you are today as Optoceutics.
Well, we're in phase 2. We're finishing up our phase 2 clinical trials currently. And it cost us from phase pilot to here, probably about 7-8 million, which is crazy low, which also gave us a upper hand. So that is a positive by starting in Europe, right? You actually get support. And I think you have to balance that. So like I said, there's good things and there's bad things about being in both.
And one more question here about enlarging the startup team size. And of course, that will depend on funding, but would that be a way to increase the flexibility? You mentioned earlier how it's difficult to take 3 weeks off or 4 weeks off.
Yeah, team size is important, but at the same time, if you can only raise a certain amount of fund, you can't hire individuals, right? How fast you want to go and how much traction and ability to gain a footing. Sometimes you can only hire one person for one department until you reach a certain traction point, and then you can hire other people. We've hired contractors where, you know, they're much cheaper, but they're also in India, right? They're not in Denmark. So a lot of the individuals that you can hire are probably not going to be in Europe.
Last question. So you've expanded to the US and California because that you were in Berkeley. Did you consider other states where to set up? And how challenging was it to add that US part to your organization?
So if you're going to start a company in the US, a subsidiary, so if you have a headquarter here, every investor would tell you to have a subsidiary in Delaware, because Delaware is actually very positive towards investor and founder friendly and taxation wise. So if you're going to start a company, start an LLC in Delaware. It was quite simple. We have a partnership with a company in the US that actually specializes in starting Danish companies in the US. So if you guys have any questions about that, I can make an introduction if you need to. You just have to understand the complication of starting a company, you know.
Wonderful, Mai. Thank you very much. I would like to say that we'll be around. And of course, if you are looking for a great investment in medtech, you have here a perfect CEO to reach out to after our talk on the side of the stage. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. That was a great discussion. Moving right along on the life science stage, we're going to have another round of pitches, this time from universities. So Danish universities play a really important role in the life science ecosystem, not only developing the human talent and intellectual property that forms the basis of new companies, but also through incubators and other programs that support startups in various aspects of business development. So in this next session, we'll have speakers from 7 university-based programs pitching you on their programs and their offerings for startups. We'll be starting out with Jakob Lundberg from the incubation manager at AAU. So please welcome Jakob to the stage.
Thanks. Great, thank you, Adam. I was told we do this in ranked order, best university first, so I knew I had to get ready. My name is Jakob. I'm running the Copenhagen campus incubator. We have incubators at Aalborg University on all 3 campuses, Aalborg, Esbjerg, Copenhagen. Did anybody know Esbjerg existed? 1, okay. You get a point afterwards. Great. These are our main offers. Like I think most universities, we have a classic startup program. Bring an idea. We help you develop a business around this idea and hopefully find some funding for you, some team members, and help you build whatever you want to build. We do the internships where 9th semester is spent full time. Pretty cool. I think also most universities do that part. And then one part we're kind of scaling up right now is helping regular students or anybody in Denmark to find their place in an existing startup. Especially life science startup, you need a lot of competences in your teams, so that's really crucial for that as well. Then, specifically for life science, we are matching not just startups with potential co-founders or investors, but also matching student startups and researchers at university, and that part has proved to be really, really helpful for startups, that they actually have a house full of experts, leading experts on usually whatever topic they're doing. They can find some kind of expert in-house. And that's and the researchers are usually really happy to help. They do like to research and they don't like to teach that much. So they like to dig into new topics and see if some of their research can actually be commercialized or work in the real world. Then we do simple trick if you want people to generate some more life science startups, you do an Health Innovation Award. We just put up 10,000 kroner as an award for the best early stage idea. I think as we just heard, 10,000 kroner is more or less nothing on your funding journey with your life science startup. But to a student, it's a pretty cool price. It gets you started. You can buy some hoodies with the logo on or something. So that actually works, and we generate some life science startups that way. Then, of course, I think as we also heard in the fireside chat before, IPR is especially relevant for life science startups. So some of my colleagues helping researchers are also helping students here. Yeah. Then I brought this amazing building construction project from Aalborg. Our Aalborg campus will be closely linked to the upcoming Super Sygehus. I have no clue what they're called in English. Super Hospital, sounds like a video game. And there'll actually be a physical hallway from campus, from the Institute of Health and Medicine, I think it's called, to the Super Sygehus to kind of link these two institutions, and also to help try out new things and new prototypes in an actual real-life environment. So that's going to be amazing when this thing opens in 17 years or whenever it opens. Here's just a quick case. I wish I could have brought like a ton of startups as this presentation. That's usually the fun part. Pull and Go from the Aalborg campus is a quite nice example of mixing what is probably started as what they thought was a mechanical engineering kind of startup, but ended up as a very much a life science startup. So they found out wheelchair users usually get a lot of shoulder pain from this push motion all the time. So they made a look simple, difficult to pull off, but a device where they can do like a rowing motion. So they both pull and push, pull and go. And it really helps their with fewer injuries for wheelchair users. It's pretty cool. They won a ton of awards things, also our own, so that's easy points to put on the slide. But it looks like they have a great momentum right now, and it's. I think it just proved the point that we rarely see pure life science startups purely from life science students. Usually it has to be mixed with engineers of some sort, or business people, or hopefully both. Great. Feel free to reach out. I think the easiest way in is just to connect with me on LinkedIn. I could have put like a really long website, but usually university websites are a maze of things. So just connect and I'll push you in whatever direction you want. If you want to become an advisory board member, co-founder, whatever you're into, I can hook you up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jakob. Next up, we'll be hearing from Jannik Solgaard from SDU. Welcome, Jannik.
Okay, so let's see how this works. Okay, let's be honest right away. I'm not going to tell you about our office because, let's once again be honest, it's more or less the same water that we have in different bottles between the university incubation environments. So, I'm going to dive quite fast into how we assist our medtechs navigate through the medtech landscape. And I'm going to try to do that by dividing it into student incubation, how we work with it as a university, and how we work with the industries, meaning the outreach. So, let's have a look at it. I'm going to tell you a little story about the traditional startup journey, but big surprise, without medtechs. Let's have a look at it. We all know the traditional journey. We work with the idea, some user research maybe not in a chronological way, but somehow more or less the same areas: prototyping, user testing, funding, product market fit, scaling, and then we all know what happens now. Boom, millionaires, unicorns, and champagne. So how does this look if we remove it and enter the medtechs? There's a sign here that stops the road. It's a road and it's a stop sign with a lot of complexity. So let's have a look at the complexity here. We have compliance, we have safety, clinical trials, and the access to customers in general. Most importantly, the access to collaboration and partnerships. So Before diving into the collaboration and partnership, let's have a look at the University of Southern Denmark, which is 5 different cities, soon to be 4. Tried to sell slaves, it didn't work. What is the advantage of us in a relation to medtech? Mainly, Jakob just said it as well. Usually the medtechs are not a single student-driven startup, meaning that we need the cross competencies from different faculties. That's why we also support the program that we have, which is called Health Tech Innovator, where we try to combine in a program, trying to make it into curriculum at the moment, but trying to combine health and engineers to support problems in the healthcare sector with technological solutions. And we have technology, entrepreneurship, business developments, which is a part of curriculum where the students can actually build their own idea and create it and get ECTS. And why do I mention this? I mention it because it's crucial that it gets into curriculum to work with the student startups. Yes. Moving on to the outreach part, which is a crucial brick in the puzzle of the medtech landscape, but it cannot stand alone. It's symbolized by the corporate ecosystem, meaning that we have investors, we have the clusters, as all the other cities and universities have. And as Jakob also mentioned in Aalborg, we're currently working on a triple helix with the University Hospital in Odense, the new supersygehus, called the MedTech Innovation House, with the aim of companies, knowledge institutions and other public organizations to co-create as well as share infrastructure with external actors. I'm not sure any of you can recall the example with the mobile industrial robots called MIR, where they actually tried to develop a robot to the healthcare system. But the access to the healthcare system was so tough that they slightly pivoted into the regular industries and created cooperative robots for the industry instead of the healthcare system. Some of that built into the cluster of Odense Robotics, and that's some of the elements that or the success from that story that we try to incorporate in the new triple helix. So let's condense it. The challenges for our medtech startups, especially startups, not spin-outs, startups. Customers and test the access. It's quite unusual that they can access a customer already in the initial phase where we usually work with them. They're also challenged by the runways. They constantly need money to develop, but they miss traction, and they need traction to get money. And they bootstrap, and let's be honest, the boots are quite tight for many. Partnerships, time to market, are these 4 challenges that we try to work with in our medtechs. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Yannick. Next up, we'll hear from Stina Cruz, the head of startup support and business development at DTU. Stina, please. Thank you.
Good to have some supporters around. So I represent DTU Skylab, and I don't know how many of you who knows the place, but I will start up with some numbers. This is just to show that we have around 5,500 square meters of support for very early lab stage ideas, and then maturing the technologies into good ideas. So last year we had 200,000 people in the house. We also supported around 400 startup ideas, all through many spectrums of or industries. And we created 81 startups out of DTU. And what is DTU Skylab? DTU Skylab is our hub for entrepreneurship and innovation. So it goes all the way from actually just being involved in something called innovation to becoming a startup person, maybe eventually down the road. What we do is stands on different pillars, and if we look at the life science startups that we have, what we do, of course, is like the other universities, a lot of startup support. I'll get more into what that is in a minute, but we work particularly with our specific labs, where anyone with an idea for a life science startup can go build the first lab experiment and try to build that into a working prototype. And in the house, we have a GMO lab, we have a chemistry lab, we have a biology lab, and we have people staffing these labs that can help anyone from a student to a researcher to come and see if their concept can actually live in the real world. So once they enter the startup support, we work with different things. We have a venture journey tool that we use where we take from very early discovery into what will it actually take you to build a company that can be attractive for all of you guys, the investors and people in the outside world. How do we build from very early idea into maybe a proof of principle, proof of concept? We have a lot of soft funding tools that we give out. And we also have a mentor program with more than 200 of industry people, because we are not the experts, they are, and they can support our startups. So we really appreciate the help that we get through that, and invite everybody with specific knowledge within, of course, also life sciences to join. But I thought that what way to actually demonstrate what we do in D2 Skylab would be better than actually showcasing one of our success stories from the last years to say. So Meet Tomorrow is a cultivated meat startup who have been with us since the very beginning. David came from Novo Nordisk, and Matthias had a biotechnology study program, and he graduated, and they came with an idea to produce cultivated meat. And as all ideas, we welcomed that and took them into our house. We invited them in, and first of all, they were matched with a coach that kind of followed them on the journey and could help them sort between the different offers that we kind of throw at them, which way to go. And then they applied to get into our incubator, where they have been for 2 years, while also working mainly in our GMO lab. And from they actually got access and in the GMO lab with the collaboration of the great tech people in Skylab, they have built from like going to pick up a uterus from a pig to isolating the first stem cell to actually building that, maturing that, creating the right growth facilities around that until actually filing a patent. And all that has been done through the life in Skylab for around 2 years. And then throughout that journey, we've also helped them with our Skylab funding grants. They got 2 BII Future Grants. It's a concept that we collaborate with BII on. But we also have this local climate tech initiative called Earthbound, where they also got a grant. But they also applied for first the Inner Founder, then the Inner Booster, and they got help with actually being successful on those grants. And then I think all great things to Meet Tomorrow. They actually landed their first pre-seed investment this summer of 4.1 million Danish kroner, and they moved out of Skylab, sadly, but also very happily into Symbion. And I think that journey illustrates all the support that we can give people that come with great life science ideas, and not least what we can actually make them succeed and become an investable, an investable company for investors out with you in the real world. And hopefully they will succeed, and we'll see many more of those in the coming years.
Thank you, Stina. Our next presenter will be Martin Holmager, Senior Business Developer, Aarhus University. Please welcome Martin.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be invited to speak about my work, because then I get to brag about some of all the cool spin-out companies that we grew out of Aarhus University. This is some of them, the more recent ones within life science. And these companies alone, over the past 5 years, have raised investments of 240 million euros. So it's going quite well for life science in Aarhus University. Actually, 2/3 of our entire portfolio when it comes to spin-outs are life science. So since we started some 25 years ago, we made almost 70 spin-out companies, and most of them are still active, and we have more coming. So what's the sort of the recipe for doing all these life science spin-outs? In my view, there are 4 main components, and I'll take you through each of those now. So first off, we have a very effective support system. We have lab facilities, we have network opportunities, and we have funding. But that's not quite enough, so we also have our own special sauce. And stick around to the end, and I'll give you the recipe for at least a couple of the ingredients for that. So let's dive into the 4th. Support system, that is really the setup we have with people employed purely to help commercialize research into either spin-outs or direct partnerships with industry. So that's business developers like me and my colleagues here today. It's legal advisors helping us with NDAs, collaborations, and licensing and all that. It's workshop facilitators, and it's people to help us get the word out to the world about our activities and results. When it comes to labs, traditionally we had the Incuba Science Park, but more recently we also started up a local life science hub, which will open in a few weeks, and that will be on campus, which is a huge advantage for spin-out projects. No one can do this alone, so fortunately we have a whole bunch of great networking opportunities, organizations and people who can facilitate that pending founders can meet entrepreneurs and mentors, advisors, and simply help each other build these new companies. Finally, it all takes money. So, like my colleagues, we also have an IPR project to catch these early stage inventions and take the risk of protecting the IP. We now finally, again, also have an internal proof of concept program, and we are expected to launch very soon our very own venture fund. We already raised quite a lot of money from our own fund at the university and from external investors. So this will enable us to put pre-seed and seed money into the spin-out companies. So to the secret sauce, what makes all this go around? Well, a couple of the ingredients is a really strong commitment from management to do innovation. I mean, researchers are employed to research and to educate. And to do innovation, it takes at very least you can say an allowance from management to make this work. But even better, it takes encouragement. So one of our best examples is from the Department of Biomedicine, where the department heads over the past many years have built a culture around innovation and around creating spin-outs. So not only is it allowed, it's actually encouraged. And that means a whole lot of difference. One of the things that they've done at Biomedicine is to put in place entrepreneurs in residence, and that really helps things grow. So if there's one piece of advice I could give to universities wanting to create more innovation, it would be to start strategically at the top, get management on board, and things are so much more easy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Martin. Our next presenter will be Tilly Johansen, impact developer from Copenhagen School of Entrepreneurship. Welcome, Tilly.
Let's see here. My name is Tilly, by the way. I'm not from AU, I'm from CSC. So let's see if it's coming up. I'm working as an impact developer at Copenhagen School of Entrepreneurship. And I'm here to tell you about how we support startups and entrepreneurs and students and researchers at CC. And similar to a lot of the other universities, we also, of course, support with business development, we support with office space, we support with really cool concepts like workshops and so on. But I also want to tell you about how we are supporting other part of the ecosystem, such as scale-up stage startups, and the greater ecosystem. So one thing we're doing for companies that are a bit further than incubation and acceleration stage, the scale-up stage, we are having a support program which is called Founder to Leader, which is suited for companies that are in all kind of industries, life science as well as consultancy and every kind of tech company and so on. That program is supporting our startups and scale-ups as a way to transition from being solely a founder into becoming a leader. And that is quite a big journey for a startup and especially a founder to take in their entrepreneurial journey. The Founder to Leader program has already had 120 leaders participating in a program that is developed in a way of based on research from organizational psychology. The cohort is running now, but we have another one starting in the end of the semester in December, I think, and the cohort's application is already open for applications. So if you go to foundertoleader.dk, you're able to put in your interest already now, and my colleagues can reach out to you. A way we are supporting the greater ecosystem is through a program which is called Pollinate Sustainability Training. That is a program where we figure out that we as CEC need to become better at sustainability in the support we give to startups, entrepreneurs, and founders in early stages to late stages. The Pollinate Sustainability Training is a 2-module training program where we are really trying to figure out how we can create a common language about sustainability in the context we're working in. Because the early stage startups and that kind of ecosystem we're in is a bit particular special, right? We also want to make sure that we have a literacy that is becoming better and coherent with the standards and researchers around the topic. And we want to make sure that we can develop skills and competences for when we actually are coaching our startups, making sure that they are prepared to go into the real world. Because as we might have heard throughout the days here, impact, sustainability, reporting, all of those things are reality. And our job in the ecosystem is to ensure these entrepreneurs are ready to step into that reality of business, where sustainability is key. So we're trying to make sure how we can create that kind of skills and competence of the people who actually are training them further. We at CEC, we have a stand over at booth 35. I'll be there and I'm happy to talk more about the program of Pollinate, and my colleagues are there to talk about Founder to Leader. And you will also have entrepreneurs from our ecosystem there if you want to talk about how it is to actually be a part of the environment we have at CEC. Big thank you.
Big step. Thank you, Tilly. We have our next presenter, Peter Luschall, Innovation Consultant at Copenhagen University. Peter, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. You look wonderful. My name is Peter, and I'm here to present University of Copenhagen. So, KU Lighthouse, our innovation center, has been created with a vision to help researchers and students contribute with new ideas and solutions for the benefit of society in close collaboration with external stakeholders. The center serves as a community for students and researchers, industry partners, and staff. And we offer a wide range of innovation programs, events, case challenges, and support to our bachelor and master students. We support students from all faculties in their pursuit of creating new ideas, including the Faculty of Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities, and Law. And we believe that diversity and inclusion is key to creating the future solution. Since 2017, we have been running the Health Innovators program in collaboration with DTU, ITU, University College Copenhagen, and the capital region of Denmark. Since then, 77 students, teams from a broad spectrum of health innovation have now been through the program, and almost 20% of the teams are now startups and still existing. 8% of them have gotten commercial funding. One component of the success of this program is our advisor network, currently counting around 40 industry experts dedicated to help our teams. At KU Lighthouse, we support our researchers all the way from early ideation to commercialization. We have a team of dedicated innovation partners helping our researchers creating licenses, spin-outs, and initiating commercial partnerships. They are backed by a number of programs. I'll show you some of them in the following slides. Starting with open entrepreneurship, currently running with a focus of life sciences. And it's a program where researchers can get help with ideation, market analysis, team collaboration, funding, etc. in a broad national collaboration across Danish universities. And Nuna, I know you're going to talk more about this later. From the Faculty of Health and Medical Sciences, we run SPARK, a national program for researchers. The program is targeting early stage ideas within areas of therapeutics, diagnostics, health tech, medtech, and industrial biotech. Besides mentoring from industry experts, researchers can actually get up to 700,000 kroner funding in this program. And with headquarters in Aarhus University, we are part of the biomedical design program, a full-time 10-month paid for education. The program starts with an extensive needs discovery phase in collaboration with regional hospitals, followed by idea exploration, development, and market validation. And the first 5 years of running this program, 16 startups have raised more than 40 million kroner in funding. And anyone with a master's degree and plus 3 years of work experience can apply for this program. So finally, I would like to mention our new Pathways program, a full 7-week full-time program where PhD students can investigate commercialization potential for their research. That was all from University of Copenhagen. Please connect with us online, or I will be standing at the CPH lab stand in the corner there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter. Before I introduce our final speaker, a quick programming note. We will have some time to ask questions of these university programs after they finish presenting. You'll see the usual QR code that comes up there. So if you want to start thinking about any questions you have now, we'll have that opportunity after our final presenter, Nina Christensen, development consultant at Open Entrepreneurship. Thank you, Nina.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, in this long list of amazing places to engage locally, our niche in Open Entrepreneurship is that we work with researchers and we work to have even more research coming out of the universities by means of commercialization to do good in society. And what we are is a collaboration between all the 8 universities. And what we've done over the years is that we've contributed to that 139 up until May this year, startups have come out based on research done at the universities. Our claim to fame for being here on this stage today is that currently 1/3 of all of our cases are within human health, and probably we have more life sciences hidden in under sustainable solutions and advanced technologies. So all the beautiful people you see here are some of the colleagues to the hubs that have presented today that focus on helping the researchers. The way we work is that we try to facilitate serendipity, that the right people meet at the right time. And we do that by, first of all, working locally at each university, building connections to researchers, exploring together with them, could there be a potential here? What could happen? We help find soft funding. And then our core activity is really exposing that research to industry and ultimately finding co-founders for the businesses so that the researchers can stay researching at the universities, building more knowledge, and that businesses can still come out. And just to say the space we're in, this is kind of the general, what is a startup? We're operating in the levels before that. So there doesn't have to be not even an idea. We can help shape that idea from the very early stage. And then we walk along over the years, sometimes many, many years, for that research to mature up until that day where it can become a registered startup. And we do that across the universities in 5 different ways. We involve experienced entrepreneurs and industry experts. We start early and we follow along. We don't have a program. We do bespoke work for each case. And we're both IP agnostic and research theme agnostic. So you don't have to be life science. It's good to be, but you don't have to. It's whatever. And my call to action here is, if you're a researcher or you know somebody with really cool research that could potentially help society, bring them in contact. We can be a one-stop shop and send them to the relevant people at the local universities. If you're interested in helping this mission and become part of the almost 120 entrepreneurs, industry experts that are volunteering to help this mission, then it's this call to action. We'd love to speak to you and hear how you could help the mission. And I think that's it for me.
Okay. Okay. Good. So, is this okay? Okay. We will now be able to, there's the QR code. So if you have any questions for these representatives from the universities, we'll welcome them all back to the stage we've got a few minutes, 5-10 minutes for questions. I'll ask them all to come back up, being good sports here. And I'll pass the mic. So I guess if you feel like this is a good question for you, I'll indicate that and I'll get the mic to you. So actually, can you all see that behind Peter's? There. Okay. Great. So think about your questions for these university programs. Okay, so we'll start with one here. How do all the universities collaborate together? Do you work with each other? Okay.
Okay, I can start? Yeah. So from an open entrepreneurship perspective, what we do is that when we work with the researcher cases, we don't do that alone. We have a network where we draw on each other's talents and networks, do that. We exchange knowledge. We meet up 4 times a year to basically exchange knowledge, what's going on, how can we help each other. And we share this network of the ECOPE network that is available for all the universities and also for all of you guys. So I'm going to exchange cards later on.
Anyone else would like to tackle that?
I think just want to mention, I think also the startups are pretty good at visiting different universities in these cross-collaborative programs, and also just on a day-to-day basis. We have a startup doing something robotics, and then it makes sense to visit DTU Skylab, where they have some great facilities that, at least in Copenhagen, we don't have. So they have half their time in DTU and half the time with us, and that's just great. So I think there's a great spirit of being on the same team among the universities, and great sparring.
And maybe I can mention also Health Innovators. Okay, I can mention Health Innovators. It was initiated back in 2007, financed by EIT Health. But after the funding finished, we actually continued the collaboration because we can see such a big value in having nurses, engineers, and medical students working together to creating new health innovations.
Cool. Okay, well, we'll do another question. Are you open to collaborations with universities from abroad, from outside Denmark? Stina.
Yeah, definitely. We also run some programs across Europe where we engage our startups actually engage with the local ecosystems at other universities. So I guess probably for most of us, but definitely we have an alliance with other technical universities and other universities in Europe. And sometimes we have some collaborative programs and the startups are sent out in another environment. And what that does actually is to be able to expose them to the environment that is in that local area and be connected to the ecosystem of the local partner. And then I think we also have this RISE Europe, which is a network between innovation hubs, similar to the ones that we have in DTU and in the other universities. So I think a lot of collaboration is important because our startups, essentially they need to go international and not just stay in Denmark, because otherwise, and even like especially within life sciences, it's a no-go. So I think those collaborations are important, and we're open, and I guess probably most of you are as well.
Yeah, would anyone else like to comment on international collaboration?
Yeah, I can say that we are very much interested in collaborating internationally. Formally, we have a cooperation called Epicure, so it's a formalized collaboration between some partner universities, but we also are looking for new universities to engage with, and I know funding-wise, there's several funding opportunities that demands that it's transatlantic, so that we need more EU or EU-related countries to actually gain that sort of funding.
Great. Let's do another. So do you collaborate with Swedish universities? I think that's the same question. If I'm an investor, how do I connect with the startups in your programs?
Yeah, so from our side, it's the most simple way is simply to reach out. We are always happy to open up our portfolio and discuss investments opportunities. But more generally speaking, one opportunity could be to join our event in a couple of weeks, the Nordic Innovation Fair. So all the Danish universities, all the Nordic universities will bring their spin-outs. So it'll be a really efficient day to meet lots of opportunities during one day.
Tilly,
No, I just wanted to add that if you're an investor, reach out as soon as possible. So maybe you don't want to invest already, but get into the environment very early, so it's not the typical runway where we approach you when we need the money. So engage as early as possible, so we can actually build something together.
And on a national level, I'd like to say that we, of course, would like to always be happy to try to help you get into the hubs. And I'd speak for all of us, we do our very best to open up the universities, but it's sometimes a complex matter. But there are some events coming up. In August, we have the Capital Connect coming up, which is a good way to enter as investor. Aalborg hosts the Investor Summit, and every hub is working on creating investor events right now to do that even better. But we'd love to help you find the right people to talk to, because sometimes you need to try more than once.
Gotcha. All right, let's see if we can do one more here. This is interesting. Is there an early awareness program, some sort of research training to see if entrepreneurship might be a future career for you, even without an idea?
Yes, I can answer to that. At the University of Copenhagen, we have School of Health Innovation, where we are running a course where you run through another case, not your own case. That's an option. And then open for anyone. Rebels is running Rebels Academy every spring. That is also a place where you can get a taste of what is entrepreneurship without having your own idea. I don't.
Yep. So we have several opportunities in Aarhus also. One of more recent one is a program called Deep Green Innovator, where we match great science with entrepreneurs. So anyone interested in becoming an entrepreneur, we can hook you up with the science to start a great business.
Great. All right. One last comment. Great.
Yeah, no, I had the same idea. But we also, if you look in the earlier stage, it's also connecting back to the collaboration question before. But there's a lot of collaboration happening on the very early stage for students. The open innovations, the open entrepreneurship. There is the different kind of explore programs as well, which open up for this early stage. The people that want to try out entrepreneurship without having the experience yet, to prepare them for the next stage.
Great. Thank you all so much for jumping into this impromptu Q&A session. Thank you all for your questions. Thank you to all of the panelists. Great. I'm going to take a 1-minute pause here as we transition programming. Please hang out or do what you need to do, and we'll be right on with our next panel. Okay, welcome back. So we're almost halfway through the day's programming. Our next panel is on regulation. So for many startups in life science, whether you're in making drugs, medical devices, or developing health tech solutions, the road to readiness really involves overcoming some pretty substantial regulatory hurdles. In the early stages, though, many life science startups just don't have the resources or expertise to focus on regulatory issues, which can result in high rejection rates as they try to go to market and a prolonged time to get their product to market. So our next panel will focus on what startups need to know about successfully navigating the regulatory landscape in Denmark and abroad, and how they can focus on compliance from the very beginning of their journey. So moderator Jesper Grunbeck, I'm sorry I didn't get to go over pronunciations that were in before, CEO of Health Tech Hub Copenhagen, will be speaking with Teresa Harbo, Head of Client Relations at TUSUD Denmark, Taus Holtug, CEO and co-founder of Evido Health, a data-driven health tech company, and Tess Rutgers, a strategic advisor for the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs, and they can correct any slight mistakes with that introduction. But, oh, and let me say, so we will be doing a Q&A after this session as well. It'll work in the usual way. QR code, your question will magically appear on screen, and it will be magically answered by our panelists. So thank you very much, and please welcome our guests to the stage. Thank you. Okay.
Jeg rykker den her.
It's over?
Yeah. You can more cozy. Thank you.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot for coming. I'm Jesper. I'm the founder and CEO of Health Tech Hub Copenhagen. We have a booth over there, and we work with health tech startups. I've done that for the last 6 years, and we really want to. We work hard to help startups get their solutions into the market and in the hands of patients and citizens and healthcare professionals across the world. And one of the big issues we have seen the last 6 years is that many startups find this, if they are going to sell to the professional healthcare sector, they find the regulatory approval process a bit like a black box. It's a huge monster. We don't know where to start. We don't know where to begin. We don't know how to do it. And it's basically a black box. And we want from our organization to basically untighten this black box and try to make it easier and faster and more accessible and help startups and SMEs bring products to get legally approved, regulatory approved, so they can help patients and citizens and healthcare professionals better. And to do that today, we'll start with a small panel. Here we have some brave panelists who've said yes to get on stage here. Some of them for the first time, some of them first time at TechBBQ. And I just want to introduce you, give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. So first, Teresa, maybe you just a quick introduction from your side.
Absolutely. So I'm Teresa from the Black Box, from the notified body TÜV Süd. We have started up a new notified body here in Copenhagen that is globally run. So you can come and talk to me about what kind of questions do you have about the Black Box.
Thank you. Tess? I don't think there's no sound. Maybe Taus, you go first.
Yeah, I can go first. So my name is Taus. I'm one of the startups that's been on this journey for the past 2 years, and hope to share a bit of the experience that we've been through. Despite being through the black box, I think it's still a black box, yeah, I think it will be an interesting conversation about that.
Tess, maybe now you have a new mic.
Working?
Yes, it's working.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not working just for health solutions, just for innovators. What we do is for healthcare. We trace back what is the decision making of all parties involved and try to offer it as a learning curve to innovators across Europe, but also on an international level for the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Health.
Thank you. Thanks for coming as well. So I've prepared a few questions that I meet all the time when I speak to startups, and I'll just shoot them around, and if you can answer them, you give a perspective, and then we move to the next question. If you have questions in the audience, please note them down and put them in Slido, and we'll take them at the end. So first question is MDR approvals, as I said in the beginning, are for many a black box. So what does it really require? Can you try to explain that black box a little bit?
So what it requires is documentation, and what it requires is really good documentation, well thought of, because the overarching thing with the MDR is that it has to be easy to read. It has to be clear, it has to be concise, and I think that is of course a very easy thing to say, and it can be quite difficult to do, but what we really want is thorough documentation. That makes it easier for us.
But that's not a very clear answer, right? Because like, what does that mean?
Yes.
And I think as a startup, you're looking at the notified body saying, you have the power to approve our product. You have the power to actually decide whether we live or not. But we don't get any, very much guidance on what is good enough. And I think that's one of the challenges as a startup, figuring out you need clinical evidence, you need to have your safety, you need to have all of these things. But what does good look like? I think that's the learning that we had along the way, that you don't have control as a startup. You just need to kind of wait and see whether it kind of goes through.
And you're absolutely right in that. And that's because we cannot advise on what you should do, and we can only look for evidence that you fulfill the requirements in the MDR. So the way that it's done in Europe is really a lot of you as a startup thinking about how do I live up to the requirement, how do I interpret them, and what is sufficient evidence in my view. And that is why it gets difficult. Yes, I completely understand that. And nowadays we have an opportunity to do structured dialogues with the startups, so we can have a bit of a dialogue with you and give you not guidance, but perhaps a tiny bit of direction. So try and talk to your notified body about structured dialogue or something. That might help a bit. But yeah, I agree.
That's exactly what we set up in the Netherlands. We are actually working with other companies as well, like Finnish companies, but focusing on how RegTech knowledge can get to the startup at day one and not as complex knowledge where you have to spend weeks, but understand what is the explanation about the risks that I are coming against and where do the opportunities lay. And in the beginning that can be very light versions, but at least you understand how to mitigate risk and seize opportunities while you are developing.
Okay, thank you all for taking. Can you hear me?
No.
Okay. Yeah, thank you all for unboxing a little bit of the first layer of it. Maybe I'll go to the next question and then say, one of the questions I'm often asked is, how do I do it as fast and cheap as possible? Because that's what my investors want. I just want to bring the product to market. So any advice in that? How do I do this? Because this is not my core business. My core business is to get the product in the hands of patients.
I don't think you can do it cheap. I don't think that's an option, unfortunately. That would be nice. Fast is also, again, coming back to the control, because you do a contract with a notified body. In our case, we did it in 22, and that was the first thing we did when we got funding. And there was only, at that point in time, 5 notified bodies across Europe who could certify us, and only one of them had time for us. And at that point in time, we were promised a 12 months for processing of our technical file, and it ended up taking 9 months additional. And it's 9 months where you have no control. So it's not in your hands to say speed it up or slow it down. I think what you can do as a startup is to, of course, make sure that you have everything as good as possible and that you talk to the right people in terms of getting guidance on getting to that point where you can submit a technical file as fast as possible. I think that's the only part of the journey where you have control. And then you, in the hands of the notified body, is to kind of go through the documentation, make sure they understand it, and all of that. So working with great people and getting people that can do stuff and not only advise you. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Good recommendation.
Yes, what I'd like to add is what we do with value tracking, that's why it says Value Track Network, is that we track and trace what type of people do you need. So we also build profiles of what type of knowledge does this person in the notified bodies have, for example, or has. And it's a similar, so it's almost like against the technical solutions. We analyzed the MDR, IVDR, AI Act, and from that perspective, we let it search our database with all the startups. And now the universities in the Netherlands want to use that as well for the even really early startups, but also in the later stage when they have to do their things. So it becomes a very transparent learning community where we know the people, we know the requirements from regulation, and we know what type of tech characteristics are there. So, and this is a cross-border project, and we've seen that with Life Science Health Denmark, and we're setting that up. Germany wants to collaborate, and I think that's the reason why I'm so glad you invited me as well, because there's an opportunity.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, just to add on what you said, Taus, clear documentation is of course what we want, but getting to know your notified body in advance, I think, is also a good idea. So if you can start talking to a notified body 6 to 9 months before you want to submit, I think that's key. Right now we have more notified bodies. We're still a bit behind in Europe on the IVDR, but we have more time slots, we have more capacity. So your ride was not super easy. I hope it will be easier than for the rest of them, because get talking to your notified body as early as possible.
Yeah. I don't know if, is it fair to say that also with the software as a medical device has also put some pressure on the notified bodies to get acquainted with that and figuring out how to do it, and hopefully that will mature and get faster as well.
We had to get accredited for the whole thing. We also see new developments and have to learn them. We have to try and get people from the industry to work with us and then certify your devices. And yes, software, definitely new, and we have to get to know it, and then also across notified bodies align on how do we actually certify this, and what are the requirements and what are we looking for. So yeah, for us it's also a learning curve.
And I think, I also think, getting back to your point, Taus, you said you were promised 12 months and then it took us another 7 months, which is 19 months from you start the process, which is obviously a problem from the EU. And I think the average in the EU is like 18 to 24 months. versus in the US and the FDA, the average is 12 months. So basically in Europe, we are slower to get approval. And that's one of the things that we also want to work on to up that speed so we can be on par or even faster than the FDA and the US market.
Can I add one thing, please? There was what we did is to engage all stakeholders. Indeed, like you mentioned as well, it's also about hospitals. We set up a learning curve with explanation, education, and execution. But if that's the dialogue with the startup, we also get an evaluation cycle. So in the next couple of months, there will be a publication which is shared with the European Commission on what is the impact of the fact that we are not competing or we can't compete against the US. Because, you know, there was one situation where they discussed as well, how can we help the Europeans? Well, they all go to the US. But if we want them back and they are registered in the database, and you as a notified body can go through that database to understand, oh, that company should actually come back and implement in Europe, then we are actually bringing together that knowledge and we are collectively, you know, finding breakthroughs. And that's so important.
Most definitely. I'll just shift another gear because internal skills within the company, you know, how do you, and I'm looking maybe on you, Taus, now, you know, but basically how do we build the internal capabilities to go through this process? Because for most startups, it's, as we said, it's a black box. Most startups in health tech space have not tried it before. They've not tried to certify a product before. So how have you gotten about it, at least?
Yeah, I think there's different routes for different companies, and it depends on the people that you have on board. In our case, like I've never done it before. I had no idea. I couldn't even spell IVDR that we were in. And we started out getting initial consultation with some regulatory experts just to outline the process, to understand what is it that we need to go through, what is the actual deadlines, what documents do we need to have ready, just to kind of understand that landscape. And then we've been working together with some really good consultants from Serbia, who is not only, again, advising, but actually supporting us in building the documentation that we need. And then we were very fortunate to get a CTO who's done it before. So having a software product and having a CTO who's been through that process has helped us tremendous. Not everybody can do that. And then I think you just need to rely on the consultants or the ecosystem or companies that have done it before to get that support. And then try to say, this is not something that we'll do one time. This is something that we need to live with for the rest of our life in this company. So start speaking of it not as a like annoying thing that we need to go through, but something that's positive that we can actually leverage and then ensure safety and all these good things. So which are the purpose of these relations.
Because you need to feel it. It needs to be part of your culture that, of course, you live up to the requirement and, of course, you are compliant to the legislation that's upon you. And it is for safety and performance, basically for the patient. So you need to have it ingrained in your culture. And I think having a dialogue with a notified body when you can, that would also help a bit to unbox the whole thing a bit.
Okay. And maybe hitting on one of the things you also said, which is also a question I'm often asked, you know, how do you find the consultants? How do you find the right consultants and how do you work with them?
That's a good question. It was by chance. It was someone in the network who were working together with them, and then we got set up a meeting and started to work with them. So I think it's using. I mean, it's not that big an ecosystem in Denmark, and I think there's a lot of different companies that have taken different routes, and talking to them, finding similarities to your product. I think that will be the easiest way to find the right people to work with. I think that would be the approach.
One of the nice examples that happened within this European network was that one company always thought that they were a medical device, and then and then it turned out that they were pharma. So that was really interesting because now it became a best practice, and we knew which consultant was related to that. And that, again, was used to look at it in the database. Who else would be perhaps the person or organization or solution that would benefit from this? So again, that's one of these leverages, you know, you're saying as well. I want to leverage what I've learned myself. But I can see in the startups that they also want to leverage what they all learned. And notified bodies want to leverage what they've seen happening in practice in the market. So that is really, in that sense, good news. You don't solve it in one go, but there is some hope.
And maybe a question to you, Teresa, then. What are the biggest hurdles? What are the hurdles that you see most startups are having?
Well, I wouldn't say a lack of understanding of the MDR, but more how can you use it? How can you make the requirement something where your product will live in? Because the MDR actually gives you a lot of wriggle room in how you want to get your device certified. So depending on your intended use and the way that it's going to be used, you have some different options. And if it's not documented, it does not exist. And that means that you have to get the regulatory mindset, the compliance mindset in the beginning. Because if you start by not writing down what you have done, you have to backtrack, you have to do it again, and that takes a longer time. And then we, as said before, just like clear and concise documentation with good links to going everywhere.
And Klaus, what was your biggest hurdle? Your process?
I think the biggest hurdle so we're a university spin-out, so we had a lot of clinical evidence as a foundation, which was really helpful to speed up the process to get to where we are today. But I think one of the hurdles were not being in control, not knowing when will this actually go through, because that's the determination whether you will live or die as a startup. We didn't have runway to more than 24 months. So if we didn't get the C certification, would we be able to raise a round or get more money? And I think having that perspective as well, that a startup don't think about only the regulatory journey. We think about the whole business. So we need other things that we're working on. When can we plan our commercialization? When do we have the C certifications to start that? How do we talk to customers? When can we talk to customers? And I think that all the things around the C certification is actually maybe bigger of a hurdle to get everything aligned and make sure that you move forward as a company and not only getting your C certification if you run out of money 1 month after. And it doesn't make sense.
And that we understand as notified bodies, and it's also been a bit of a hurdle for us because all of us had to get re-accredited from MDD to MDR, so that also took a while for us. But it's something, especially us in Denmark, that we're working very much on trying to be predictable, because you need to know, because otherwise you can't tell your investors and you won't get any money. So we are trying to be more reachable, more verbal about, okay, you could expect this in this period, and I think that's what you would like. You would like us to tell you when are we doing what and what can you expect. And I think a lot of us in the notified body business are we forget that you would actually like to know. And it's a mindset that we're working on. Let's put it that way.
What I find interesting as well is, on one hand, you need to get your regulatory sorted. On the other hand, you need to make sure that you integrate the decision making from the market adoption point of view. That's why it's so complex, exactly what you said. And we also experienced that there was a link in the MDR to GDPR, so using patient data, and we could help, we could figure that out, could see that, and then could pinpoint to the startup, go to this hospital because they have a set of data that is already usable for you. So that's another, instead of making 5 steps and being insecure, it was one go and having all the right stakeholders around you and the freedom to develop.
Okay, also because there are quite a few investors in the audience today, I would like to ask you, maybe Tausen, but also others, if you Tess, if you have a perspective, how do you communicate why this is important to investors and what the consequences are?
Yeah, I think most investors, hope so at least, know the value of C certification when you're in health tech. They know that's the license to play. This is something that will bring you to a new level as a startup, also valuation-wise, so it's something that you need to go through. I think what there's probably less understanding about is the process. I think that's matured over the past 2 years with MDR, seeing other companies having postponed their approval and so forth, so there's better understanding of that. But in the investment environment we're in right now, I still see that if you don't have a C certification or you don't have a regulatory approval, it's a huge risk for an investor to make that investment in that company. And I think that's a barrier for early stage startups in the health tech. And it comes back again to time. If everything takes so long, it will just prolong the whole process to getting going with the business and getting investors on board and everything kind of ripple effect from there. But I think investors understand most of it. But it's more if they're willing to take the risk.
I actually just fully agree.
Yeah.
If we understand the risk analysis and we can integrate that in that decision making, again, we're all winning.
What about the culture? You kind of hinted at it, but some of you already in some of your answers, but I think as well that many people maybe mistakenly thinks that this is a project. You know, hey, we need to have this as check mark. It's a bit like, you know, I want to raise money, check mark. I want to get my product certified. I want to do this, and don't really think about, hey, this has to be part of our culture. It doesn't stop with the approval process. It's something if you're in this space in the professional healthcare sector, this is going to be part of your culture. How do you make sure that you get this into your culture from day one if it's not been into the culture? And how do you make sure that, hey, this is just part of the way we do business?
Yeah, I think you can't quote me for this, but like the way we saw it at the beginning was that we talk about process compliance and then behavioral compliance. And in the beginning, we just needed to get that approval. That was where we needed to go. So we don't need to get an A. We just need to get there, get the approval, and then we can work from there. And I think that's also very important learning, at least from our side, that you don't need to overdo it. Find the right kind of level that you need to reach. So in the beginning, it was very much having the documentation there, because that's what you need. So when Teresa comes and knock on your door and you go through all the documentation, and a lot of process you don't even apply yet. You have sales processes, all kind of things that you're not allowed to apply yet because you don't have a CE certification. So there's kind of like a chicken and the egg here. But what we're doing now is after getting the ISO 13485, so the quality certification, that's where we start to look at, okay, how do we then optimize it and use it as not a way just to say, how do we get compliant, but how do we use it as a way to optimize our business? So automate different things and use it actively to benefit the business. But I think for a startup, that's just important, or at least for us, that was the way we wanted to do it, because otherwise it would take a longer time to get everything integrated in the processes that we're having. We're still like most of the time 3 people in the company. So I think it's finding the balance. I think that's the important part, and then work on it going forward.
I have been working with some Danish manufacturers in my past, and I think one of the things that is needed is to have that culture, and also the understanding from not just the RA/QA department that this is important and it's necessary, but also to spread it out in the rest of the organization. So the engineers, and I know being 3 people is not that bad to spread, but when you grow, then make sure that everybody understands that, of course, we are compliant and it's important for us. And as you say, keep your QMS lean and effective, because if you overdo it and put in things that are not needed, we have a hard time accessing it, but you also have a hard time living it. So I think the culture about having lean but effective is key, and that comes from the beginning.
And maybe a question related to that. When do you choose a QMS? When is the right time to actually, because many people start their business and go build a product, but when is the right time to actually buy a QMS system and implement it?
I would say as soon as you start needing procedures for something, because if it's not documented, it didn't happen. And we just need that. So as soon as it makes sense, and I'm pretty sure there are some consultants here in the audience and they can come up with a more specific time, but do it earlier than you think, because most people would like to just put it out because documentation is a bit boring. We all know that, but do it a bit earlier than you think. When did you do it?
We did it right away, and we bought a off-the-shelf system from the beginning. Don't think it will solve your certification, because it won't, but it helped kind of organize some stuff, but really it was just a folder structure. So you need to make sure you have the checklist and that you sign and everything. But what we've done now is that our CTOs actually developed our own system using the same software we're using for building our software. So in that sense, they linked, so we don't keep processes separate. So it's not like we develop and then we document, but everything is actually linked together in the same system. And I think that's really helpful, at least for us.
Okay. I'm waiting for them to put on questions, but from the audience, but I don't know where they are.
There we go.
Oh, here they come. Thank you. Okay, maybe the number 2 one. How do you figure out which things in the MDR are must-haves and which are the more negotiable and nice to have?
Well, you have to live up to all the requirements, and you just have to figure out which one does apply to you, because the MBR, I mean, if you're that type of company, then there's some of them that you don't have to live up to, but it's really having the good consultants next to you if you don't have an RA department yourself. But it really, I mean, it's a notified body answer, I know. It depends. I mean, it really depends on what kind of company you are, but do a good analysis, because they are wiggle room. Yep.
Yeah. And then that's a typical also question as well. How much did it cost? You know, how do you know, Taus, from your perspective, how much did you?
I know. Do you know, Teresa?
How much your cost?
No. In general. MDR class 2A.
So it really depends again on where in Europe you buy your certificate in that way, because Northern Europe tends to be more expensive than Southern Europe, and then yeah. So you got yours from Northern Europe, so what, 150, 200,000 euros or something?
Yeah.
Would be my guesstimate.
That's on the other side of 1 million Danish kroner, if we also have both some of the consultancy fees as well.
Yeah. So it's a fair amount of money that you have to raise. We totally get that. But it's also many skilled people involved in the procedure.
And is that the cost for consultants and the actual certificate, or is it also the cost for the time and the documentation, all the internal research?
No. So that's only the fees.
That's only the fees?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that's important for the audience to understand, that there's a considerable amount of internal work that has to be done.
It's not accounted for there, yeah, for sure.
In what way can you predict this? Is there any
predict the
better
price
way,
or time?
Yeah, both.
Well, so there is the Commission's homepage, Nando, where all the notified bodies are listed, and they have now compiled a list of links to all the notified bodies, or most notified bodies price list. So you can see what our hourly rates are. But what you don't know is how long time will we spend on it, and that we only know when we see the beginning of your documentation. So it's sort of really, really difficult to predict. Okay, then a tiny bit of commercial for my business. We do what we call predictable pricing. We give you a price up front and say it's going to be 100 kroners, and then we stick to it, so you don't get invoices afterwards. That helps, I hope.
Yeah, it's a good sound now.
Yeah.
I just saw another question coming up here. Systematic reviews supporting claims and regulation takes up to 9 months. If I can shorten it to 1 week for faster medical C or FDA approvals, would this be valuable? Okay, I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I guess it would be valuable if you could do it in a week, but I think it's impossible.
Yeah.
Sorry to say.
Is
I
that
don't
for a
think
notified body doing the systematic reviews? That's the question.
Sorry?
I was just thinking, is that the systematic review done by the notified body? Is that what is? If that could be done in 1 week, that would be nice.
Yes.
But there is, to be fair, there's a lot of pages. I don't know how many of them you read, but there is a lot of pages going into the documentation.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start by shortening that. That would be maybe better.
Well, if you can write very concise and then show us how you live up to the requirements, then yeah, it's back and forth. And we have a regulation, we have to live up to it. It is for safety and performance. It is for the patient's best that we have it.
Okay, maybe...
that one is interesting.
Yeah, there's a question here from Marcus saying, should startup hubs improve their support in the field of regulatory affairs?
Maybe you should answer that question.
Yeah, I would answer that we need to, because there's the market, because it is a black box and because there's so much money is being spent on it, we need to make that process easier for startups. We need to help people basically untangle the black box and help them find the right notified bodies, help them find the right consultants, help them find the right pathways in this jungle of navigation.
And I just have one comment to the second question, the regulatory issues usually faced by life science startups. I think there are many of them, but what we often face is that the startups pick the wrong MDR codes and apply to the wrong notified body. So I think it's also very important for a startup to do their homework before they choose a notified body. Make sure that the notified body can actually certify your device.
That's a very practical. Thank you for the advice. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for staying here just before lunch. I know the 3 panelists will be standing out there. So if you have a question for any of them and want to bring them for lunch and maybe get more insights, you can do that and invite them for lunch out there. We'll be out there and hope to speak to you soon. Have a fantastic conference.
Thank you for a great discussion on regulation. Just give you all a minute to get settled. I know it's the lunch hour. I hope you've found something to eat, or if you haven't, that you'll stick around for this next panel on exports. So for startups in Denmark or Sweden, Norway, Finland for that matter, expanding into one or more other Nordic countries is an important early step in their growth. In this next fireside chat, Emma Peltonen, Senior Commercial Advisor of the Nordic Trade Council, Team Health, and Ulrik Thorkildsen, CEO of Danish startup Human Bites, a leading provider of AI for healthcare in the Nordics, will share their real-life example of entering markets in Finland, Sweden, and Norway with the help of advice and services provided by the Trade Council. Please join me in welcoming Emma and Ulrik to the life science stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emma Peltonen, and I work for the Embassy of Denmark in Helsinki in a team we call the Trade Council. The Trade Council is part of the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we assist Danish companies with export promotion services. We help both small and large enterprises to foster innovation, start exporting, and expand their activities to new markets. I'm joined today by Ulrik from a Danish health tech company, Human Bites. We will have a chat for about 15 minutes, after which we spare some time for questions from the audience. To start off, Ulrik, could you please say a few words about what is it that Human Bites does?
Yeah, and thank you for the invitation, Emma. I'm the CEO of Human Bites. We are a Nordic supplier of AI for healthcare. We do not develop anything ourselves. We cherry pick the best solutions around the world and bring them to a Nordic context based on our experience. So in short, we try to kind of solve what most mid-tech startups they struggle with, is to get sales traction. They all have good ideas, but they're really struggling to get going.
And that's super interesting, and I'm so pleased to have you here on the stage with me today. The topic of today's session is how to be prepared for your export journey to the Nordics. And all over the world, we offer to help your export activities through advice and tailored programs.
How would I describe?
And these might include, for example, market overviews to gain understanding of your sector, or, for instance, attending strategic business alliances. And the embassies of Denmark in Helsinki, Stockholm, and Oslo are all part of the Nordic-Baltic region. And the Trade Council colleagues, we actually work quite closely together, and often with Danish companies, you might be working with us at the same time or right after another. And you were actually already familiar with the Trade Council and the Embassy when we last year made an agreement to help your company in all the 3 Nordic markets simultaneously. And the purpose of that was to build awareness of your solutions among the relevant hospital decision makers. So what were the activities chosen or tailored to support your market entry?
Yeah, well, we are active within a lot of different specialities, from radiology, oncology, ophthalmology, digital pathology, etc. And what is shared for all of them is it's maybe very different clinical applications, but the way of selling is identical. It's the same legal consideration, IT consideration, And what is also very unique, I think, for the Nordic is it's a very consensus-driven decision process, meaning in the sense there are a lot of people who can say no, but not many people who can say yes. But you need to manage them all because that's a part of our consensus, which may be different than the rest of Europe and rest of the world. And also it's public procurement, so it's more regulated in a sense where you don't get extra money as a hospital if you find more disease. It's a sum-zero game where you have the same amount of money and you need to spend them best possible. So what we see in many of the Nordic countries, because it's public property, is that the fear of failure is higher than the desire for success. And that means you need to build a brand, you need to have trust in your brand, because it's a lot better to fail with Philips or Siemens or Sectra instead of a no-name like Human Bites. So building brand and trustworthiness in a market is crucial, and here you guys helped us over the last 2 years to map the market, understanding the culture, how the procurement, how the structure is. And then we did some really brilliant event where we had a private event at the ambassador's resident and invited the head of the different hospitals. And the good thing is that they all showed up. And now do the same as I had a private invitation from the ambassador of Switzerland. No matter what the topic was, I'll probably show up. So they're coming because it's on the nice logo and with the stamp here. Yeah. So those were some of the activities you supported with.
Yeah, and it is true. The ambassador's residence is quite a unique venue, and it's not an invitation that you do get every day. And also the stakeholder mapping and all that is part of the work that we do. So how did it go? Were there some follow-up after that?
Yeah, many follow-up, many leads, and now we have sales across 7 countries, primarily, of course, all the Nordic and a little bit outside the Nordic. And so a lot of brand building, a lot of gaining trust in our ability to deliver. And of course, we won a big tender in Finland recently and within digital pathology. So a lot of good things coming out of it, where you cannot maybe uniquely link it to this event, but it's all part of the consensus-driven procurement process.
Wow, you won a tender in Finland. I think that merits a bit of an applause from the audience as well. That's well done. It's not easy to do that every day, especially like as you described, what are the decision-making processes in hospitals and so on. So well done.
Thank you.
So according to your experience, how are Finland, Sweden and Norway different from one another?
Well, there are a lot of similarities. It's public procurement. It's consensus-driven decision. It's very regulated. But some of the differences, and is if you ever want to enter the Nordic market, I'll recommend the very short book called Return of the Vikings. It's a leadership book, and it tells, amongst other, when Jan Carlsen has to integrate the Scandinavian Airlines into SAS. When at the beginning of the press congress, he said, it's an easy task because the only difference between our countries is our language. And 5 years later, when everything was gone bad, another press conference, and he said, now I know the only thing we have in common is our language. And it's a little bit like that. It may look the same, but in reality, there are a lot of differences also, how you navigate and how you tailor your sales process.
Yeah. So were any of those markets easier than another, or were they the same?
To a large extent the same. Of course, it's still a people business. You need to have trust in the vendor, and of course we have most trust in Denmark because we know the people here. But once you have done 2 events now in Norway at the embassy and 1 in Helsinki, 1 in Stockholm, you start getting a little bit of a known name, but also because we have done some great successes, so it comes with a track record. And for example, we sold AI for breast cancer screening in several regions, and now they used it here in Copenhagen for 3 years. And the documentation is it saved 35% of the workload. Oh. Yeah, and it finds 22% more cancer, especially small invasive cancers. That the women before went home with what we call a false negative. They had cancer, but they were said there's nothing. So that's one example. So that travel, when you have a good case, we just done a fracture detection in Region North for a year. We were hired in as a trusted advisor. How do we solve it? We're hitting the newspapers, too long waiting time. So they reduced the waiting time by more than an hour in general. But one of the good side effects is that the head of this department said before AI, I had about 10 complaints a month from patients. Now I have about 0. And that's amazing in terms of quality.
Yeah.
And in Denmark, we pay out 150 million euro a year in patient complaints. So it's a good business case.
Yeah, it's not small money that you are talking about there. And going from 10 to 0, I think that's a great reference yet again. So we already talked about the differences between the markets, and also you mentioned some of the similarities, one of them being the language with Sweden and Norway, Finnish of course being slightly different, but I trust English there isn't an issue. But did you recognize any other similarities when you were talking with the hospital decision makers?
Well, yeah, it's a long and way too long decision process across all countries, but we do see that in Norway they're running national tenders for diabetic eye screening, for radiology, for digital pathology. Finland had a national tender for radiation oncology, national. In Denmark we tend to every hospital for themselves, that you want to reinvent the wheel every single time, and that's a little bit of a difference to Denmark, where we have this not invented here culture, where if I haven't invented myself, I'll start from scratch.
Yeah, it's only the only right way is to do it yourself.
Yeah. That's how it. Yeah.
Okay, so well, you have now experienced the market entry to the three markets and opening the doors there. What surprised you the most, or was there something you were not expecting?
I've been in the game for 15 years and done more than 100 public tenders a year, and but still the length it takes, because and how it's from the healthcare professional, it's very much about me. Can I suddenly be responsible for a mistake? Will I lose my job? It's very centric around themselves, where I hope to see it be more patient-centric, because we know it does a difference for patients across all the different solutions, but it's very much focused on, what about me? And I think the good news with the outlook that no doctors or healthcare professional will be without job the next 100 years, no matter how much we accelerate things. But I think it's just an inherent concern because, and I understand a little bit, they've been trained for 15 years at a university, specialist, and then I come and say I can do it better in 10 seconds. Yeah. So of course, sometimes I know it can be provocative, but you've just seen it so many times in history before that technology come in. You had the Luddist in the US in the 1800s and typographerne in Denmark, where suddenly it's digitalized and you can fight it or you can play along and make the most of it.
And I do remember that some of the stakeholders who were attending the high-level seminar, as they were exiting the ambassador's residence, some of them were actually saying that it was a very useful afternoon for them to also learn more about the AI and actually talked about from a health tech company's point of view. So it was also sort of educational for them, and not only building awareness of your solution, but also sort of educating them about the opportunities that it creates.
And a lot of what we try to do is really to bring new perspectives and inspiration of what you can do, because it is rather unique and amazing, the step change we are looking into here with healthcare. Yeah, so we often hear that there's good inspiration, good perspectives, and it's really good, because that's maybe also a little bit of difference. Some hospitals, at least, they try to lock themselves into a room. They come out with specification of what they need, but they never ask the market what the market could actually deliver. Yeah. And that's what is done, for example, good in Finland, that you do requests for information or market dialogue ahead of a tender, asking, what's the new, what the latest and greatest within here.
So it's also an opportunity for them to evolve to the next step.
Yeah.
So what would you say to the companies in the audience potentially thinking about the market entry to the Nordics?
I'll say, and maybe I'm a little bit biased here, but don't underestimate the sales effort. There are many good solutions. There are always 2 or 3 that can do nearly the same. So maybe you are unique, but maybe there are still alternatives. But then I'll also say you need to understand the market you operate in and take support from the trade council, or make sure you have somebody here, because we have many companies from the US. They have no clue about, and they always talk about reimbursement, and we tell them that's not the case in the Nordic. There's no reimbursement. So understanding the dynamic is important, and here, of course, the trade council can help, but also generating leads and making an event that is attractive for the decision makers.
Well, that's lovely to hear. It was not paid advertisement to our service.
No, I think it's the other way.
So what's up next? What happens next year?
I think we have sales now in 6, 7 different countries. We know the business model works. We have a lot of vendors who like us to represent their products in the Nordic market. We need more feet on the ground, so we're looking now for raising some capital so we can scale and hire more people in Finland, etc. Because our fuel is people, it's salespeople.
Yeah.
We cherry pick the best solution and then try to bring them into the Nordic context. So we are hoping to scale next year, and of course hiring people in the other Nordic market, and also doing more events together with you and other good Danish companies.
Well, that sounds like a great idea. And now I could maybe have a quick show of hands. How many founders or company representatives do we have here in the audience? Are you already exporting to the Nordics, or maybe first Sweden, Norway, Finland? Are you trying to open the doors to that direction? Yes? Okay, great. You can come by afterwards. So any of the other markets than the Nordics? No? All right. Well, it's good to hear. Now I think it's good time for us to start getting questions from also the audience. So we hear a little bit from you as well. So you can by going through the QR code, you can submit questions on Slido. Maybe while we are waiting, is there anything else you would like to share with the audience at the sort of learnings? What is it that you would have wanted to know before you started opening new markets?
Well, I think it is also a little bit about focus to understand, where to play, because the market is endless if you get into it and really try and focus and prioritize. But also, we're driven by a desire also to make a difference with the patients in the center, and paying out more than 150 million in patient compensation is quite a lot of money. But the real cost here is for the people involved, that they had a misdiagnostic or mistreatment. And in Denmark alone, last year we reported more than 400,000 adverse events where something went wrong that has been reported. It's too much. It's not safe for patient. We know in Denmark by 2030 we are lacking 40,000 healthcare professionals, and they are not coming. And you need to start really experimenting and getting in with technology.
Now that you mentioned prioritizing also in the hospitals where your end customers are, but as a founder you also have to prioritize your time. So how did you choose the selected markets where you first opened the door?
Well, I was CEO of Medic Denmark, the largest supplier for the Danish healthcare system before I started here. Before that, Philips Healthcare. So I work with the Nordic countries. I know it very well, especially, of course, Denmark, so that's where we focused. And then because the similarities, they are public procurement. And we also know that a lot of the vendors, whether they sit in Southern Europe or US or in Australia, they have no clue about public procurement. And also, it's too difficult, and the markets are too small. So we are not on their 10-year plans. So it's relatively easy for us to get some of these world's best product and represent them here in the Nordic.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, now I think we got some questions here. Okay. So how did you decide on which markets to enter first? So I think we just covered that. Is it a requirement to do small pilot research studies to establish relations with clinicians and purchasers?
I'd like to say no, but in reality sometimes it's yes. But there's also a limit because this year, out of the last 3 years, we won the Public Innovation Award with the AI for breast cancer screening, and this year with the fracture detection. And I think it's a little bit, of course we're proud of winning, but it's also a little bit crazy that what we celebrate as the best innovation in Denmark is used routinely, more than 400 sites in Europe, 400 different hospitals in Europe, and that we celebrate like the best. So cases like this, we should not do try and buy, or we should just plug it in and start harvesting the results. But if you're a first mover in Europe, of course you'll need to do a little bit. But what we try is that it's free for try, if 2 or 3 months or whatever it may be. But also we agreed, what if it works? What if it's a success? What happens then? And here we just have, with psychiatry in Denmark, a lot of solutions where, and I'm going to Vestervik and Oslo and Stavanger next week, where we also have some where we need to conclude on some initial 2-3 months trial. They may still be paid, even though it's a trial, but it's not a long-term contract, and then talk about a longer-term commercial collaboration.
Okay, well, that sounds good. We also got a question on how far do you need to be a startup to contact the Trade Council? I would say when you are interested in starting to look for new markets, that would be a good moment to reach out to us. We have international business advisors working in different regions in Denmark, and they can help you to become export ready. And they can also then connect you to the markets that are of your interest and where your solution could be of benefit. And that's when they then reach out to us, who are based on those in those countries, and then we can help further. So I would say, go ahead.
And maybe I can add, we only have 5-man gang here, right? So small companies is really, having bigger support than bigger companies, and also because you get support for funding if you're SME and etc. So we are certainly a small company, so I don't think you need to be a big one. Of course, you need something you can represent.
Yeah, exactly. Is there how much of the Danish market should you have before moving to the rest of the Nordics? Do you have any opinions on that?
No, you always need to make your funnel. You need to look at where to invest my time the best. So what is the win chance? And the win chance is obviously easier the more you know the deal, the more you know the people. But rather quickly, you also need to start scratching the other markets to understand what it takes. So once you invest, you can start do it. And if you go to Norway and Sweden as being a Danish company, the first they'll ask is, so where can I go and see the solution running in Denmark? And of course, you need some references up and running.
Yeah, to actually showcase. But that is a good point. And something else you mentioned there, and I sort of thought of, you were saying that as having the sort of limited resources as a founder, then it's actually good to have our potential help as well. But it's also a way of sort of deciding where not to go. So by having maybe the first market overviews and market insights with the Trade Council colleagues, or even just having the initial discussion, it might also become clear where not to put your resources. So.
Yeah, exactly. And we have more than 500 active dialogues now that we have mapped, in our CRM system. So But that's also prioritizing, and once you see that potential is growing for Finland, of course, or Sweden and Norway, that's where you start invest because we've done a lot of trade fair shows, and we stopped. We simply just don't see value in standing there with the roll up and hoping people to drop by. So
going more targeted.
More targeted and more, because you have scarce resource both in manpower, but also certainly in money.
I think ending with scarce resources and prioritizing, I think those are very important topics for any founder here. So I very much thank you for listening in to our session today, and I hope you'll have a great day too here at TechBBQ. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, guys. Okay, welcome everyone. Got your headphones on, moving right along. Our next session on stage will be getting behind the scenes of a Series B funding round for an AI health tech venture. So the Danish health tech startup Corti has raised more than $80 million US total, including a $60 million Series B round just last year, exactly a year ago. Their journey and the investment is a testament to the belief that investors have in AI and its power to potentially impact and improve patient outcomes. So in this fireside, we'll hear Andreas Cleve, the CEO and co-founder of Corti, in conversation with moderator Laura Connell, a partner at one of Europe's largest life science VC funds, Atomico. And there will be an opportunity to ask questions after they speak. It'll work in the usual way with the QR code appearing on screen and your questions coming up there at the right time. So please join me in welcoming Andreas and Laura to the life science stage. Here they come. Thank you. Everyone's got to get used to the headphones and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. Great to be with you today. I'm so excited to have an opportunity to chat to Andreas again. We're obviously working very, very closely together. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just do a quick intro to Atomico, and then we can move on to the much more important topic here, which is Corti and what Andreas is doing. So by way of introduction, I'm Laura Connell. I'm one of the investment partners managing the growth strategy at Atomico. Atomico was founded by Niklas Zennström in 2006, who was originally the founder of Skype, and we've really scaled the platform to invest and back founders across Europe and the US from the very earliest of stages at seed and Series A right to pre-IPO. So lots of flexibility to really work with founders across the full life cycle. And we're exceptionally lucky to have partnered with some extraordinary founders, namely Andreas and his team who are here with us today. We initially met Andreas a few years ago, and then were lucky enough to participate as part of their Series B and co-lead their Series B last year. And having really scoured the market for the best people and the best team, the best solutions we could find in application for AI and healthcare. And I'll let Andreas tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. But all this to say that what we really look for in anything that we do from an investment perspective is try to work with people who are trying to solve and address the biggest problems we have generationally, and obviously healthcare is one of those. And so, yeah, I'm going to hand over to Andreas for a quick intro, but those are my 2 cents on why we've invested.
Thank you, Laura. And thank you for investing. It's been a fantastic ride so far. So yes, my name is Andreas. I am the co-founder and CEO of Corti. Originally founded in California, but the company is Danish, and we have an office down in Nyhavn. If you ever want to swing by, don't, because like GDPR won't allow you to come in, but if you call, we'd love to have you. So we're building an AI that is built to help healthcare professionals spend less time doing administration work when engaging with patients. And the core problem we have seen was something that felt very personal. So my mom is a chronic patient. She has injured her head after getting attacked by one of her patients herself. And so I grew up in healthcare, more or less. And I think what colors all our stories in healthcare is just the doctors and nurses. The people who took an oath to be there for us when we really need it. And these people need help, not because they can't do their job, but because we ask them to do many other jobs like writing notes, documentations, codes, fill out systems, clerk. And I don't think anybody took an oath to sit at a computer at a hospital. So that's where we come in. We've trained an AI, 100 million conversations. We spent 4 years in research from 2016 trying to solve a foundational issue here, which is how the hell would a doctor trust us? We've raised $90-some million. We work on customers on 3 continents. We see something like 100,000 patient interactions per day supported by our AI. And we help anybody from psychiatrists to doctors to paramedics to nurses, and very excited about it.
One of the things that struck us when we had our initial conversations really from the outset was the potential you had and the traction you had around building a truly global company, because you are addressing a global problem. I think it's not a controversial thing to say, exactly as Andreas just has, that most healthcare systems are crumbling under the weight of dual pressures of aging populations, but then this incredible increase in documentation. You're now rapidly scaling across Europe and the US and even as far as Australia. When you look back on the last 24 months, what have been the key areas of focus for you internally in terms of key hires, org design, that have allowed you to really build an organization for hypergrowth?
The markets that you need to win in healthcare is not here. So we are a language technology, and as we know, very few people speak our little weird language. I think as a Dane, I can say it sounds weird. And healthcare obviously isn't that big. So for us, knowing that if we weren't to build a global solution, we would need a lot of data. Like AI needs a lot of food, and that food is data, and data we don't have enough of here. So we had a 2-part crunch. How do we get enough data, and how do we get access to the markets where more and more new data will be created? And that for us was US, it was rest of Europe and Asia. So when we set out to raise the B round, we knew that we were decent at machine learning. We were pretty decent at data pipelining and understanding how to validate if an AI is good or not. But we also knew that we were going to compete with some of the biggest companies in the world. And in that competition, there's like, as we see AI today, there's going to be winner takes all dynamics. So the winners are going to be massive multi-billion-dollar companies. And the third biggest companies is going to have steak knives for dinner. And we knew from the get-go that we would need a different kind of caliber of talent. So we started pursuing aggressively with Atomico. And Atomico have quite a big team around Laura, some really fantastic people. Who would be the most fantastic people in the globe we could hire. So we actually built this big map about who was the shakers and movers and titans of the healthcare industry. And I actually have been on a plane flying around meeting people at their homes in rural Indiana and anywhere else you can imagine to try to get them on board. So we just landed here after yesterday going live, Media and Bloomberg, with the hire of 4 of the sort of industry titans in healthcare and in sales coming to us from direct competitors doing more than $1 billion a year in competing product. And I think that sort of is a core tenet at least we have seen, is that the hires you do will shape you. And as an entrepreneur from a small country, we sometimes forget how big the markets are and how ambitious we need to be to get the absolute best people on board.
Yeah, and some amazing people to have joined to really help you in that global journey recently. But again, testament to the fact that it is a global problem that people from every country operating in can see. And so maybe I think a lot of people in the audience would be interested to hear more about how you thought about attacking the US market, and perhaps to discuss some of the initial hypotheses you had about the US healthcare market that turned out either to be valid or perhaps more interestingly, incorrect, particularly as the market around AI and healthcare is evolving so quickly. Perhaps anything you'd be happy to share around the hypothesis you initially had around kind of speed of adoption for AI tooling in the US versus European healthcare providers, openness even to an international healthcare startup, anything that you'd be able to share by way of insight about what proved to be true or not.
I had a fantastic conversation with one of Laura's colleagues who helped build, you might know, Snowflake, one of the most important data infrastructure companies in the world. And he said very nicely, You're never going to win by hiring enough people because there won't be enough people. And so first big learning for us was partnerships. We have a massive partnership with Microsoft, and not like the one you sign up for and like you never hear from them, but like we really pursued them to make sure that we were put on the agenda, and they've been absolutely fantastic at that. Partnerships in the US was the first one. Second one was in 21, 22, coming out of COVID, I think I had 200 and some travel days. And no matter how much you travel, you won't be American. So being in the US, if you really want to do the US, is the only way to do US. That's my opinion. Obviously, people have done it differently, but that's my opinion. And so first and foremost, I think there is some fantastic gateways into the US. A lot of Danish entrepreneurs have in healthcare have dabbled with the likes of Texas Medical Center, like gateways to getting into the US. My takeaway would be that watch out for the innovation departments. They have endless time to spend time with you. That's actually what they measured on. Whereas the people who you should find in healthcare and life science, they have absolutely no time for you. So how do you get in is going to be a very different move, and you're going to need to think very creatively about it, because the pressure from every other company, startup, and country in the world is to bring these people or us in front of them.
Yeah. One of the things that really stood out with what you were building is that you set out to see you have this kind of data acquisition and kind of data quality acquisition a question in order to really drive what you're building at Corti. But once you have that data, there are so many different things you can do, both in terms of driving better clinical decision support tools, to revenue cycle management and quality assurance. There's a lot of hype around AI in healthcare right now, and I should say a lot of hype around AI generally. When you think about where AI can have the biggest impact in the near versus long term in healthcare, what do you see as the key barriers to that value being realized? What are you most excited about? What are you kind of really most focused on?
Trust. Trust is the biggest barrier, period. It's the biggest barrier for any industry where you have sort of a inverse relationship to risk. So I wrote a fantastic, I think, speech to my nephew. He didn't like it. For his 14-year-old birthday party. I thought it was pretty cool. He really didn't. But the point was at least that any mistake made by an AI helping me write a speech is like zero risk. He still talks to me, still thinks I'm uncool, but he'll get around. The point is, in healthcare, that risk profile is so different, and same for life science. So if you have an inverse relationship to risk, trust is going to be the issue. And I am a big believer in AI transformer models, these big models inside these ChatGPTs of the world. I'm a big believer in their simplicity. I think it's beautiful. But I do not believe we have solved how to build a long-term meaningful relationship that has cohesion and longitudinal relationship building, so it keeps getting better. I don't think we've solved it, and that is one we're spending a ton of time on, is figuring out how can you embed memory into something that doesn't even know what memory is, to keep a long-term relationship that actually spurs trust.
One of the things that we also talk a lot about with you and the team and continue to iterate on is we see a lot of teams in the AI co-pilot space generally, and then of course in healthcare also focusing on the application layer and using open source models versus truly kind of being vertically integrated and owning part of their own models and architecture. How do you think about the benefits and disbenefits of that kind of vertical integration?
I think I'm actually amazed by how many startups I see wanting to go into mission critical institutions, wrapping around technology like ChatGPT, who's as good as haiku as it is whatever you're doing. I think it's fantastic for demonstration, but I think it has no industry future, at least in current state. And I think ultimately, Warren Buffett, the investor, he has the fantastic quote of, you get 20 swings in your life. So if you know in your career you had 20 swings with the bat, 20 swings, that's it. Then all of a sudden the alternative cost of not swinging becomes really high, but doing the swings right becomes really important. And it all of a sudden feels way more okay to take your time to take the first swing instead of just swinging away at everything and pivoting all over the place and thinking if it's hard, you're going to have to pivot or whatever, find a new idea and a new team. This will take a long time. And this is going to be one of the 20 swings for me, maybe many of them. And I think for everybody who wants to really play here, you need to be absolutely okay with building something truly unique that will be one of your swings.
Yeah, love that. Coming back to this topic of trust, which is such a critical one, you, again, one of the things that really stood out to us from our initial conversations was the focus that you have on working with the regulators, ensuring that you're really being a thought leader in Europe and beyond around how to build the best solutions, leveraging some of the newest technology. To your point, some still significant gaps there, both in terms of getting consumer and user trust, but also regulatory frameworks that can help to ensure that. You are one of the first to get kind of C5 certification, and maybe we can talk a little bit about that, what that is for those who aren't familiar with it. But what are your thoughts on the progress made so far in terms of EU regulation and what still needs to happen?
I think regulators feel about me as my nephew does, so I'm not that sure they find me as thought leading, but we have been very lucky to be invited in, and Mirel sitting down there is pivotal to that. So if you ever want to talk to somebody who's really good at compliance in healthcare, blue shirt down there, he's world class. It's ultimately just going to be the key to unlocking trust is that we can write rules and we actually prove that we want to obey them. And I think we see a lot of inspiration in both in Asia and in the US system, looking at Europe right now, daring at taking a swing at healthcare and AI regulation. I don't think all of it is perfect yet, but I think it's something we need to iterate on really fast, and I think it's only going to get worse. And again, if you're a restaurant and you want to get a Michelin star, but you're not cooking your own food, you're just plating it, I think you're going to have a hard time really convincing anybody you need a Michelin star. And I think what we can do in Europe is that we have such great data, we have so much trust, we have so many great informed patients. This is where we can build some fantastic Michelin restaurants that can go around the world and inspire people. But we're going to have to live up to that quality standard, and there we should think of compliance as a moat. It's a competitive advantage. When coming to the US, they're like, wow, you've actually spent time with the Germans doing C5, which is just German data legislation framework around this, which is complicated. It's German. But it actually is a marketing value add.
Amazing. I know we really wanted to make some time also for Q&A from you guys, so we'd love to maybe jump into that and try and answer some of these in the next 5 minutes that we have.
I think that's almost for you, Laura.
Oh, it's down there as well. What would be the first advice you would give to the health tech startup looking for investors? Well, I think it might be for both of us, because you probably dealt with more investors, actually.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably not, actually. Look, I mean, I think the main thing, and I outlined a few points in the introduction to Andreas, is, what we're really trying to do is to work with people who have a deep understanding and a deep empathy for their end users in healthcare. As Andreas has said, for so many people, it's a personal journey that usually is the beginning or the start of the story and the decision to embark on a startup. And so it's an incredibly difficult industry to build in. To have that drive and the desire to really build a solution, it often starts with that kind of personal journey and that real desire to kind of address a fundamental problem, and often a market failure or a deep inefficiency. So I think finding people who are deeply driven and mission driven in healthcare is absolutely essential. I'm not saying it's not as important for people perhaps building in other industries, but for healthcare it really is kind of the mission and the founder drive to solve a problem is absolutely essential from often a personal experience. I think the second thing about it is, given it's such a complex industry to build in, it's having a very clear idea of exactly how you're going to tackle different markets, and you spoke a little bit about that. There's just a limit to scaling, and being creative in who you work with, who you partner with, is essential. Most importantly, it's building a product that your end users really love and can see the value in quickly. It's a high-risk industry. Proof to value, time to value is very, very important for people who are, as I said, exhausted, dealing with life-threatening situations, and so really having that technical depth and expertise is also critical for most of our end users. And so those are a few of the things that we look for. But I think really that you have to be so mission-driven in this industry. It's not easy, and so I think it was clear when we met Andreas that there was a combination of all of those things that made it very easy for us to want to partner together, and thankfully he had us. So
Absolutely. I think a small add-on. One of the things I hate the most about entrepreneurship is how promiscuous it is. Like the majority of books you'll read is about this whole think fast, act fast, not think slow, act fast. I love the question. I'll answer that in a moment. But you should be absolutely intellectual promiscuous. but you should be so married to your vision, like the state the world is if you won. If you do not want to live there so much that it doesn't matter, then you shouldn't do it. Like, go get a job. I think maybe building on that, the first decision to quit, like I don't know how many days I would count. The infinite amount of days, infinite, like every day. And you always have problems, even on the best day when you fundraise with Atomico, one of the best VCs in the world, and you get people like Laura all of a sudden helping you out in such a step change. So pick your investors probably, or don't pick them at all. Wait. The next day you have a massive compliance issue, or you have a customer who's worried. Like, this is every day. So like, I don't even think about it like that. I just think about small movements. I'm a chef in a kitchen, and I really like cutting. And yes, the knife will slip sometimes, but I'm gonna get back at cutting.
How do you make commercial contracts and partnerships with large corporates or big hospital chains when you are still just a startup? Ooh. Meaty one.
Short answer, you take all the risk. You raise enough money to take all the risk. You build POVs, not POCs, POVs. You tie value consumption to end of contract. So if I give you this, will you write a contract saying you will give me that? But I will take all the risk there. You never force them into long-term contracts. You integrate into deep infrastructure. You make boring compliance. You make boring operations. And you keep grinding, and you pick up the phone at 2 a.m. Then you wait 2 years and just work a lot.
I think we have time for one last question. What was the most creative, out-of-the-box thinking that has helped you so far?
When we were 18 months old, or more, we were coming out of research, and we needed to prove it worked in real time. So an AI that listened in real time, but nobody wanted us there. And our biggest competitor proved to this healthcare provider we were working with that we were too young to actually be allowed inside critical infrastructure in Denmark. So we circumvented it by building a hardware device out of pieces we could buy at a hardware store, and we ended up winning a Danish Design Award for it, and building the biggest clinical trial ever done in emergency medicine. All around a lamp, built in a back office in Vesterbro on consumer-grade electronics. Like, there's always a way. There's always a way.
Amazing. Well, look, thank you so much all for joining us, and always a pleasure to have a chat, an excuse for a chat. But yeah, if you're working on something interesting, don't hesitate to reach out to me, and yeah, look forward to meeting many of you hopefully in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura and Andreas. Okay, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Starting this next round of programming here on the life science stage. Of course, you should choose Denmark. So a combination of government and corporate support creates a unique life science ecosystem in Denmark, which can benefit not only Danish companies, but also companies from other countries that choose to set up here. Some new initiatives being introduced in Denmark include an entrepreneurship strategy, which promises less tax, less red tape, and more support for talent, a boost for knowledge-based entrepreneurship, and added support for innovation districts. In our next panel, Jes Andersen of Innovation District Copenhagen speaks with native of San Francisco, Colleen Acosta, the CEO of Freya Bioscience, about why she chose Denmark as a base for her startup. And they'll be joined by representatives from IFO and Novo Nordisk Foundation, who will share their views on what makes Denmark a destination life science startup nation. Please join me in welcoming our next panel to the life science stage. Yes?
Right, so while our wonderful speakers have a seat, I'm guessing a lot of you have never heard about me. So, Jes Andersen, hi. When I'm not moderating, my day job is to try to attract talent, companies, and investments to Innovation District Copenhagen. Innovation District Copenhagen is a 2 square kilometer area in the heart of the Danish capital. In these 2 square kilometers, you will find 40,000 people working with science and health and medical sciences. You'll also find about 500 startups. So with this modestly titled talk, of course you should choose Denmark. You might find me somewhat biased. So let's get to our wonderful panel. And let's go ladies first, of course. Colleen Acosta, you're the CEO of Freya Biosciences, and you recently raised the biggest funding round in women's health. So tell us a little bit about what your company does and why you found Denmark a good fit for what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a fantastic pleasure to be here, and thanks all for listening to this. Our reflections on why we choose Denmark. So Freya Biosciences is a clinical stage biotech company. We're developing microbial immunotherapies for women's health. So as the name implies, these microbial immunotherapies are essentially live biotherapeutic products, or collections, consortia as we call them, of bacteria that we use to target the underlying inflammation in the reproductive tract of women. So inflammation is something that underpins a number of different indications in women's health. So this is, for example, IVF failure, recurrent pregnancy loss, late-stage pregnancy loss, preterm birth, and a host of others. So we are a platform company, and what we're doing, we're developing these consortia for each of these indications in women's health. As I mentioned, we're clinical stage, so we've completed 3 randomized placebo-controlled trials. 1 here in Denmark with Vidor Hospital, and 2 in Ireland. And we're just about to take our commercial product into phase 1. So why did we choose Denmark? Well, that's an easy question to answer. I think there's a tremendous amount of talent that we have access to here in Denmark. So there's a world-class technical institute here, DTU, that we've benefited from. There's a world-class data scientists. We have 2 sitting in our audience from Freya here. And we have a pharma industry here. We have know-how in terms of strain development, which is what we're working in. So this was all and Denmark is a fantastic place to live. So this was kind of an easy one. It's kind of an amalgamation of all the best aspects. And as we heard in the introduction, there's quite some initiatives that the Danish government has put in place to help entrepreneurs that are starting companies. And we've certainly benefited from this in terms of the tax benefits. We get a tax break, and as all companies do in R&D. So this has really been a huge positive benefit, and something that's helped us tremendously to thrive here. So yeah.
Thank you, Colleen. Mess. You're a partner and head of life science direct investment at IFO, which is sort of a hodgepodge of a lot of organizations that were helping companies grow and expand. How of a multi-function organization are you by now, and why is this important to foreigners wanting to settle down in Denmark?
Thank you for that question. As stated, we are a foreign sovereign fund. We are very keen to strengthen Danish positions of strength. One of them being life science. This sector has five-folded mission in terms of investments over the last 5 years. If we do that again, we are going to be European capital in absolute terms. We are already leading European-wide, if you correct for GDP as of today. And thus, of course, as a sovereign fund fueled by several factors, such as basically the Novo Foundation and the entire Novo factor. I'm sure Mikkel will speak more to that. New launch of a supercomputer with Gefion in partnership with NVIDIA, and a huge space ahead of us also within quantum. You can also turn the question around, why wouldn't you actually choose Denmark with these kind of underlying driving factors? And as a sovereign fund, we find it to be our obligation essentially to stimulate that market, make it as attractive as possible for entrepreneurs to start their business here, and ultimately also solving for the challenge we've had historically of maintaining large corporates in Denmark, where historically we've seen them sort of outgrow the Danish market and eventually become American companies. We are keen, together with partners, to also address that challenge, anchoring large companies in Denmark.
And you've actually turned this whole thing on its head of Danish companies going American by attracting Colleen.
Exactly. So we're very pleased that IFO was a huge part of this kind of unprecedented Series A raise that we announced in December. So this was a closure at a very difficult funding year, and I'm very pleased to say that IFO was one of these instrumental partners on our journey.
So, Mikkel Skovgaard, you're Senior Vice President of the Novo Nordisk Foundation. Now, looking slightly from the outside, of course, I'm Danish, so I've been following you. But I've seen Novo Nordisk Foundation sort of transitioning from this research support fund to increasingly supporting innovation, entrepreneurship, and ecosystem building. Is that a correct observation? And if so, why is that?
Yes, very much, yes. Correct observation. It might require a small narrative on that. I'll spare you for the full 100 years of age that we do have, but that's actually what we turned this year. We are the happy owners of Novo Nordisk AS, Novo Nordisk, and about 170 other companies around the world. Part of the proceeds from those investments is funneled into the foundation, and we spend this great liquidity on grants, research, and basic research basically for a long time, for about 95 years. 5 years ago, it frustrated my BOD a little bit that all this great research was not really translated into benefit of patients and society as such. And that's why we took the big initiative of the Bioinnovation Institute, which we have located in the center of Denmark. They have now spun out about 100 companies. They have a great turnover, about 7.3x. So commercially, it's a great success, but even more important, it's very important for patients that we can actually translate small molecules or other modalities towards patients.
And just for foreigners in the audience, Bioinnovation Institute is an incubation, acceleration sort of program, right?
Correct. But that's not the only initiative we have taken. We embarked on a lot of different areas. It's not only therapeutics we're looking into, it's also industrial biotech, sustainability, and the most recent addition is quantum and AI. So we push upon several verticals that are important for the life science ecosystem as such. And it's not only funding, it's also physical spaces we invest in. It's scaling and implementation infrastructure, it's regulatory paradigms, it's IP structures that really go into. So it's the full Monty within an ecosystem that we are pushing on.
But let's talk about funding, even if you are doing other things. So Danish founders are famously going to the US, as you were talking about, going to find bigger rounds. But Colleen, you went to Denmark. You're the one who's done the latest bit of due diligence on our country. What did the Danish funding and investment climate look like to you when you viewed us from afar?
You know, I think Denmark has always had such an incredible history of innovation. And so looking at it from our perspective, we are working on women's health. So this is a traditionally very unfunded or underfunded area. You know, it's far behind other indications such as oncology, immunotherapies, and so forth. But there's such a huge need. I mean, obviously these indications affect half the world's population. We've been struggling with them forever. So we're kind of at a precipice of an emergence, of a recognition that there's a huge untapped market in women's health. There's a lot of initiatives that have just been started in the U.S. particularly this year. But I have to say, even before those initiatives, we had investors here in Denmark. So I think we had IFO, we had a really strong base here, and that recognition was part of it. That hey, wait a second. One, there's a need. Two, there's a huge market to be addressed. And we're at the forefront of doing a new modality. We're pioneering a new class of microbial immunotherapies. So this was a tremendous step, that maybe some investors might not have wanted to take. So this is something that we were very excited about, to be here in Denmark and be able to capitalize on that.
Fantastic. And Mikkel, Novo Nordisk Foundation is now sort of funding indirectly via your incubator, the Bioinnovation Institute. Where is, in your view, is your part of this Danish seed funding moving?
Mm-hmm. So part of the foundation's mandate is also to foster new VCs. So what we do is we allocate a fund of funds mandate into Novo Holdings, which is, fun enough, our holding company, and especially Novo Seeds. So those are preparations they use to invest in existing VCs, but they also use them to invest in new ones. And I see Peter Lundqvist here, from the CEO from IFO. I have Massi as well, and I can say in this anonymous audience that we are looking into creating a very big fund within quantum, for instance, and that's a whole new focus for us. But that will increase the interest for many investors, but also startups to come to the Nordics, I think. So we have about, and within the therapeutic sector, we have about investments into 5 different VCs, but that's probably where a place I would like to flourish more. We have a very strong startup stage. We have a lot of deal flow coming to Denmark now. I'm not sure, I think that we have the sufficient competition within the VC system as of yet.
And Mads, you're looking sort of from this the macro level, a fund of funds, if you will. How has Denmark developed in this field, and specifically the life science area? Are we sort of the biggest per capita or the biggest in the Nordics? Or how are we doing?
Yeah, so again here, huge thanks to Novo and others, but I think we've gone from a world where Denmark didn't exist to most foreigners to a world where you cannot go anywhere on the planet and people not knowing about Novo. Right, and that means that we have a tailwind on a series of parameters. It means that Denmark is now in the sort of the Premier League. We are at a point now where we shouldn't talk about corrected for GDP. We are literally at a point where, in absolute terms, capital provided to founders in this country, it has 5-folded over the last 5 years, and it's on the outlook to do that again. We will supersede as a country in absolute terms UK. That's of course far away when you are to 5-double, but with the initiatives, the digitalization of our, you could say, society, which is quantum is one, AI is another. But if you think about conceptually, in particular in a conference like this, how have we structured our healthcare system today? And it may sound provocative, but it's a reactive healthcare system. You live your life, you get ill, and then you get treated. And that we've solved primarily over the last 50 years through medicine. What's about to happen, where tech is really entering, and that's also why we really encourage this event to grow, is that we are seeing Microsoft, etc., taking massive strides at the outer 80% of total global healthcare cost, which is surrounding medicine. And all of a sudden, we are no longer talking about, you need to get ill and get a treatment. You're talking about lifelong prevention and instilling technology that ultimately will hold us away from that running into whatever we are running into, right? And these companies are emerging swiftly now. And actually the interesting sort of global, you can say, competition right now is no longer between us in venture firms per se. It's about basically tech morphing in from the one side and classic life science from the other. And the big dilemma is now who will actually absorb the outer 80% of the cost here. And in doing so, Denmark is the perfect playing ground. Denmark is the most digitalized, one of the most digitalized countries in the world. We have a unique identifier code that allows you to do data plays underneath, which allows you to basically sync in both from a sort of clinical trial perspective, but also in real life evidence in an entire population, what has gone on for 30 years. So Denmark is just getting to a point now where Premier League is real, both in absolute terms, but also sort of the foundational factors underneath are really strengthening that. And we are only seeing the start of a huge innovation cycle also there.
And we'll get to innovation in just a second, but just to round this round about the money off, Colleen, we've heard about how seed funding is really good, VC rounds are really good. Now, moving on to Series A, B, C, and so on, do you see enough to keep you in Denmark?
That's a provocative question. Yes, we're born in Denmark. We're half of our co-founders are Danish. Our headquarters are here in Copenhagen, so our workforce, our team is Danish. So absolutely. I mean, we're on a path to bring our first therapeutic, hopefully to a BLA filing in the next few years. And this is all going to happen from Denmark. So it's I think everything that you need in this recipe to succeed is here. So we wouldn't necessarily move from that. I mean, we certainly capitalize on the flexibility of being here. So we do have a footprint in Boston as well. We do have an office in Boston. We are looking at other geographies as well, but our headquarters are here.
Fantastic. So moving on to knowledge, the knowledge that you can find here, and we've already heard you sort of skirting around the stuff you found, but what has been the most important sort of knowledge infrastructure, if you will, that you've discovered in Denmark that you can find useful?
Yeah, I think what we've really capitalized on is that we're in the space and in the industry of strain development, so bacterial strain development. There's such a strong expertise in this area here in Denmark. So Christian Hansen has been paving the way, not necessarily for therapeutic products, but there's a know-how in terms of the production. How do you scale up in fermenters these different types of bacteria? So this is something that we've really found a very good base here to be able to capitalize on that knowledge. Our CSO, for example, used to work for Christian Hansen and is now in our company, was one of our co-founders. And a lot of our staff actually come from Christian Hansen as well, and Novo. So we have connections to all of these. I would say also, we've made a transition from and this is sort of the journey, I think, of a lot of biotech companies, where you go from proof of concept, you're not necessarily working in a regulated space at the beginning, to transitioning into a very regulated space once you start that clinical development path and you're under regulation for a drug product. So I think once we've entered into that phase, so we've capitalized on the science, but we've also been able to leverage the knowledge coming in terms of how to develop therapeutics under the drug regulations. So we have a lot of staff in our company that come from pharma industry. You have Ferring here, you have Novo. So there's a lot of our staff do come from the pharma industry and bring that tremendous experience and know-how to now. We continue to develop this great science, but then we also know how to one, produce these strain-based products internally, but also to bring that forward through the clinical development path, eventually to a BLA filing.
So we have the people who know some stuff, but Mads, you were just earlier mentioning something about supercomputer, and you were talking about quantum. Let's start with you, Mads. From your point of view, what's going to be the biggest game changer in Denmark for the life science area in terms of machinery?
Oh, that's a big question. I think you need to enter that sort of what's going to happen short term and longer term. Long term, I have no doubt quantum will be it. Set new standards. Short term, the guy just on stage, Corti, is basically one of the leading, you can say, AI companies in Europe by now. Also, underlyingly, you can argue, are we actually at a point where the totality of all medicine being produced, will that change more lives than changing all conversations from healthcare professionals to patients? I think the jury is out these years, and AI is the solve. And basically superhuman, you could say, doctors assisting them with real life, you could say, assistance, co-piloting that into actually changing behavior, because we can see in the entire system it's folded. That is happening right now, right? And that's a time length where, from you have the technology until it's actually being deployed, it's maybe 5-10 years, and then that market is captured. And then if we look beyond that, quantum will set completely new standards. And also there, Denmark has opportunity to be one of the leading hubs in the world if we do things right early on.
And that's something that you're looking into, Mikkel. What is your view on what is quantum? How is that even going to make a difference for life science? Isn't that about computing and breaking codes and stuff?
Yeah, well, life science is also about computing. If you could, instead of using expensive biological libraries, you can maybe find one through an AI component. That's going to cut a huge cost out of drug discovery. So it will have a huge impact on the life sciences, especially the therapeutic sector, but it will also have a huge impact on medical devices. So I don't think I can stress enough how transformative that would be. And now I think we are starting to see, I think that would be a huge competitive advantage for Denmark. Now I start to see that we have demonstration facilities within life sciences. We have a supercomputer. Soon we will have a drug discovery center. So I start to see that all these critical scaling infrastructures come into place. So we will have a full and seamlessly ecosystem to take a small molecule and put that right into patients at a very fast pace. That's still a dream scenario, but I see those pieces coming together right now. But just to Colleen's point, the way we can see that Denmark is a very somewhat immature startup place is that we don't really have we have talent on the very specialized level, but when it comes to C-level, CFOs, CSOs, and so forth, we still have some grounds to take, because that takes a very old ecosystem to develop all those. And if you look at the East Coast, Kendall Square, Boston, if you look to the West Coast, US, I mean, you've had these extremely strong startup systems that have been working in long cycles, time cycles. So they have all the battle scars. They know what to do and what not to do. We don't quite have that yet in Denmark, but I mean, we will soon have that. But that's a evolutionary point of view that I take here, and it will take some time. Of course, we can import that, and that's also what you start to see now. We are working more and more with establishing entrepreneurs in residence programs. We are educating from the foundation. We're educating a lot of entrepreneurs through many of our programs. So, I mean, in numbers scale here, I would say about 1,000 a year we start to develop now in Copenhagen and the Nordics. So it is moving on rapidly.
Yeah. So do we see preparedness in Denmark for co-creation between academia and commerce? Colleen first.
Between academia and commerce, yeah, we've certainly leveraged a lot of, just for an example, so one of our large clinical trials that we ran was with Vidal Hospital. So we do have a connection between sort of academia and it's Henriette Spar Nielsen, she's a clinical professor. So we've definitely been able to leverage this here in Copenhagen. It was actually one of the first patients we dosed was here in Copenhagen. So it's been a very powerful connection that has enabled us to move very quickly. So, sure.
And you know, we've had incubators. You say we're not really mature, but we've had incubators for decades. Novo Nordisk Foundation founded Bioinnovation Institute in 2007, and of course, Mikkel, you're bound to be biased about this. So I'll ask Mads: are they any good?
They're damn good. Pardon my French here. No, but seriously, I mean, I had the pleasure of joining the demo day the other day, which is basically the outcome of having been in residence at Bioinnovation Institute. And I can also see, I'm sure Jens cannot listen, but he's over here, so if you want to hear more, he's the true expert. If we could ever dream being any country in Europe of a sponsor like the Novo Foundation and a setup like that, I think all countries would happily take that. And one of the most impressive new data points that I saw as part of the updated strategy was that Denmark is now also, in terms of patient versus startups, we're now leading also there, which is a clear, I know you cannot correlate one-to-one to BII, but it's a clear pattern shift from BII was established to now. Again, indicating the translation of science at a completely different level, with the opportunity even to scale that beyond Danish border, and ultimately also become a magnet of international IP. So from what I can see, I'm seeing a super energetic team. I'm seeing the right sparring in the early phases, which is atypical very early on, and pitch level material now that I can only invite international investors to really have a look at BII. In my view, you're looking at the European leading incubator by now, who will only grow from here. And if we grow that ecosystem together, things will start to prosper even more. So thank you to Novo and to BII.
Absolutely. So moving on from money and knowledge to ecosystem. And by the way, at the end of this, we would like to take questions from the audience. So if you want to go to I think it's called Slido. Somebody correct me here. No, nobody's listening over there. Go to the app and ask your questions. So moving on to ecosystem. Now I can't help talking about the fact that I'm representing an innovation district. We've had innovation districts around the world for decades, and now the innovation district Copenhagen is in the government business strategy. So we're sort of dreaming of building a Silicon Valley Kendall Square scenario here in Copenhagen, and Colleen, can that play a role in attracting people like you?
I come from Silicon Valley, so I was born and raised there. So I could see, you know, I was I was at Stanford when Google was still a Stanford thing. So I'm kind of dating myself here, but you know, I can see that kind of excitement and feeding off of innovation from different branches. So very interdisciplinary approach. I think having a district like Kendall Square or Silicon Valley is a fantastic idea. I think then you have a hub, and when you go to Kendall Square, you can feel that excitement. When you go to Silicon Valley, you can feel that excitement in the tech space. So it's really something that I think is a great initiative for Denmark. I think it's something that can definitely attract a lot of talent, because it's kind of a snowball effect. You have a critical mass, and the innovation feeds off of each other. And there's already kind of a tradition of this. Again, you have these incubators, you have BII, we have these workspace areas. We're located in Symbion, where there's lots of other companies. So you kind of feed off that excitement. So if you have like an area of the city, it's a big statement from the country as well that yes, we are prioritizing innovation, and we're putting a lot of minds and financing behind it.
Thank you. Now, I'm not familiar with the American system, but in Denmark we do have quite a lot of public business support, apart from what you're doing, and it's free of charge, and it's risk tolerant, sort of the stuff that IFO is doing. And here Mass is biased, so Mikkel, is the public support system any good?
It has gone extremely professional, I'd say. I think a lot of kudos to the Danish government that they dared making IFO the super fund. I think that placed Denmark internationally at a place where we want them to be. Now they have the competence together with us to create new VCs, to invest into new scaling infrastructure. They can attract talent. I mean, so yeah, we have a lot of firepower in the Novo Group, but we need similar players in the ecosystem, because we can't rely on just one. It's a huge risk. So we really need the public sector to push and lean in forward, and I think they're really doing that. I think IDC is a great example, but I also think Gefion, our supercomputer, is a great example, and I think the 2 or 3 big initiatives that I know it's on the way, in the making, shows that Denmark is extremely good at working OPP-wise. I think we have never been better at it than we are right now, and I think I will also point to the NATO-led initiative, Diana, the NIF, the NATO Innovation Foundation Fund. I mean, that's a whole new ball player on the team. We have never seen that coming, and I think that tells a history that the public sector can be extremely intelligent and can be extremely powerful in driving innovation. And if you look scientifically at this, I mean, that's what has happened over the course of years. I mean, Kendall Square is a product of a huge public investment, a governor that said, I want to place Boston on the map. The same with Silicon Valley, that was German supercomputers, and then you had the defense sector coming in and chipping in. And that's what I see happening with the quantum industry and NATO now in not just Europe, but North America as such. And I think we can piggyback a lot on that. And to me, it also helps big equity investors to chip in, because if you have patient capital and you have a lead, then you will build a strong ecosystem. And so I'm really positive towards the future of not just Denmark, but Denmark and allied countries as well.
So we've got a commercial ecosystem, we've got a knowledge ecosystem, but we've also got an industrial ecosystem. And you were just mentioning, Colleen, how you've found people in Christian Hansen, which is not really a pharma or life science company. How important is it that there's this whole sort of a big molecule, other big molecule players that are doing something completely different?
So I think one half of success when you're developing a drug is to be able to the science and the clinical development, but also to manufacture that drug and do that correctly and underneath the drug regulation. So we've kind of I think you're right. So Christian Hansen is not in the business of pharmaceuticals necessarily, but there's this know-how, and a very deep and long know-how in terms of how to develop and scale up strains, bacterial strains. So we've been able to leverage 2 worlds, so one from Ferring and one from Christian Hansen, and bring those 2 together actually. So we have the strain development know-how, and we have the pharma know-how, and we've been able to kind of put that together in our company to drive forward our clinical development plan, but obviously drugs that are developed. We actually just released our first drug product, so that was quite an exciting milestone for the company. So we need people to do that. So the manufacturing is a key part of any drug development, life sciences ecosystem, I would say.
Thank you a lot. So we're going to take a few questions from the audience, and I see that that the first question is, how do you see the current corporate startup collaboration in Denmark? Is there something extra we can do? And I'm not really sure who to post this question for. So first past the post gets to answer it.
I mean, I have people. When was that? We took that initiative of Odin. That was 5 years ago. We started that. It was 4 or 5 years ago, and that's to empower the life sciences and use their IP, what's in the drawer, and have startups working on that. Because actually, there are quite a lot of scientific discoveries that have never been worked on for different reasons within pharma. So we would like to open up that drawer and have a therapist in residence startups to work with that. Also, we took an initiative called the Open Discovery and Innovation Initiative, where we work in a patent-free zone for about 3 years. So we let the pharma companies, they work with the high-throughput screening, their libraries, medicinal chemists, and so forth, and they populate early small molecules and other modalities, and they work with them up to 2 or 3 years, and then they can go take IP on them and claim IP. That works extremely well. Now we started out by 3 or 4 pharma companies. Now we have 50 in this modality. But
we're already doing that. What more do we need to do?
Yeah, then I think we need much more fluid accessibility between academia and big pharma. We haven't historically been very good at that. We also need, that's probably where the public sector, but also academia themselves can probably de-risk this a lot. I mean, if you see CVs in Silicon Valley, if you see CVs in Boston, you will see, okay, they typically have tenure from a big university or hospital, and then they also have 2 or 3 startups on the back. We don't see that at all in Denmark yet.
Okay. So next question from Søren T. How do we get better at integrating the patient data siloed in the public sector and use the Danish population to accelerate the development of new products?
I don't have an answer to how we do that, but this I can say was one of the reasons, one of the additional reasons why we set up in Denmark. So there is such a strong, I think, so I'm an epidemiologist by training, and I think the health data that's available in Denmark is second to none. There's something like over 100 patient registries, and you can use this at a population level in an unprecedented way. And I think with the emergence of AI, with supercomputing, we can leverage those too. That's something that we've always had in our sort of plans for the future, is how we can bring in this population level data and merge that with patient data that we're collecting. And we're, you were making the point, Mikkel, before about supercomputing, and this is one of the backbones of Freya as well. We're using computer room right now. We're looking forward to the new supercomputer that's coming up. But absolutely, it's something that is a big part of Denmark, and it should be. I think if there's the ability to merge the two, then that can only help drive forward new innovation.
Fantastic. So I see there's exactly 1 minute till we get kicked off stage, and I think that leaves perfect time for quick answers to this last question. Is Denmark ready for international startups to establish here? And
we're an example.
You're an example. Mads?
Yes, and I would again turn you could say the question around. If you're an international startup, think about which country has better foundations than Denmark, both from a capital side, from a talent side, from basically some of the initiatives with AI, quantum to come. And increasingly we're seeing that trend. So latest in quantum, we invested in atom computing, which is now announcing, you can say, partnership with Microsoft, American company, by the way, announcing European headquarter north of Copenhagen here together with Microsoft. A prime example of actually bridging, you could say, a new technology to Denmark via capital.
So 1 second left. You only get a yes or a no.
I'd say if you're a fundraising company up until A plus B, I can't find much better places than Denmark, Boston, or Silicon Valley now. If you're beyond that, you would still struggle a little bit in Denmark, yeah.
So thank you very much, Mikkel, Pauline, Mads, and thank you to the audience for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the life science stage. We need to make some transitions here. Let's go ahead and do that. So this year on the life science programming at TechBBQ, we've really emphasized the important connection between planetary health and human health. And these areas are coming together in the real world too, with the potential not only to transform health outcomes, but to impact the broader economy. So we're moving beyond traditional boundaries, which presents a range of new opportunities. We're very fortunate today to be joined by Jens Nielsen, the CEO of BII, and Sophie Karsten Nielsen, the Director of Danish Industry Biosolutions and the European Biosolutions Coalition, and the former Minister of Higher Education Research and I think Innovation, who will discuss the evolving opportunities and challenges in the planetary and human health landscape in the Nordics. They will be taking questions afterwards, and please welcome them to our stage.
Thank you so much. I think we will start by just, well, we got an introduction, but maybe slightly more about who we are now, Jens, and what we do. And then we'll have a conversation about where we're going with the area that we work with. I'm Sophie Karsten Nielsen, and as said, I'm now the director for DI Biosolutions. DI is Danish Industry, an employers organization, which has taken the initiative to have a specific sector only focusing on biosolutions. We have 88 member companies in DI Biosolutions. Lots of startups coming in this area, and we define biosolutions with us. Then maybe you can say what you do, Jens, as all the biotech which is not red biotech. So not pharma, not life science in that sense, but everything else that has to do with planetary health. That's how we define biosolutions. And in Danish Industry, we then created the European Biosolutions Coalition of European industry organizations as ourselves. We started that work last year. We're now 11 country members in the Biosolutions Coalition with the goal to really promote biosolutions as solutions which can help climate, food transition, biodiversity and the environment, of course, as well, and push on a European level to get change regulation and better conditions. That's the short version of it.
Fantastic. So a little bit about myself, Jens Nielsen. I'm the CEO of the Bioinnovation Institute. I've been there for a little bit more than 5 years now. Before that, I have a long academic background. I was professor both at the Technical University of Denmark, but also in Sweden at Chalmers University of Technology. My research has been in the area of biotechnology, relatively broad, but very much related to the biosolution space. So we engineered cell factories to produce many different types of chemicals that find application as food ingredients, active pharmaceutical ingredients, and so on. During my tenure as professor, I was also involved as an entrepreneur and founded 6 biotech companies that were spun out from my research group in various different areas. At BII, we are trying to exactly bridge the gap between universities, academic research at universities, and startups. And we do that through various programs, but one is particularly focusing on taking very early stage startup companies and bring them forward to a stage where they can be invested in. And so we have established a very large network of investors that we expose our companies to. We have so far supported more than 100 companies, and they have raised combined more than 650 million euros in capital. So, but Sophie, let's get back to biosolutions, and why don't you say your perspectives on this? Where are we? What can the field offer, and so on?
Yeah, well, my background, I was a politician for more than 10 years here in Denmark. I'm also the former Minister for Higher Education and Research and Innovation. I started the Innovation Foundation in Denmark more than 10 years ago. And my perspective when I came into this area as a politician was obviously how enormously interesting it is. I did help with a parliamentary majority, of course, to put some financing into a lot of the early startups and the research, of course, basic research on what has later to become biosolutions, but the biotechnology at that stage. Then I left and did a lot of other things in politics, apart from research, became a political leader, focused on other things, left politics, and went into specifically this area of biosolutions because I really had the feeling that this is something the world should know more about. And decision makers should know more about this. Everything, all the startups that are there, all the solutions that are there, why aren't they used more? Why don't we speak more about it? So that's just to say the very simple way of going into this is we have so many solutions. There's so much technology that has been there for ages, some of it, and some of it is very, very new, like the many companies coming out of BII. But the decision makers don't know about this yet. So the reason that I really feel we should be working much harder on this is that the bio-revolution is, of course, already upon us. And that's a term coined by McKinsey, so it's not some sort of left-wing project. It's really something in the core of industry. But decision makers and many, many stakeholders, civil servants around our member countries in Denmark, in Europe, don't really know a lot about it. And Jens, that's because we haven't spoken to each other a lot across those political specters. And right now, with the competition that we face from the US, from China, from the Middle East in general, which is good. Competition on green technologies is a really good thing. But just this Monday, Mario Draghi, the former president of the European Central Bank, came out with this report on European competitiveness and said it's really, really, we're in a really bad place. We need to do way more to push our companies forward, and most of all to have them stay in Europe, because they're leaving at the moment and they're taking their ideas and their solutions with them, and investments are going out of Europe. That's not exactly what we heard in the panel just before, which is a good thing. So we have some sort of a special thing going on in Denmark, partly because of places like BII. But that can't really work forever if we don't push the European boundaries as well and get many more solutions onto market in Europe, because the real problem is that the solution can't get onto market. It takes 7 years on average to get a new biosolution approved in the EU. And just last week, a Danish company got their biosolutions approved in the US, and it took 6 months. And that's a comparison that we just can't really work with. So I think that's what's challenging us at the moment. At the same time, and I'd like to hear you a little more about that, it seems like, to me at least, that so many of the solutions to solve the climate crisis, the real challenge of food and the green food transition, because we can't feed 10 billion people continuing the way we do with agriculture and production of food. And of course also in terms of nature and land use and biodiversity, and they're all interconnected. But how do you see all of the ideas that are coming up and what the barriers that we meet at the same time?
So first, let's maybe try to put some examples to what kind of solutions we're talking about. So of course, when we talk about biosolution, it's really a very broad spectrum. And what we normally talk about at BII, that is new solutions for food, for ag, it's for chemicals and materials, as well as also, of course, for energy. Energy is difficult. Biofuels has been a troubled area for a long time. Interesting enough, it's getting some renewed interest, particularly for sustainable aviation fuels. And so we do have one company looking into that space. But really the majority right now is in the food and ag space. And it's probably because you can relatively faster scale up the technologies, and you can address markets. And that's of course important if you're going to capitalize and give return on the investment. So let me give a couple of examples of companies that have actually maybe come across some of the regulatory barriers that are there. And that's companies that are actually relying on existing technology. So let me give a concrete example. We have one of our startup company, Matter Foods, that is already have commercial products on the market. You can get them at Gasoline Grill as a Matter Burger. You can get them at Sticks and Sushi, and you can also get them through Nemly.com as simply as a patty, beef patty replacement. What they do is they take plant residues, potatoes, red beets, and more, and then they use a very classical fungal fermentation to solidify and basically create the texture that mimics a grinded beef. And what is interesting about that is that this is an organism, a fungus that we have been used for food scale production for hundreds of years, and therefore it is already approved on the market. So this is an example of a company that actually doesn't need to wait for regulatory approval, but what they are facing as a big challenge is scaling. Because suddenly they will have to, you can imagine, if they have to address mass markets and really have impact, they will have to have large-scale facilities for production, and that's expensive, and that's one barrier that many of these companies face. Another example maybe to mention is also a company that can directly get products on the market. It's also in the food space. It's a company that is developing what I would call vegan cheeses. They don't really launch it as that, but that's for lack of a better word. What they do is that they take plant-based milks and they identified an enzyme that can result in coagulation of the proteins in the plant-based milk, just like what is happening in the tradition Christian Hansen enzyme that is used for making cheeses from traditionally cow milk. So also they can, because they're using a food-grade enzyme, they can also get on the market. But except for these two cases, which are of course wonderful examples that where you see innovation and you see how technology can actually advance the field, very often the startups come into this challenge about getting regulatory approval, and that is a major challenge that we are facing in Europe. One of the things that we are also doing to overcome this is of course helping them to get into the US markets. That's one avenue. But we're also beginning to look if they can begin to address low and middle income countries where actually that has very, very high growth rates. So we begin to call them high growth markets because there's really opportunities to get in and also get your products on the market there. There are additional challenges, of course, with that because it's somewhat unusual business models. But just to say that these are some of the paths we can take. Just to remind everyone here about 20% of CO2 emission comes from our food production.
Exactly.
So food is an obvious place to address this, and hopefully we can begin to address changes not only in what we eat, so it's more sustainable from the environment, but also such that it's more healthy. So then we will win on two fronts.
And I think it has been seen. I wanted to bring in the perspective of actually speaking about this and understanding it better because there are so many solutions. You've just mentioned two of them. They're both members of DI Biosolutions, some of the 88, and we are promoting their solutions all over. I even think Matter was here yesterday promoting their product. So many things happening within the food space, also within the material space, new building materials, new fabrics, everything coming out of this. But since I bring it up here, it's because regulators have not heard about this yet. So they're not evil people regulating biosolutions out of the world. They also want green solutions. But we need to be able to present them better, speak to each other about it, and promote them. Luckily, this is happening right now. Just to give you some hope, there will be next year, the Commission President in the EU has promised to present an EU Biotech Act, it might sound a little bit boring and stiff, but it's really important because products, not like the ones you just produced, it's both about scaling, but it's also about recognition. So in the EU, we have a very old food regulation which basically says that everything that was approved before 1997 are good and clean, and everything after 1997 has to go through a very long procedure. I can see some people recognize this. It's called the Novel Food Regulation, and should be controlled. And of course it should be controlled. It's just, we can't wait 7 years for new green solutions to come onto market. And this is realized now in the EU. What they are asking us in the Commission and national politicians as well, and that's what I'm asking you about, is how do we explain this to people so that they don't get scared about technology in food, for example, so that they don't think that everything that has to do with biosolutions is something weird and technical. I think we really need to work on the examples, as you just did, to showcase them, and to get the technology companies, because that's what it is, to really get on stage and explain themselves. And I know this is very hard because most of them are focused on growing their business. So we'll help doing that, but it's very important that if we are to grow this space from Europe and from Denmark, that we actually work together to continuously explain this as something which can help the world. Which is actually very, very normal to deal with, and not something which is confined to the engineering or tech space or expert space. I'm really concerned that this bridge is built and that we get there. So any good advice to me, Jens, on how I should do that?
I think this is a tough bridge to build. I agree completely, but I think the power of the examples is very, very important. And I also think it's important, and what makes me optimistic about the future is that there is really beginning to be a consumer movement in this direction. And so that means that you will basically begin to get a transition, and you will have it as a consumer demand. Rather than it's really a technology we are introducing in order to address a global challenge like climate change. And it's not because we should not address that, but it's also very abstract for many people to think about that when they are standing in the supermarket and make choices on what to buy. But there I think we begin to see some of these examples where the consumer movement is beginning to change. That will of course begin to get farmers also to adjust their production to this, and yes, there will of course be a lot of conservatism, and yes, and let's not also forget that many of the regulatory and political instruments we have put in place is also to conserve and preserve a very classical farming industry. But the point is that the farmers, there will always be need for the farmers, because it's just different type of products that they will have to produce going forward, and so we just need to get them on this travel going forward. And I think that's an important thing to remember. Maybe also now it's not necessarily just about all going to plant-based meats and stuff like that. We also need to think about what kind of biosolutions we can introduce in order to make the current agricultural sector less CO2 emitting or methane emitting, as is particularly the case for the cows. So there are opportunities for new technologies that addresses these, and I think if one can have a fast track for regulatory approval for this, there's actually a chance that we could have a very rapid impact on some of these things.
And get the farmers on board.
And get the farmers on board on this.
See, that's a really good point. And get the chemical industry on board maybe. But some industries have to transition, which is why I'm looking at the tech community and saying, this community really knows how to transition. And maybe also to help build the bridges to some of the older industries which need the transition now. Because I think pretty much everyone, well, a lot of people do know that this is happening. We have to transition. It's acknowledged politically that we have to transition. At least most places. I know looking at the American election campaign, maybe it's a little bit different. But
Promise
anyway,
not to talk about that.
Yes, let's not talk about that, but about how we progress. And I really think you have an important point. We need to build that bridge to the farmers, to the old industries in order to bring them along. While we can't at the same time wait too long with the transition because we need it to move on. And we need it to move on in Europe as well, and here in Denmark. The picture I have right now is that so much of it is born here with you, from our research investments, innovation investments. And then we're looking at sort of a really tipping point where it's like, great, thanks for all the great, to be a little rough now, all of the great investments. Now we're leaving. And of course you're leaving if you can't get onto market in the country that you're in, or at least you might have some sort of placement here because the researchers, the innovators, a lot of the competencies are still here or in the Netherlands or other great European countries. But then you put your production somewhere else. And we need that to happen here as well, don't we?
Yeah, we will need to work on this together.
We will.
And because there's so much potential for innovation in Europe, when we do an analysis of the scientific output in Europe in this area, Europe is clearly world leading. So there's no doubt that all the potential, all the science potential is here. We just need to work on this.
Yes.
Well, maybe it's time we should take some questions
Yes,
from the
I'm wondering,
auditorium. If there are
whether-
anyone that have any questions, let me see. We were instructed to.
Yes, we were. And the Slido is here, I can tell. We're told on the screen to take questions, but if... Ooh. Yes, will Danish startups be left behind in this transition due to the slowness of EU regulation? That's exactly what I'm afraid of course. However, I do see signs of hope. The EU Biotech Act next year. My experience, I'm in Brussels a lot of the time, and my experience is really they're opening doors to us. So also maybe to get a little bit of the normal, stereotypical impression, it's not Brussels. It's member states that we have to work on. Of course, Brussels as such, the EU is slow. As you say, regulators are usually sort of reactive and not proactive, but I think they're really working on it right now. But what we need to work on, and that's what I'm trying to get at all the time, is these false images of what are biosolutions. In Italy, the leader of the agricultural sector is calling biosolutions as such, even though it's such a small area, cultivated meat, calls it Frankenstein meat. And that's a picture that you can really use to scare people of everything that has to do with new green inventions in this area. And this is something that scares regulators in Brussels, because then you can't move. And we really need to sort of calm down that, or don't let it grow. But on the other hand, Jens, we need to be open about what is happening with technology.
Yeah.
We are using new genomic techniques, of course, because otherwise we wouldn't have these inventions.
And I think we can also leverage on the fact that we have some very large biotech industry in Denmark, like Novo Nordisk and others that are also paving the way to some extent. But therefore, I think it's fantastic that you made an alliance, that you speak with one tongue in Brussels on this.
Yeah. So in San Francisco, and that's right, restaurants are now serving lab-grown meat in order to sort of promote these ways forward. Yes, I think that would absolutely be a way forward. But we could just start with milk. The Danish startup 21st Bio just got that approval for milk protein grown in a lab in the US. So a Danish scale-up it is. Really based here on Danish technology, has gotten its first approval in the US to produce milk without cows, to just put it really simply. Why don't we do this in Europe? Why don't we do this in Denmark and serve it just somewhere? It's because it's too slow. I mean, I'm sure they will get there, but we're really working on that, because that would be one of the way forwards.
So maybe if I take this, the question about if we can decouple food production from agriculture, and there is of course quite a lot of interest in vertical farming and other approaches to this to provide the foodstuff for our future. But to be quite honest, if you look at the volumes that we require for generating food for us, you will never see this at all. But if we can reduce the amount of livestock that we are using in our food, that will significantly reduce the amount of land use that we need for food production, and that will open up for opportunities for increasing biodiversity and hereby address this challenge also. So I don't think we'll be able to decouple, but I think we'll be able to do it smarter and hereby address both challenges.
For sure, much smarter. And I see the last question, and then I'll end, I promise. What can we do in the large industry organizations? And thanks for that question, that's very important. We can create that community for all of the biosolution startups that we're trying to create now in order to give it a voice, both in Denmark and in Europe together. And that really has a great impact. Coming together across industries to promote biosolutions has really made an impact already. We're listened to because we represent across borders. And really, that is so important to show that you're not just one company, one country, or even one, no matter how big, foundation. We are across sectors and across countries. That is really, really important, and we'll keep on working with that.
And I think we better step off the stage before we'll be pulled down. But thank you very much, everyone, for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. With so many life science companies based here in a vibrant innovation ecosystem, it's not surprising that Denmark is becoming a magnet for international talent in life science research. Can the country do even more to get this talent here? In our next panel, industry leaders will discuss the need for attracting top international research talent to enhance Denmark's appeal as a premier career destination for researchers from around the world. Our moderator, Nikolai Labansky is the COO of Copenhagen Capacity, and he'll be joined by Karen Hamburg, the Chief Medical Officer at Lundbeck, Thomas Bjornholm, Chief Scientific Officer of Willem Fonden, and Marian Tellerson, Senior Vice President of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at DTU. Please join me in welcoming them to the life science stage. Please.
Thank you so much, Adam. Super. A big warm welcome from my side as well. Now we've introduced. I'm Nikolai Labansky, as Adam rightfully said, even though my name tag says a lot of different names. I have a Polish heritage, so I thought they would add some of my Polish extra names, so don't get mistaken there. But it's great to have you here, all here, and especially it's great to have the great panelists. And you've just been introduced to me. You'll hear a lot of great insights from their side. But what we also, at the very end of this session, there's the QR possibility. So you see that up there. You can ask a question. But you can not only ask a question in this session, it will also be great if you had some ideas. Ideas on what should we do more to actually attract international researchers to Denmark. Because that is the topic that we're going to discuss here. And just a short intro to the topic is that we have, you can say, do we have a problem in Denmark of attracting international researchers? And what we've done over the last month is that we've interviewed more than 50 research leaders at Danish universities. And according to them, it's not a problem to actually attract applications and get enough applicants, but they would like to see even more qualified applicants for their open research positions. We also see a tendency that some countries are actually not present in applying for research positions in Denmark. So you see a lot of countries that are not very well represented in the applications when open research positions are put out. So according to a lot of Danish research leaders, the answer is yes. We have a trouble of at least attracting the most qualified researchers to Denmark. And this part of that research has been part of a new initiative done. It's called Science Hub Denmark. Rightfully, we'll talk a little bit more. One of the founding fathers of that project, Thomas Bjørnholm, is here. And that is a project for the next 3 years of actually assisting Danish universities of being better at making it visible. What are the possibilities of conducting a research career in Denmark? But also assisting them in finding their way to the right dialogues with Danish research leaders, and also finding, and you can say, inspiring and motivating them to actually do applications when there's open positions there. So we're very much looking forward to conducting that initiative over the next 3 years. And that's like also Science Hub Denmark, some of the reasons why we have this panel debate here today. So basically, I'd like to open up with the first question, and I'll turn to you, Marianne, because you are a part of the management team at DTU. And do you recognize this problem that we've seen? Yeah.
Well, I do. I would say that we get a lot of applicants for positions for young researchers, but the more experienced researchers, it's more difficult. And I think there are many factors. There's something about awareness. Do you know about Denmark? Do you know about DTU? Not necessarily. We are a small country, so I think there's something about awareness that is really important. I also think that if you look at the more senior positions, we do get applications, but as soon as they hear about salary and stuff, it's a little more difficult because we don't necessarily pay high salaries. So I think what is important for us is that they become aware of where we are, and then we create opportunities for, tenure track, talent ways, spouse opportunities, and stuff like that. Mm.
So you do recognize the problem, but mainly on this more seniority level of research. Yeah. Okay. That might be looking different when you look from an industry perspective.
Well, yes and no. Let me start by setting the context for what we are looking for, and then come back to your questions. I represent a mid-sized pharma company. Lundbeck has about 6,000 employees. We are exclusively focused on neuroscience, so we are highly specialized, highly innovation-driven. The purpose is to advance the mental health agenda and transforming patients' lives, so it's very much also a social and public health agenda. We are here as focused innovators, and we are looking very much for senior specialized talent, as you just expressed, Marianne, but also for younger talent that can sort of join, maybe directly from academia or early in their career, and can grow and transform with the business. So it's 2 different levels that we're looking for. And especially for the senior, as you also say, we have difficulties attracting them, and I think there are many reasons for that. But we want the talent not only to move to Denmark, but also be able to attract talent potentially that actually stay located in their home countries, because we are marketing our products globally. We treat about 8 million patients a day with our products. So we also need that insight. So it's both finding ways to work for a Danish company, but from a foreign country. And it is also getting people attracted to move to Denmark. And then for the younger talent, it's a different agenda. It's more driven by also working closely with academia, and I think we have something here that we could potentially also learn from this. How can we work together to create that ecosystem where that does not become a one-way street, but we can actually have a dual exchange of talent also with academia.
And you must be doing that already today, Garrett. Yeah. So please, can you elaborate a little more on that?
I can definitely elaborate for the senior part of the talent attraction, I do recognize the issue with the compensation package. I think it's necessary, that's specific for certain countries, like US is difficult, Switzerland is difficult. But I think it's important to articulate that it's about a package, it's not about a salary. There's much more you can do for people, and there are two sides of this. There's the hard side, like Danish taxation, difficulties in finding housing. The weather during the winter season is a bit more difficult to fix, but that's an issue for some people. And then there's the soft side where we are working on this, and as you say, the partner, the opportunities for partners is something we are actively working on, because that has been an issue for a lot of people coming to Denmark with a partner, that we actually also find opportunities for the partners and create an atmosphere and a social environment where you can thrive as a family. A flexible working hours, that's another thing that you can do in that respect. So it's about the whole package of making it attractive for people to join.
Super, Karen. Thanks a lot. And there are lots of questions that arises from some of your insights here. But let's also get Thomas into the discussion here. And Thomas, of course, you are, as I said before, the founding father or idea maker, what you would call it, behind Science Hub Denmark. And why did you actually push for that initiative?
Well, originally it was while I was at the University of Copenhagen, and Times Higher, which is sort of a magazine for university leaders, described universities at large in Denmark as quietly brilliant. And I thought that was a very, unfortunately, catchy and well-chosen.
I've always quoted you for that.
Well, I'm sorry. But, and quietly brilliant is a really a bad idea if you want to attract talent from all over the world. I mean, how can great talent know that we are there if we are quiet? So that was actually the beginning. And then there are a lot of discussions, both in the university context and also when I moved to the private foundation that supports research in a big way in Denmark. I was actually given the job to, can we help the universities with some of their most serious issues? And we discussed with the university leadership, and they, as they do now, said this is one of the issues, not to attract international interest, but to attract top international talent. That's difficult, and especially we almost get no applications, as you said, from the US, from the UK, from places where we normally would say the top talent is looking. So that was sort of the beginning.
Yeah.
And then you can ask, can you do anything about it? And we hired a group of anthropologists, not to move into the African village, as you may think they do all the time, but into the global village of talent. And they actually moved. The problem with what we discuss in Denmark is that we are surrounded by people who know that this is Denmark and sort of know their way around. So what we asked them to do was to move into, and with families that had chosen other places, that had chosen EPFL in Switzerland, or chosen Leiden in the Netherlands, and see what were their reasons to choose those places. And then from such a study, they created a set of barriers for attracting top talent to Denmark. And the most serious one, and the first one was, if you ask people who are not in Denmark, they don't know it at all. It was never on the radar. They have no clue what Denmark is. Maybe they think it's the capital of Sweden, if you are lucky. That's basically the starting point of Science Hub Denmark. Then other barriers were also, came later, cultural barrier, immigration barriers, barriers about, if you want to move your family, then you really care about whether you have a secure position, if you have a tenured position, things like that. So there were a lot of issues you could grab. None of them was tax, none of them was salary. I think that's an important point, because for top researchers, what do they want? They want colleagues that are also top researchers. They just like to discuss, and they want students who are great. And if you can give them that and security and peace of mind to follow their own ideas, they're happy. They don't give a shit about tax, and at least it's not. That's an exaggeration, but it's not top of the list at all when you're talking about the attraction. So I think that was a very important, and anybody can look it up. It's Is It a Bird who made this report, and it's quite a good report. And so that was the beginning of Science Hub Denmark.
And it's a great report. I can really recommend you to read it, because it gives a lot of insights actually to some of these barriers that you're talking about. And maybe that's coming back to the awareness. But maybe I forgot to ask the very obvious question: why do we need the best researchers in Denmark?
I think that's very obvious.
Yeah, but still.
I think all universities in the universe want to be excellent, right? How do you become excellent? It's all about people, so you need to have excellent researchers.
So it's so simple as that.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
And I think one way of going is to grooming them yourself, to make sure you have tenure track and so on, as Thomas alluded to. Another way to go is to find them when they are actually very successful, and then get them interested in moving to Denmark. And I think that's the two approaches we take.
Yeah, we are working on, and maybe that's also coming back. And of course, the reason for my obvious question is that we're talking innovation, we're talking entrepreneurship here at TechBBQ, and of course, having the international perspective, you were talking about that kind before, that you also need different perspectives to do the very best. And of course, attracting them to a university is one thing. The other thing is that you said you have also flexibility at Lundbeck to actually engage them, even though they're placed other places. But you apparently probably also do that at DT. You work together with others and then have a more flexible way of actually working together and maybe exchanging talent.
Oh yeah, but there's a lot of opportunities at university. I mean, of course you have teaching obligations and stuff like that, but otherwise you plan your own time. So there's a lot of flexibility. You work many hours though, but I think you work for your passion. You don't work for time. So I think that's a different matter. And I must say, Thomas, that I actually asked at my university, so what are the main barriers? And they did allude to compensation. And they said sometimes they had candidates very far in the process. Everything was dandy. They were so interested. And then the compensation package was mentioned, and then they backed off. So it was just to disagree a little bit.
But it's good. It's a debate, this. So there's no
Well, I'm just citing the Is It a Bird report.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not.
Okay. No. So what ended up, it was that even though they're far in the process, they have bought in on all the cases that Thomas was talking about, but then in the end, they had other options. And maybe that's the big thing, is that even though we have a very good value proposition in itself, it might not be as good. And these very talented people have possibilities all around the world.
Or we may have to be able to sell it in a different way.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Copenhagen capacity can help, because if it becomes, just one-to-one, more or less the same job, higher salary here, it's pretty obvious. But if we can make another package of it, then maybe they have other options, right?
Yeah. And of course, when we were having these interviews with these more than 50 research leaders over the last month, some of the things they told us was also the way of working. And also the perspectives, especially when you talk of young researchers, they have the possibilities of actually using the equipment on the same level as others. They are part of the team. They are fairly also due to great foundations. They're fairly well secured in their funding for a number of years. So there are other things to that package. But is it enough when you also, of course it's slightly different in the industry area, but have you also experienced on this compensation that people make other decisions that your package is not good enough?
I have experienced this. Again, it's more the way it's structured. There's a lot more like long-term incentives in US, Switzerland, etc. So it's a different compensation package. But if you look at the totality, the picture may be different. So it's important to spend time on actually going through how are things put together. And I think one thing that comes to my mind when I hear you talking is also that it's important not only to focus on attracting people. You need to also focus on onboarding, and we used to previously use the word retain people. We went away from the retention because it felt a little bit like a handcuff, and we didn't want that. So we changed it to engagement. You need to be able to continue to engage people. And I actually ask, and that is more the younger generation, because we have a young professional network at Lundbeck, and I asked them, what are you looking for? Also for this panel debate, and that said, we are looking for flexibility, we're looking for career opportunity, exchange possibility, not staying in a silo, but be able to go on job shadowing, assignments, temporary things, that you can get a taste and a feel for what's happening outside my little box. They're looking for flexible working hours. They're looking for digital opportunities. And we've started working with the concept of reverse mentoring. Our CEO now has a mentor who is the youngest person in my team. And I think you can use talent in many different ways to engage people both cross-functionally and across the different levels in the organization. And that's a brilliant way of engaging people in a way that also makes them stay. And it's something that we can do, and I think is quite unique also for Denmark, that we are used to this non-hierarchical flat organization. So that provides some opportunities to people that they may not see in their home country.
And it sounds like we must be much better putting that story forward as well. And of course, now I like to quote one from your great university, Morten Aargaard, who also always said, I have to rephrase it now, but he always said retention is the best attraction. Now it should probably be engagement is the best attraction. But of course you are a company of 6,000, as you said. You call it middle range. I think many of the startups here would love to be 6,000. but 6,000 people. What are some of these things that you say, smaller companies, could they also just do it? Could research institutions implement some of the same engagement types?
I think they can. I think small companies have different value propositions. And one thing that I would clearly be very clear on if I work for a small company and I want to attract talent is, what is the value that I bring? What is my uniqueness as a company that I can sell to the talents? And also use your network, because you have huge networks, and use that network. Do research, collaborations, exchange programs, whatever can be done. A lot of things can be done even without being costly. And I think that network, you usually are great in exploring that. That can bring you so much attention and visibility, like we spoke about before, that can help you attract talent. There are other possibilities in small companies because they usually have this exposure that would make people get exposed to a lot of different tasks at the same time, because you're all wearing different hats. That to me is a huge advantage for some people, and use it.
Also for the research areas and have these opportunities. I thought this viewpoint on having possibilities of also looking a bit out of your bubble, as you said, I think that's extremely interesting. And normally that would also be something that we could phrase and put forward here. But Thomas, one of the things that we have also talked a lot about is, of course, lots of researchers are looking for a bit of a longer term perspective on what they do. And I know you've been working a lot of these tenure track positions. And could you elaborate a little bit more? Why do you think that's so important that you actually, as a researcher, when you go to a place, you have a perspective on it?
Well, if you want to move, you're maybe 32 years old, you want to move your family, maybe you want to expand your family. I think it's pretty important whether whether it's a happy-go-lucky. Next year you don't know whether you have a salary or whether you should move again, or whether you know that there is a well-described. It could be steep and challenging, but it's a well-described career path, and you know what to do to be successful. Then you will put your bets on the last and not on the first. And Denmark simply comes from a place, and we are still not. We are still halfway there. We come from a place where the career path for that segment, young researchers that want to establish themselves, that has been totally chaotic. And there are reasons for that, but there are always reasons. But we have to change it really, and I think a movement to clear up the career path in the university system so that we can offer challenging, attractive, but and well-described, transparent career path. Yeah. I think that's a key to attracting people, and it's also a key to find a unique selling point for Denmark. And I think one unique selling point is that you can be a dual careers. I mean, your spouse can also work. I mean, that's how Danish economy is built to a larger extent than any other country in the world. I think that both young parents or whatever they are working and having a good time and working to their full potential in whichever way that is. And that is possible in Denmark, and nobody knows. But that's a unique selling point, I think, because there are a lot of generic, also important selling points, but that's a unique selling point compared to Switzerland or the US or the UK.
Yeah.
And also as a foundation, I mean, we basically took all the barriers, and maybe underlying the security for the family is also the compensation package. And we have also made an attempt to help the universities reach out so that they can pay for onboarding at the same level as private companies does, because we are a private foundation. So we can help with that, and so that's also important. But that's not the reason why Science Hub Denmark.
No. But still, it'll be an important selling part of the package as well. That it's there, because of course, if you're in a situation, should I take a job where I have to work a lot of hours until I'm 42, I'm still in an insecure position, or should I go to Lundbeck and know that I have a future career? Of course, if that's so unequal, it's a bit of a difficult route to take. I think you both actually had your hands up. Karin, I think you were first.
Yeah, it was a comment to your statement about the career path. I think at Lundbeck it used to be called a career ladder. And I have argued against that word because I really don't see it as a ladder. I see it as a jitter, or it can move in all kinds of directions. A ladder sort of indicates it's vertical. It doesn't have to be. A career can go in many directions. And I think that's a super important point also to sell to people, that you can develop your career in many different directions. And I think also in terms of working together, industry, foundations, and academia, I really would like that ecosystem for us to work on. Careers can also go across. As I said previously, it used to be like a one-way street, and if you go to industry, it's like, especially to pharma, it's like going to the dark side. You don't go back. But I don't think that needs to be the case. I mean, we are super focused on ethical publications, making our research data available. And I don't see why we could not maybe also work on exchange programs across these different structures that we have today.
That's a very interesting point, and of course also a perspective that when we're going to brand research positions more, one of the key assets is also the close relationship with industry on a lot of areas. But man, that's one to you.
Let's do that for sure.
So,
exactly. No, I just wanted to emphasize what Thomas said, that we have several private foundations in Denmark that are quite good at thinking about how we can help researchers with funding. Also when you come, start packages when you're coming to the country and so on, so you can get settled well as a researcher. And I think that's a big plus for Denmark. And I can see time is running.
Time is running, yeah. But I like to just have one comment on that, even though it's because, of course, having maybe we're also too quietly brilliant on the funding possibilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think we could be better. We have talked a lot about that, Thomas, also, that just to compare Denmark to Germany, for instance, there's something called research in Germany, where you fairly easy on the web can find out what funding possibilities do you have. Could we do more? We are trying to look into that as well. But yeah, as you say, we have 4.5 minutes to go. In good company, time flies. So let's see whether there are any questions, comments that people like to dive into. I see, I don't know who's taking care of that over there. That's here, good. So we have like 2 common. As mentioned, Nordic countries are small and lack talent. Could Nordic countries with similar value prop get better reach by collaborating on attracting talent? That's one question. I'll take both of them. And then how do you retain international researchers' talent? That we've been touching a little bit upon it. But let's start with the first point. There's so many similarities between our Nordic countries. Could we join forces even more in doing that? Maybe that's one consideration for you, Thomas.
That's a good question. I mean, you could say brand Scandinavia. I mean, I think that's a special way of life. So I think at some level there's a lot of common values, and branding them together would be, I think, sounds great. I think there's also the other end of it, which is, in the end, if you're a top talent, you want to be very specific. You want to end up in that, institute at that university because you have these reasons, and somehow you have to balance that. But to create visibility, to sort of get people into the funnel and actually end up where they have serious considerations, I think that's a great idea.
It could be also a Nordic perspective on that. I think we touched a little bit about question number 2. A lot more questions suddenly appeared here. And maybe the first one is also, now we both have industry and the universities present. So the next one is there competition for talent between universities and companies? Do you experience, the 2 of you? Is that something that are you losing people when, or have they decided, I want to go corporate, I want to do university?
Competition.
Yeah.
Well, I guess there is a competition also between companies, but I also think that's positive. And I actually agree, if we can create paths so they can return to either company or to university, that shouldn't be a problem. So I think rather we should talk about how to onboard them and make them so happy about Denmark or Scandinavia that they want to stay.
That's more but kind of is.
I think that yes, there is competition, but I also see like us working together as partners. I mean, we are obviously a future employer for many of the people who get educated at the academic institutions. So that way, we're totally dependent on the quality of the education and the standard, and we're super happy about the educational standards that we have in Denmark. I think we also, in that sense, need to say that as industry, we don't have any interest in sort of depleting the academic institutions for talent, because we're totally dependent on the research environment that also needs to be there. I have a different hat. I'm also part of a grant committee in a different foundation, so I totally understand the part about funding the research environments, and I think that is important for us as well, to work together, both foundations, academia and industry, on getting those environments up and running and be super qualified.
But it's a super interesting path, this, to actually explore the more possibilities of going back and forth. You see that in lots of different top universities environments, people working in a company, of founding their own companies and then going back to university and back and forth. So I think that's a very interesting perspective. Thomas, you had a comment first, and then...
Yeah, my wife is an employee at Lundbeck, or was, so I know both. I think just want to say, we are mutually dependent, universities and companies are mutually interdependent, of course, but it should also be very clearly said, it's too different. It's really two different things. To have a university, the people attracted to a university career are much more driven from their own ideas and want independence, don't like structures and goals and milestones, and, as I know them from 32 years in the university. And people at companies like that, to have a goal and sell something. But as a stereotype or a product.
Yeah.
So I mean, we should always acknowledge that difference. And I just have to say, I completely disagree with this idea of moving university people in and out of companies. And it's not true that at great universities, university professors, they take 5 years at a company and come back. It's simply important to be at the forefront of a research area if you're not completely focused on that. The postdocs and the PhDs and the graduates of all kinds, they should move and maybe come back later and form a university career. But once you're established and have reached the forefront of some research area, you should be careful to distract yourself too much. You can collaborate, you can do everything with your students, but yourself, the top talent, should stay very focused.
I do not necessarily disagree with that. So we don't have to disagree, unless we agree to disagree.
No.
But I actually agree with that point. That I mean, it's different depending on the levels what you can do.
Yeah, but also when we talked as preparation for this kind, you also said you are so dependent. You also said that before on having top-notch research.
Yeah.
And of course, you don't want to either spoil that or steal, because that is also the basis of what you stand on. But Manny, you had a comment, but also we got a very great input. That's for you. And Nicholas, thanks for great input. I don't know who you are, but you're somewhere around.
That's super. Yeah.
For junior researchers, I would recommend looking into elite summer schools to attract students from abroad to present Denmark from the best side. I think it's because it's called summer school. It's not a winter school. So maybe that's so. But please comment on that, man, and then your inputs as well.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say that, it's from amongst the PhDs, everybody, most of them, would love to become a professor. And I think it's around 1% of the PhDs that become a professor. So that's also how we educate or prepare the PhDs for their future career, is also to make sure that some of them will go out and work in industry and are supposed in a way to go out and work in industry, and that's something we work with.
Absolutely.
So preparing them for different kinds of career and not only the academic track. So that would be one point. And then about being distracted, there has been made very comprehensive studies that shows if you actually work with a startup, don't go out in the startup yourself, but work with a startup as an experienced researcher, your research becomes better. So getting distracted can work in many different ways.
Yeah.
And
That's inspired, Maya. That's
inspired, yeah, exactly. and the summer school idea, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
and you're also doing that in
Exactly.
several areas already. And we also, as part of Science Hub Denmark, of course, using the possibilities of coming for a visit and actually be part of a summer school is obvious, to have a taste of it and work on with that. If you wonder a little bit, I think it's such a good debate that we won a little more time. So that's why we are getting on, and thanks for that. Must be the high intellectual properties here. Karin, do you have a...
Yeah, just reflecting on some of the questions here, and wanted to add a comment. There are two questions. They're sort of partially linked, but one is about retaining international researchers, talent, and the other one is looking into a more holistic approach in regards to retention. To me, these are linked, and I clearly think if you want to retain international talent who has been brave enough to take the step and move to Denmark, you are obligated to look at that more holistic approach for integration. And the partner element to me comes really at heart of this. I can't say it's a company policy, but locally we're clearly starting to look into that element for what can we do in terms of also helping out the partners and assisting with a more holistic strategy for engaging not only the person, but also the whole family. So that support to me is quite critical.
And
then the introduction, like culture integration. I think we often forget that. I'm working right now on a culture program for telling my staff how to work better with Asia. And instead of sort of finding out how they tell people what they should not do, I'm sort of asking them to look at themselves and say, what can we change in order to make this work? What do we need to do differently? And we sometimes forget, when we all speak English, that there are huge cultural differences, and we need to address them and inform and educate people about what to be aware of.
Yeah. And again, even though we want a bit more time, time's up. So great last words, and absolutely, I'll start talking about engagement instead of retention. So that's absolutely a clue from this session. I hope you all got several clues and several ideas, and hopefully also perspectives. I'd like to thank you very much for participating in this debate. Marianne Tillerson, Thomas Bjørnholm, Karin Hamberg. So please join me in giving them a big round of applause.
I'll just talk. Thank you so much. That was a very thoughtful and rich discussion. So we're heading into the last couple of hours here on the stage. It's been a long day, and we're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to move into thinking a bit creatively. So let's just take a moment and do something to help us think more creatively. Let's take a few deep breaths. I suggest 3 deep breaths, and we'll breathe in and out through our nose, and let's do that together. Feels good, right? Thank you. So we've spent a lot of time in the last couple of days talking about the hard skills that are involved in starting a company and growing it and going into new markets and clearing regulatory hurdles. But we're going to shift the discussion to soft skills, soft but essential skills of storytelling and building relationships. So it's not really enough to have a great idea to make a successful company. You have to be able to talk about your idea and your company in a way that is engaging to potential customers, investors, and others. So Anne-Marie Hall, who's the founder and CEO of Amazing Hall, has worked with hundreds of founders and companies, from startups to some of the largest businesses in the life science industry, working on communications and business development. She is going to share her tips and tools for developing communications and marketing that are authentic and impactful. And she will be taking questions at the end of her talk, so that will work in the usual way. So please join me in welcoming Anne-Marie to the stage.
Thank you, Adam. Oh my God, I'm actually nervous. But okay, I can see that I know so many people here, so I'm going to make it. So hi, my name is Anne-Marie Hall from Amazing Hall, which I established in 2017 because I had a mission. I wanted to make sure that as many healthcare entrepreneurs as possible succeeded. So, but whom am I? So I originally come from the corporate industry. I've been working at GN Hearing, Cook Medical, Novartis, and GSK Consumer Healthcare within international marketing positions, and have done product launches throughout Europe. I've been working together with sales, compliance, and regulatory research and development. I've been training internal staff and external staff. I've been working with key opinion leaders, building symposiums and congresses and workshops throughout Europe. And I thought, with all that experience, I wanted to help as many entrepreneurs as possible. Because I actually believe that we are all lions or lionesses, and that we can have an overview as an eagle and at the same time speak from the heart. So, but how do we actually do that, and how can we achieve this? So I was introduced for some storytelling principles by Jens Larsen, David Boye, and Lena Broen. And Jens, can you please raise your hand because Jens is actually here today. So, and the true storytelling principles, they consist of 7. So the first one is true. You must stand in your truth in everything you say. Your words match your actions, and your actions match your words. Make space, respect the stories already there. Plot direction, which direction do you want to go? What shows that you have the right timing? How can you help the stories along? How do you stage? And in the end, reflection. So this is the true storytelling principles. But in order to actually start in your authentic story, you need to be able to communicate this and build relationships. And how do you build relationships and actually have tools for that? So David Boye and Grace and Roselle, they made something that they called anti-narrative tools. And this is preparations for the future. So this is acts of forehaving, acts of foreconcepting, acts of forestructuring, foregrasping, foresight, and forecarrying. That is really difficult to say, right? So they made sure that we did it in a different way. So we call it the 6 Bs. But what is the 6 Bs? So I asked Grace Ann and David, can I please do something different here? And can I make it into a journey for entrepreneurs and actually help them in their journey being more in an action-mattered way? So I created from before to becoming. I'm going to go through those, and those are actually principles or actions that you can take as an entrepreneur that can help you in building stories and building your relationships. So when you look at startups, so what is always happening? Well, that is, and I'm so lucky that I work within the life science industry where it's a lot about impact and it's purpose-driven. So what is always happening? You have the before. So a person encountered a situation that they thought this is an unmet need. And just to give you a case, it could be a woman that is swimming in the ocean and she sees the coral reef is dying. So she looks into biomaterials and she actually creates or thinking of creating artificial reefs. It could also be a young man that is visiting his elderly grandma with dementia. And he can see that she's actually not doing a lot of exercises. So what can she do then? Could he then integrate VR together with a bicycle to nudge her into trying to get her body moving? So this is the unmet need. This is the solution they're looking in. But what then? So then you go beneath. So you say, okay, so which data is actually supporting this? Where can we find something? So that could be Google Scholar, that could be ChatGPT, that could be articles, it can be LinkedIn. Everything that you actually start searching to find data that can support that there is actually an unmet need. When you've done that, then you go into the between. So which organizations could be interested in this? Which companies? How does the competitive situation look like? How does the market look like? So you actually start creating a landscape of data, but also of the people and organizations that could be interested in your solution. So then you have your beyond. So you know which organizations, you know which people that could be interested in it. You have your data, and you think, you know what? This is actually something I can do. So you go for your bets. Now you have your data set. You know what you can do when it comes to which organizations that you could contact. And you actually start timing it and doing action plans to get this going. And it doesn't need to be complicated because a lot of entrepreneurs, they actually lose a bit of the, how can you say, it can really easily be complex. And we don't want to make it complex. We want to build authentic relations that is actually supporting the mission. And then you become. Now you have a route map that you can use. You know which organizations that you need to contact. You know your data that can support it. and you know how to actually take the next step forth. So then let's go back to the true storytelling principles. So what will happen now? So now you can build an authentic relationship because you have the truth. You know which organizations, you have the data that is supporting it. You can make space, you understand what is already going on out there. You know which solutions perhaps that exist, how they are meeting the situation you're in, but perhaps also what is actually setting it apart. And you can start having some really, really good and deep conversations. Then you have the plot direction. You know which direction that you want to go. So you're not fumbling around, but you know this is the way that I want to go. And the timing. And the timing is key when it comes to startup projects, because you need to show that you actually have the right timing. For instance, when we have the case with the elderly woman with dementia, then there's a lot of people, more and more people are actually getting old here. So we need to find solutions for that. So the timing is correct. Also with the coral reef, we're in a situation now where we need to look into our water supplies around the world and the oceans, and there are more and more organizations that are looking into this. But the timing could also be when it actually comes to investment and funding. So if there are organizations that are tapping in exactly in these situations, then you can refer into the data that you already have. And you seem and you feel like a really reliable person because you have done your check. You know what you're talking about. And that creates value, it creates trust immediately, and people, they take your message seriously. Then you have help stories along, so you can say, you know what, I have read in this article, this and that, I've seen this at LinkedIn, I've spoken to that person, and you start building slowly your authentic story. Then you have the staging. So the staging for me, this isn't just about your social media or your web page or your graphical material. It's much more. This is about how you actually write your email. It's about how you pick up your phone. And it's also about how you actually meet other people. This is staging. And when you can tap into communication where you can write, you know what, I have read that you are interested in this and that, then you show that you actually want to win together with that person and that you are on a mutual mission, and that creates tremendous strength. And then you have the reflection. So every single time you now go out and you actually have a conversation with another person, what you will find out is that you start adding value or insight into your mission, because you have already the ground, the foundation of what you want to do. So every single time you then have a conversation, it will just add more to your knowledge. This will give you such a power within yourself, and you will just gain more and more insight. And what you will see will happen is that you will actually start attracting the right people as well. So that's why I believe that we are all lions or lionesses, and that we can fly like an eagle and have that overview. And I do believe with these really, really simple tools that you can all be able to actually really fast tap into what you need to do with your solutions as a startup. So that was my short from before to becoming. And it's really simple, you know, compared to business model and all the heavy stuff, which I know that you also need to do. But this is something that you can do like a flow. And then the journey as a founder is not going to be so super complex as it actually can be. So, this was my little talk to you about soft skills and storytelling, and I'm hoping that I'm helping you along with your journey within startups. So, thank you. Yeah. And then actually we have some perhaps we have some Q&As. We're opening up for them, and then we'll see if I can. Yeah, I will say especially within the area that I work on, which is life science and which is health, then when you can go in and you can communicate that you are actually working together with a hospital within that therapeutic area, that gives a massive strength in your story. You know, so the more that you actually can say that is helping your story, the better it is, because otherwise you will stand really alone. And I can see that, if, for instance, I'm involved in a venture competition, and when there's a letter of intent and it really comes from within that specific area, it really creates an impact in the foundation. And also when you're doing funding opportunities and grant applications, that you're really building a strong story about whom is supporting you, and that you show progress. Because a lot, they want to see progress, that you're not standing still. So can you say more about timing? So I actually think that when it comes to timing, that the prepared meets the opportunity. So when you are prepared, then definitely you will have more opportunities. And if you are open to that, then you will start seeing, when it comes to timing, how it actually is, or you feel it almost like a serendipity. So yeah. Yeah. So good. Anyone have any questions, or are you happy and satisfied? And you're nodding. Oh my God, I love that you're nodding. Okay, that's good. So, but I can see people there typing, so perhaps there is something coming in. I don't know. Are there some sliders coming in? No? Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Do you want to? Do you have slider? You do? Yeah. Okay. Oh my God, that is such a good question. Thank you. Be honest. Please be honest. Stand in your truth. That is so, so important. And please make sure never, ever, ever to exaggerate, because if you are exaggerating, then it will be found out. And that is not a good situation to be in. So absolutely, for sure. I think this applies outside startups. I don't know. What? So the entire topic, or what? So I think that yeah. Okay. So it applies to everybody, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And everybody can use these tools, and it can help you in all your projects and every single time when you actually have that entrepreneurial mindset. So yeah. Good. Good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Anne-Marie. That was great. All right. So a big share of healthcare happens in hospitals. And hospitals can be major customers and partners for life science startups. But how do you go about establishing a connection with hospitals to start to work together? Our next session will be a collaborative keynote, a chat between Mette Marklund, the head of the Department of Radiology and Clinical Physiology and Nuclear Medicine at North Zealand Hospital, and Simon Thomason, the CEO and co-founder of Nord Insight, which is a startup providing software for radiology. They are going to speak, and there will be, again, an opportunity for a short question period afterwards, so please be thinking about that as you're listening. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Cool. So we have been super excited about this speak, and yeah, I'm Simon. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Nord Insight, and we have Mette here.
Yeah, I'm Mette, and I'm head of radiology department and the Department of Clinical Physiology and Nuclear Medicine at North Zealand University Hospital. And thank you for having us here.
And Mette, I remember when we first approached you with the ideas of Nord Insight, and I'm actually super curious, were you already aware of the needs of a solution like ours, or did it become apparent when we came knocking on your door?
Well, sometimes we are aware of a need, and we ask companies to address this need and find a solution for us. But sometimes we only become aware of the need when we are presented with a solution that may be a full or partial answer to this challenge that we are facing. And that was the case when the Nordic Health Lab came to us with the Nord Insight solution. I can explain a little more. It's like, last year I went to the mall, and on the way to the mall, I passed the shoe shop. And I can see in the eyes of some of you women, you know exactly where this is going, right? And I just understood that I needed new shoes. And that is sometimes what happens, And we can make a test here. Did you ever, and it is like ever in your life, buy something in Copenhagen, in Sylvan, in IKEA, in the street market, anywhere in Copenhagen, that you did not know that you really needed when you left home? Then raise your hand now. Yeah, that's true. And this was exactly what happened with Nord Insight solution. It was only when we saw the solution that we became aware of a very heavy and unsafe workflow that we'd gotten used to and no longer questioned.
Cool.
But you see, Simon, maybe you can tell me more about where the idea came from. And I know that you knew something about the healthcare system from inside. Was that an advantage for you?
Yeah, so actually the idea of Nord Insight comes from like 3 years ago when I did my master's in health informatics. So I took this online, not online course, but this course in Stanford's bio-design process, and we had to write about something. So I was actually placed in a radiology department by total coincidence. And on day 2, I saw this patient come in with a big cochlear implant, and I saw the technicians actually using Google to find the safety information on how to scan this specific implant. And you see, MRI scanners are using magnetic fields to make images. And if you have anything metallic inside your body, that can be a cochlear implant, that can be a stent in your heart, they can actually get extremely hot or be dislocated inside your body if you do not adjust the scanner accordingly. So they were using Google to find the safety information on how to adjust the scanner. And I was just writing everything down because I thought this was a huge problem for the radiology department. I asked them, why are you guys using Google? And they simply just answered, there are no other solution for us to look up the safety information. So I was like, okay, let me write my master's thesis on this problem, really get a deep dive into the issues. We made multiple solution prototypes. We ended up with a pretty cool solution together with you guys. We are now in 4 different markets, actually: Denmark, UK, Switzerland, and the US. Been testing on almost 30 hospitals around the world, so it's quite cool. It's a quite cool story, and the knowledge from the healthcare from the inside, like when you're studying health informatics, you learn all about human biology, anatomy, patient pathways, but you also have the other side about IT management, programming, developing data analytics. So I speak both doctor and engineer. So when I come out to your department and your technician says, I need this button for this pathway, I know exactly what happens before that pathway and after that pathway. And that's that holistic, what can you say, approach to developing health tech. It's a superpower when you speak both languages. So yeah, that was quite crucial for us, actually. Like speaking fluently with all the stakeholders. Yeah. And maybe you can try to describe like how our partnership between our 2 organizations maybe can serve as a model for other institutions that might want to like adopt similar solutions like ours.
I could say something about that. I think that co-creation is the way to go. If you think that a ready-made solution will come through your door, you will most likely be disappointed. But in this case, we had the opportunity to co-create and develop the solution with you guys. So we had an opportunity to shape it to fit our unique needs. And then in the collaboration with Northside, it was a very fine demonstration of two crucial factors. It was honesty and responsiveness, and it goes both ways. At an early stage, we involved all the personnel and asked them to come up with good ideas to improve the solution. And that ensured quite a feeling of ownership also about this project with the employees. And then we ensured consistency in the group associated with the project to keep the communication pathways very short. And that is not easy in the public healthcare system. We have long communication pathways, as you know.
Yeah.
And then we kept a very clear management focus on preventing serious injuries in patients and staff. And that also gave a sense of comfort and safety. Yeah. So I think those were the most important things, actually. Mm-hmm. Simon, do you have any recommendation for a department who's considering startups with innovation in a private-public collaboration like we had it?
I think when startups approach a hospital, it's either like to test a product or actually sell it. And in our case, we really needed to test our product because we have no radiology expertise. Like I have a background in health informatics. My co-founder, he's a computer scientist. So we knew nothing about the domain. So we really needed to get our prototype in the hands of your technicians. And we had this approach about request it and we build it. And I think that's a rare opportunity in healthcare where your technicians, we sat down with them, had co-development workshops. They came up with good prototypes, and it was so fascinating. And because we're a startup, we could execute on all those feedbacks immediately. So they saw the development of our platform in almost real time, and that was pretty beneficial. So I think departments opening up to startups will have the ability to get bespoke software for your department. And we were just lucky that we are working in a niche where the problem is prevalent in all hospitals. So we could just copy paste it afterwards. That was pretty cool. But getting that ability to have a bespoke tailored solution for your department, that's one of the key things of working with startups. I think most departments should focus on later on. And it's really my impression that most startups have a difficulty in gaining access and discussions with departments. And Mette, why do you think that is?
I think there are several factors. You see, the healthcare system is under pressure. And we don't have a lot of time to explore things and test all sorts of things. And I think that is, everybody knows it takes time to gain time, but that balance is really hard. And then I think it's not very, it's not a good situation when two newly graduates from CBS come and they kick up the door and they just want to make big money by taking all the resources out of the healthcare department while they're on their knees to begin with. So thank you for not having that approach. But we see that we just want your data, and we don't care how exhausted you are. So it's not a good approach. And in my years as founder and leader of the research unit of advanced imaging before my current position, I've also seen so many foolish solutions. I must say that. So many solutions where you just thought, why did anybody fail to stop that person? And those were people who heartedly believed that another pink electrical spoon would save the healthcare system, to feed the patient automatically. It's no, this will not save the healthcare system. So especially the thing about having some inside information about the healthcare system, it's super important. And there are many ways you can learn something about the context that you speak into. Also, if you're not authorized in the healthcare system, you can ask a nurse in your circle of friends. Everybody knows a nurse, right? You can do that, and you can read the relevant newspapers, or you can get a physician boyfriend. There are so many ways to learn things about the healthcare system, but that's super important. You also need to understand the difference in the public and the private economic context. when you want to sell something to a hospital. That is super important. I'm a public hospital and I cannot earn money, so I need different buzzwords. I don't need the buzzword saving, right? Because the only way I can realize my saving is by letting go of employees. And I can foresee that that is not the best way to get people engaged in a project, right? If this project is successful, I'll let you go, right? So I need different buzzwords. If I was a private hospital, I could directly take my savings and turn them into more employees or bonuses, whatever. So be super sharp on the context that you speak into. And I think this difference is crucial. It's very complicated, but it's crucial for marketing and sales to know that. Simon, you have a lot of experience now, actually. It's been a very interesting journey.
Yeah.
If you should start over and do something differently with the knowledge you have now, is this something that you would change?
Yes, I think the realization that startups are often very short-lived, like normal startups, they have like a very, very short lifespan. And in healthcare, when you're doing development and talking with hospitals, like the sales cycle is crazy long. So the startup valley of death is really present in healthcare. And you need to go out and design a prototype, get some traction in order to either actually sell your product and become cash positive, but most likely you need to go out and fundraise and get some money so you can live. And in our case, we straight up said that we really, really wanted you guys to buy it in the end, because if you guys bought it, we could go out and raise money on some completely different terms. Because if we could not prove the hospitals will actually buy our product, then how the hell were we going to raise money for our product? So, so understanding the sales cycles and maybe getting a sales advisor like more early in our career would definitely have helped us a lot. And just studying like procurement even more, because procurement in healthcare is vastly different from anything else that we have done. And we have made a lot of mistakes during that. So I'll not say I wanted to jump ahead of some steps, like, because I think friction in healthcare and when you're doing a startup is necessary for your growth. But there are some steps I would really want to step over. And so really learning the procurement, really knowing more about the sales cycles in hospitals would definitely be beneficial for us. And that also leads me up to my next question, because like, what role do you think like public authorities and political decision makers, what role should they play in facilitating that startup like ours can like go to market and also be, we could say, expanded to other hospitals as well?
Well, first of all, we need people to look at this from above. It's super strange for me that your solution is not decided by law. It is, and I'm not like really making friends of you with this, because it's so strange that the only competition is with Google. It is. It's super strange. So we need somebody to look at some of these solutions from above. You have a wonderful product. I just have to say that. But I think first of all we need to consider in general why we need creative solutions, and what is a good solution, and who decides that. We really don't know. And we need people to help us with that. And then we definitely need some national framework. For example, a place to get help with the data collab agreement forms, or deeper knowledge into GDPR, especially what is actually possible with GDPR, not is what is not possible. We know that, but what is actually possible. And maybe people who can deliver brave and fearless advice for us, and also who can organize some cross-regional testing of these things. I think especially the cross-regional testing is very important, because today every solution has to be tested in every nook and cranny of the kingdom. Like why? I mean, if something is so obvious and so good and is also standing alone, then why does it have to be tested like everywhere? So I think that is very important. A task for a national framework. We were lucky to meet Nordic Health Lab in this. Maybe Nordic Health Lab is a new national frame network. I don't know. but I think that is super important that we can collect our information, and especially if somebody had a successful test or a successful implementation, then let's get it up, and so everybody can hear it instead of you'll spend a lot of time in train and car. Do you have a car? I don't know.
I have a car, yeah.
You have a car. So,
Yeah.
okay, I thought startups didn't have anything.
Or taking the train
Okay,
to
of
Jutland,
course. Yes,
yeah.
the climate, yeah. But in all parts of Denmark to test your solution. But with that said, Simon, it brings me to my last question to you. And that is, if there is an innovator here, aspiring innovator, I guess there are more innovators here, and they want to save the world, or maybe just a little part of healthcare.
Yeah.
Where should they start? Where do they get in touch?
I think if you're like an aspiring innovator in healthcare, you need the network in order to get in touch with hospitals and get the right people to see your solution. So when we first started with Nord Insight, we emailed a bunch of departments. All emails went unanswered, and they didn't actually take us serious because we were just two young boys, made like a web-based platform that was super ugly at the time. So we needed someone to actually give us like a stamp of approval that these guys are good, they understand the healthcare sector, and you can test in their hospital. So we actually were part of Nordic Health Lab's first batch of startups coming out and being tested in hospitals. So Nordic Health Lab facilitates that startups can come out and pitch for hospitals and really get in touch and set up some good testing with them. We were lucky that you took the bid and was willing to test with us. So network is really, really crucial. And if you're doing any startup in healthcare, you need persistence and you need patience, because things takes like so much time. Like we are 3 years old right now. We only have, what you say, like one customer. And for all other startups, almost, that will be like, they're dead, like there's no future in them. But in healthcare, it's vastly different. Things takes time, and you just gotta be persistent, and you gotta have the right network and get the right people to see your idea. And things like take small steps at a time. We're starting with like a small web-based platform, but we have visions of building a big like platform that really helps the radiology departments in booking and scheduling patients. That there is the big impact of our platform. But our approach has been start small, build from there, get some good like collaborations with hospitals, get some data from them, and then build from there. Like there are other startups that are raising tons of like VC money and building this giant, big new thing that can solve this big problem. But you have to understand that healthcare are most likely not ready to adopt many of these technologies. Like they don't know how to do and implement all the new AI technologies for imaging and stuff like that. It's undergoing, but it takes time. So our approach, start small, build from there, get good connections, team up with Nordic Health Lab immediately, get in touch with Health Tech Hub Copenhagen as well. They can also help you get the network in touch, and yeah, that's my advice.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That was a lot of good advice.
That was good advice.
And I can tell you as an advice, and if I had the chance, I would put all my savings in that. But I can't. I'll get fired, and I won't risk that.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was actually the end of our discussions. And if you have any questions, we can maybe bring up the questions board now. Yes.
A lot of questions.
A lot of
questions.
questions.
Stand up.
Yeah. Would you pick one?
Should I pick one? Okay, let me see. Okay, I can take this one for me, actually. There's a personal question here. How did I find the time in my organization to co-create? Yes, that is a very important question. I mean, a lot of times before, but this is all about the big why. And the more burden in the platform, the better the why, right? So in our case, it was very easy for us to see that all these old notes in the pockets and the Googling and things, it was easy to tell the radiographers, the technicians, that this was a very heavy and unsafe workflow, because they don't want to make any damage to the patients. They want a safe workflow. So it was a little more easy for me to say to them, we have this platform, and you can find everything you need there, but you have to work to get it better. So I think that was actually, it was more easy than I thought, and also I should give you some of the credit for that, because in the beginning, when we started the project, you were really on, like you were not somebody to call and then you came a week after. You were just there when we needed you. That was super important. I tested him actually. There was a Saturday evening. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and I was at home, and he said, we're always there. We're always on. I was like, okay, let's see if you are. So I wrote to you on your chat, on your homepage, hello, Simon, are you there? And it took like less than 10 seconds until I got, I'm here. I can do business and see Netflix at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it was about the platform and the buzzwords that I just mentioned. I don't need a buzzword as saving, but I need a buzzword as patient safety and quality, and also, of course, time saving, but especially these patient safety and then people knew that I wouldn't let go of them, so they wanted to engage in the project. And it takes time to gain time, but we did one project at the time, like one project. We didn't do like 3 projects, so we could do one thing at a time, and that was important for us, not to drown. You can pick one though.
Yeah, so I think that one is for me. Did you have to test the solution when implementing to other departments? If so, do you see easier paths for implementation? So yes, we did have to test our solution on every new department that we met up, both here in Denmark, UK, Switzerland, and in the US. Like nobody trusts other departments' testing. That's also a good reasoning for Medit saying that we need national guidelines in order to say if it works in one hospital, it mostly works also in other hospitals. It was easier for us to set up the test strategies on the new hospitals because we got a lot of information on how do you actually conduct a test trial with a hospital. We did all the don't do's with Nordic Health Lab first on how not to do a test trial. So we really fine-tuned our model so we could just copy-paste it to new departments. That was their demand of testing our platform, and that's what we did. So yeah, I think that's question. Yeah.
Good question. There is a question here. How do we say that we save hours so it resonates? I'll just take the first one of that. And if anybody didn't get an answer, they can just come afterwards. We'll talk about it there. Of course, it's not a problem that we save time. Of course, it's not. And it depends a lot of how the economic structure is at the hospital. It's different in the regions and between the hospitals. But I think together with the department, you can maybe discuss which other tasks need to be done. So you can have this dialogue. What would you like to spend your time on? How can you maybe make things even better for the patients you already have? Or do you have some waiting lists that you can bring down? Is there something you can do to spend your time better? So I think that dialogue is very good. The first time we had a meeting, you were very on the saving stuff. You can save 300 hours here and there and everywhere, and you can. But this corresponds to one technician. About I don't need that. I told you. So I think a dialogue of how can you, with the staff you have, spend your time better, because everybody likes to save time, but we don't like to save employees because we need every employee we can have in the healthcare system. So different buzzwords and a different approach to saving than just saving money and giving bonuses. It's very different in the public and the private healthcare sector. So I think that is a good way to make people understand that if they save the time here, they can spend more time on the patients or maybe drinking coffee. We actually like to have time to drink coffee or go to the toilet. That's simple things we like to have time for.
And it's actually quite a substantial time you spend on Google, actually. We did a survey. There's on average, a radiographer spends about an hour every week on average on Googling, and most people actually spend up to 2 hours every day on Googling safety information. And we could bring that down by up to 90% actually.
Yes.
So it was actually a huge amount of time that we could free up for you guys,
yes.
Not time saving at all.
Yes. and actually one thing also I think is very important from the leadership perspective, we made this a solution that you are going to use. You don't have a choice. If we see somebody Googling, they're on their own. If they make a mistake with Google, be my guest and then just like get out, because we have to, like leaders, stand with the solution. You develop with us and it's still developing, but we have to say, you have this tool now and you have to use it. And if you make a mistake without this tool, we can't like really answer for the consequences. So it's, you need to make it not like you can choose.
Yeah.
So and that makes people use it. They
Exactly.
actually use it and they love it.
Yeah.
And it's so strange that it's not a national tool. I don't understand it. We hope it will be.
We're working on it. And we could keep on talking
Yeah,
about
we
this
could.
for
Yeah.
so long
But
time, but we are up.
time for
time's up.
others.
Thank you guys so much for coming.
Thank you
to
for
this
coming
talk.
in.
And yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Great talk. Thank you so much. Okay, everyone. So we're moving into our penultimate, our next to last session of the day. So you've spent a couple of days listening to talks and meeting people, networking, and you may wonder, what's next after TechBBQ? What can I do with these connections I've made? So next up, CEO and co-founder of Siren Care, Ran Ma, is going to share what she gained from attending TechBBQ Life Science last year, how to create opportunities and to be successful in a difficult funding environment. And I think she can explain the title of the talk, Shit and Champagne. You've got to love a conference that lets us title a talk that. So I'm going to invite Ran up to the stage. Please welcome her. Thanks.
Okay. Well, hi everyone. Welcome to Shit and Champagne, the next chapter, what I gained from attending TechBBQ 2023. So my name is Ram Ma, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Siren. Raise your hand if you were at my talk last year. Anyone? Magnus? Okay. Okay, don't be shy. All right. I'll give you guys a quick refresher for anyone that missed it, which seems like the whole audience. But I'm also going to keep my talk very short. It's been a long 2 days, and I think I saw some of you guys out at the after party, so I'm going to keep a short talk and give you plenty of time for a Q&A, okay? So a quick refresher. What do we do at Siren? At Siren, we create smart fabrics. We put very small electronics directly inside of yarn to create machine-washable, mass-produced fabric. We could put any kind of small electronics inside a yarn, temperature, pressure, moisture, Bluetooth, MCUs, you name it. It's the future of smart fabrics. And what are we solving? The first problem is diabetic limb complications. When people live with diabetes, they lose the ability to feel pain. So a small injury can go unnoticed, become an ulcer, infection, and loss of limb. Every year, 150,000 legs are cut off in the US alone, and it's an $80 billion problem. Our solution is Siren Socks, temperature sensing socks. We have temperature sensors incorporated into the fabric of the sock. They're machine washable. You don't need to charge them. They're the most advanced wearable technology on the market today. When patients get an injury, we have a team of nurses that call the patients and let them know clinical advice and help them reverse the injury. So what have we done since last time you saw me? Well, you guys haven't seen me before, but in the last year, what have we accomplished? We published our clinical trial, showed that we reduced ulcers by 83% and saved the healthcare system about $10,000 per patient per year. We also signed our first payer contract with the Veterans Affairs. They have 100,000 patients at risk of diabetic foot ulcers, leading to a $200 million opportunity annually. So that's a lot of champagne for the last year, right? Champagne being the good stuff of startup land. But we all know you don't get champagne without a little bit of shit in startups. So what's the shit? I think we all know the shit. It's shit times, absolute shit times in the US, right? Just read the headlines. Funding environment, right? never been worse. Extremely difficult to raise money. In the 8 years that I've been running Siren, I've never seen so many companies die, actively dying, almost dead, become a zombie, just trying to survive the lean times. And down round used to be a dirty word, right? No one wanted to say it. Down round is the new up round. Recap? Who hasn't done a recap? It's a necessary evil. And I'm saying all of this with the exception of AI. If you're AI, this does not apply to you. But for everybody else, down round, recap, these are the norm. That's if you're lucky, right? If you even get a term sheet. And you know it's really bad when VCs are getting laid off. Funds are dying, right? VCs are zombie funds too. So as a CEO or as a founder, what can you do in these dark times? How can you survive? So first of all, take responsibility. You're the CEO or you're the founder, you're the chosen one. Don't sit around and think that a magical entity is going to come save you, right? That the economy is just going to recover. Take action. Create your own opportunity, right? Set up meetings, be prepared, know what you need to do. And of course, don't accept no, right? People who know me know that I don't even hear the word no. When I hear the word no, I hear ask me again. I hear go around me. I hear find another way. So if a VC is saying no to you, ask them again, right? Find another way. Set up a different deal. Lower your valuation, right? Or think of other investors. Maybe a PE firm, maybe a corporate entity, maybe in a different country, right? Cast a wide net. These are very difficult times. Like I said, think outside the box. And lastly, don't take it personal. This is also a very hard lesson I had to learn. I used to think that that magical valuation number defined my worth, right? That big number. But in these difficult times, right, you don't take it personal. Whatever valuation you can get, take it. And 2 years from now, 5 years from now, when you IPO, when you exit, right, when you're serving your customers, you're not going to remember, that small down round, that recap that you had to do. You're going to be quite proud of yourself that you did what you needed to do to keep the company alive. So to give you an example, 2 years ago, our bank died, Silicon Valley Bank, right? As we were closing our round, we couldn't even pay salary. We had no bank. And that really changed the way I thought, right? Who could have thought an institution like Silicon Valley Bank could die overnight? People said, oh, it's just a blip, it's going to recover. No, it didn't, right? So I knew things were going to be different, and I was not going to be able to raise money from traditional VCs from Silicon Valley like we used to. So in the last 2 years, I still did the traditional fundraise, but I also really started focusing on networking with corporate VCs and other entities. I heavily marketed Siren at conferences and spoke at everything, right? And that leads us to TechBBQ. Why TechBBQ? So last year, my friend Thorsten came and had coffee with me and said, I'm doing a panel. Do you want to come do it? I said, Denmark. I love Denmark. I used to live there. But it's a 13-hour flight, and it's a lot of jet lag, right? But then I realized that most of the companies in my industry are based in the Nordics, all the wound care companies. You guys might know some, right? Based in the Nordics, based in Europe. So I knew TechBBQ would be a great opportunity to network. I leveraged my time in Europe to set up meetings in the Nordics and around Europe, right? So I showed up prepared. I knew what I needed to do, which is get another card in my hand for fundraising. These meetings led to more meetings and follow-ups. And while other companies were dying, we kept going. And I'm not saying it was easy. We had to make a lot of hard decisions, right? We had to make cuts. And I will say, founders and executives, we had below market salary or no salary at all for extended periods of time. And that is very difficult in San Francisco. You know how expensive that is. But you do what you have to do to make it. It's been 2 years of struggle and intense sacrifice to really get enough capital, right, to do justice for Siren, right, so that we have a sales team, so that we have all the resources to take advantage of that massive $200 million annual opportunity in front of us, right? So I talked about champagne, and I talked about a lot of shit. Why don't we end on some champagne, okay? Skål, right? So I'm really happy to share that we have a significant funding deal because of TechBBQ coming through, okay? So skål to being prepared, not taking no, creating your own opportunities, and thinking outside the box. Can I get a skål from everyone? Okay. Thank you very much. Again, I'm Ran, and I'm with Siren, and let's do Q&A. Any questions? Don't be shy. It's the second session, second to last sessions. Oh, are you considering developing siren care first in the US or in Europe? So we're live in the US, right? It's a massive market for us. We already contracted our first payer. So we're commercially available through Veterans Affairs. And we're also working with other health systems. But Europe is definitely an interesting market, and that's next on our to-do list. Great question. Anyone else? I don't bite. I went through shit and champagne and shit again, so lots of advice for you guys. How do you split your time between raising sales? Well, I will say, great, that's a really good question. Okay, so I would say 80% of my time has been spent on fundraising in the last 2 years. I got really good advice from another founder when I first started. He said, you're going to be good at whatever you spend your time on, right? And right now, with funding being so difficult, I really had to get good at fundraising. So that's what I've been doing most of my time. My CTO, COO have really handled a lot of the management and everything else. My time has been speaking, conferences, fundraising, meetings after meeting after meeting, right? That's my responsibility. Like I said, take responsibility, do your job, right? Don't back down, make it happen. So that's what I've been focused on, and I hope I'm getting good at it, right? Spent enough time on it. Next question? Magnus? Okay. No more questions? How are corporate VCs different? Okay. That's a super good question. So corporate VCs take much longer. And I think corporate VCs is a soft approach. You can't just go to them and say, I need money, right? Financial VC, you know, they give you money, you give them returns, return on investment. It's a business deal. It's just pure financial, right? For corporate VC, there has to be a strategic fit. That can be very difficult. I think you have to really do your research on that company and figure out what the needs in their company are, who is the right person you need to talk to, right? We talked to multiple corporate VCs. Our deal died multiple times and then got alived again, right, when we changed teams. You have to really understand politics and understand who you need to talk to and when. And just because one person says no doesn't mean you should stop. Just find the right team to talk to and find that strategic fit and play them against each other. I hope no corporate VC is here listening to me, but really talk to as many as you can because you never know who needs something and their strategies change constantly, right? People get laid off, new initiatives, so the timing has to line up, the fit has to line up, and you really have to be persistent above all, right? I can definitely tell you that we've engaged with multiple corporate VCs. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, but we just kept going. How has your regulatory path been? And what is your advice in this for a young startup? Oh, geez. That's a long question. Maybe find me afterwards for that or talk to my COO. But I would say, personally, we're FDA Class 1, 510K exempt. So we haven't had a lot to do for regulatory. But find yourself a good regulatory lawyer. We work with Foley. So definitely find a good lawyer. And then find other people in your space. If you're Class 2, talk to Class 2 devices. Class 3 is very difficult. Right, so this is why we're a Class 1. Do you plan on launching some other products? Fabulous question. So yes, we are actually launching our second product, which is pressure ulcer prevention. Our socks track motion, so we track turns. So this is the great part about building a platform. Because we already have this product, and it can do other things, right? Tracking turns. It took us over a year to go live in the VA. But because we went through the contracting, right, and we found the test site, and we already are familiar with the physicians, built that trust, it's been much easier to say, hey, can we pilot another product, right, another solution? So we built a platform. We built yarn that can be built into socks, into shirts, into blankets, into whatever, and then we can make different kinds of yarns. It's really a platform technology, right? So we solved one problem, no pun intended, get our foot in the door for the most costly and deadly complications associated with diabetes. Right? And then these patients are so sick, have multiple comorbidities, and go ahead and solve other problems, right? blood pressure, pulse ox, all of those. Any other questions? Did I slide ahead? Oops. Are there more questions? I still have 7 minutes. Okay, how many systematic reviews did you need to do during development of your product to take the right decisions, document your regulatory process? Who is Jose? Okay, that's a lot of regulatory questions. Find my COO for that. Okay, find my COO for that. Asking the wrong person. I did do my research, but to go in depth, I would find a lawyer, and you need some time to do that. Funding secured. What is next for Siren? Anonymous. What's next for Siren? Global domination. No. Honestly, hiring our sales team, launching in the VA, we have a competitor who is older than us, has a larger market share. They've really proven the market. They spent a lot of money marketing. And it's like the horse and carriage and the car, right? We're coming in as a newer product, continuous monitoring, 25 days worn per month, right? Very high compliance, replacing an outdated technology. So that's the place we want to be. Not first, but best, right? So now we have the sales team, we have that dry powder to go and capture that massive market. High five on your grit. Saw one of your earliest pitches. You're a pit bull. Thank you. Do you have a plan on launching other products? Answer that. It's amazing to follow your journey. Congratulations on surviving the bad times and the zombies. What are your criteria for choosing your next market? I would say for us, it's who we partner with, right? So whoever corporate that we work with, right, we'll definitely take into consideration. But we know that diabetes is a global problem, right? It's not just an American problem. It's not just an Asian problem. It's also a global problem, European problem as well. So I would say Europe, Asia, Latin America are next markets. But right now our focus is mostly US. Right? It's a huge problem, $80 billion problem. I think if we just take a sliver of that, we are a very successful company already. Is there more questions? Did I miss one? How finished does your product need to be before starting to sell? Okay, Magnus. So for medical device, honestly, you need that clinical evidence and you need a payer who's going to pay for it. But before that, you can do a pre-sale campaign. You can sell direct to consumer. You just can't make any claims, right? We used to say temperature monitoring is clinically proven to reduce diabetic foot ulcers. We monitor the temperature of feet. You see, we couldn't put those two things together. Now we can say we're clinically proven to reduce diabetic foot ulcers. So there's different ways to get around that, but you definitely want to make sure you build a product that people love, right? So you can do direct to consumer before you make it a medical device. You just have to be careful with your claims. If that's all, I can give the stage back to people. Yes? Any last questions? I hope I was able to answer your questions, and don't be scared about the startup journey. If that's something you want to do, don't let my shit scare you, right? There is never success without risk. There's never reward without risk. If you want to do a startup, I would say go do it, but just keep your eyes open. You see me on stage, possibly being glamorous and showing my success, right? But this 20 minutes of success came with thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours of pain and suffering. Not just me, but all the people behind me, right? But if it's something you're really passionate about, it is completely worth it, right? You have one life, live it, right? Just know it comes with sacrifice. And if you're willing to pay that price, you can really do something amazing. So I'll end on that. I don't have European stakeholders, and I already answered new products. So I'll end on that note, okay? Thank you for coming to my talk. Thank you so much. You can find me afterwards. Siren Care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ran. That was great. Thanks, everyone. You stuck around for a couple of really packed days of life science content here. We do have a couple of minutes before this next panel is going to start. I'm padding right now. this next panel will be on investment again, and ways of attracting investors to your startups and ways of improving the startup environment. So we have some great panelists on this panel, and we just need a couple of minutes to get going here. So if you want to maybe stand up and take a little stretch in this meantime, we can do that, but please hang out. We will be having this session, and you don't want to miss it. This one is also going to have a Q&A at the end. It's going to work the same way as all the other ones have. There's been a great team that's brought together this event today, and we're going to be thanking them all at the end of this, but a lot of work went into developing the programming, lining up the logistics for speakers, and really just taking care of things. Great technical team supporting us, and we'd just like to thank everybody who's been involved in that effort. This is a much bigger event than last year, and a much bigger and deeper life science lineup. So really appreciate everybody who's participated as an audience, and we will get going with this next panel. We're waiting for one, perhaps straggling panelist. So please, maybe 2-3 more minutes, and then we'll get going. Thanks. So, of the folks we have left in the crowd here now, let's see a show of hands. Who is from a startup or with a startup? Okay, one. Who here is an investor? Who's looking for investment? The startup people. That makes sense. Okay. We're almost ready to get going with our final panel of the day. As soon as I get the thumbs up from my technical crew. Okay, so, and we're on. If you want to get back on your headphones, we can listen to our final panel. As they take their seats, I'll introduce them. So the funding of a life science startup can be a long and complicated journey. It requires a lot of insight and knowledge from all involved. Investors need to be prepared for this, and the startups need to know how they can attract and interact with these investors. Could one national initiative merge the knowledge, the money, and life science solutions to make an easier path for investors and startups alike on this journey of fundraising? So this is the goal of a new life science investor startup initiative, which as I understand does not have an actual name yet, but perhaps you all can add to that. So we're going to hear from key stakeholders in this initiative. Our moderator, Bjorn Broby Glavend, is the co-founder and CEO of New Rescue, and he also runs one of the largest network of active investors in Denmark. He'll be speaking with Steen Donner, CEO, DTU Science Park, Marie-Louise Little, Director of Strategy and Business Development, the Family Office TW Medical, and Jesper Hoberg, the founder of Bootstrapping. Please welcome them. Thank you so much. Take it away.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. They are also going to be taking questions, the usual thing with the QR code up there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jan. So, yeah, thank you so much, guys, for joining us today, and thank you guys for being here on the panel with us, Sten, Marie-Louise, and Jesper. I think before we get started, just to set the stage, we heard your titles, but let's get a little more background about who is here on stage today. Let's just start with you, Jesper, just a quick intro.
I'd like to. Thank you, Bjørn. I'm, first of all, a serial entrepreneur. I co-founded around 20 companies, and Bootstrapping was the last one. I'm also a serial investor, and I've invested in different health, medtech, biotech companies, 6 in all, but all in all in tech through the years, and around 40, and in 12 funds. In VC funds in Nordics especially. And then I founded this newsletter writing about it all. But important today might be that I, together with Sten, have founded this, talked about and supported from the Nordics Fund. We try to gather the investors throughout Denmark and later on in the Nordics for early investments in these segments, health tech, medtech, biotech, because I've interviewed around 150, identified and talked with 150 investors and stakeholders in the field, and they are spread out all over the landscape, and many of the private ones, the business angels, are isolated from VC funds and accelerators, and it's a little hard to get access to the well-selected and early startups in this field. They primarily are in universities, and how do you come into a university and to a tech transfer office and so on. It's much more difficult than in the normal tech, fintech, deep tech, whatever space. So that's why we took this initiative. And
I want to get into that initiative, but let's just keep going on the introductions very briefly, so get the rest of the people here on stage introduced.
Yeah.
So Marie-Louise,
yes.
Little background.
Everyone. Yeah, Marie-Louise Little. I'm work with strategy, business development, investments into life science companies from the family office TW Medical, which is the two families who founded Videx, so third largest hearing aid company in the world. My focus there is really on what we call seed and venture. So this is investments into these, it could be early, it could be later stage medtech companies. We particularly like hardware, we like also software AI components. We have around 12 companies today, both in the US, but also in Denmark and elsewhere. And the key focus now is really to sit with these companies and help them forward. I can say personally I'm a medical engineer and started my own company with 3 other people as I finished my studies, and that was not very successful, but it was very I learned a lot from that, and learned a lot that it's not just engineering competences, there are a lot more competences that needs to be involved with a successful startup. I've been since working in different medical device companies, was part of selling a company to Hillrom back in 2012. And that really grew my appetite for the investment side and really building and creating turnaround companies. So I've been involved with investments for 7 years and 4 of them with TW Medical.
And actually, back in the day when you were at Pre-Seed Ventures, you were at the board of Rescue.
That's true.
Yeah. Funny little coincidence. And on to you, Sten. Quick intro.
Thanks. Sten Donner. I'm the CEO of DTU Science Park. We're a community of what we call deep tech companies, about 300 different companies, various sizes. The majority of those are startups. And life science is where we have the largest number. So we believe that we're the largest sort of cluster of life science companies in Denmark. We have a lot of medtech companies, a lot of biotech companies in the science park. What we do is that we try to help them commercialize technologies coming out of the university, coming out of various places, and help the companies on the commercialization journey. We do that through a number of different initiatives, some of them being accelerator programs. We've just started a new accelerator program called MedTech Growth, which is focused primarily or solely on medtech companies. And we have just started the first batch of 15 companies in that, and we will do that continuously for the coming years. So that's basically what we do.
Very cool. So you could easily say that amongst the three of you, you obviously see a whole lot of life science ventures. You've seen the journey that these companies go through, and that brings us back to the point of departure of this conversation, and back to what you were talking about, Jesper. This initiative that you guys have launched together, which we could say is the point of departure for our conversation today. So just to summarize again, the initiative, Jesper, is it's a network of Danish angel investors to start out with?
Yeah, to start up with, but we would like to include all from the Nordic and even UK. Also, in the end, we have to have these health, med and biotech on the US market, but that's half of the world. Yeah. So we have to be very international. Yeah. But if we can't even find each other in Denmark, we have to start a place, and that's the problem. But we will not exclude anyone.
No, I can say from my own personal experience, not having as many years of experience as you guys, but having been a medtech founder for almost 10 years. 10 years ago, it was very difficult actually, and I haven't been around for more than 10 years in this industry, but my feeling is that a lot of stuff has happened in the last 10 years. The scene has really matured, it's really developed, and a lot more angels has come out from successes like 3Shape, or even Novo now has started throwing off some angels. But for those angels to find each other and trust each other, and for there to be a common credibility amongst them to invest in things together, they need to meet up, I suppose. So what specifically does this initiative do to facilitate this on a sort of practical level?
First of all, it's important that you say, as you say, Bjørn, to make trust, because you won't invest with us if you don't trust them, and you don't trust people that you haven't met, and also physically met. So you have to have a network. That's the first one. Then you have to have the right deal flow, and it's difficult to find out if you know a lot about hearing aid or whatever. What's then the best thing in medtech watch, or what's the best thing in laboratory machinery or whatever. So you have to use each other's competences and discussing the trends. For example, what will AI mean for health, biotech, and so on, and it will mean a lot, and so on. So you have to discuss these themes, and then you have to have this deal flow presented and discussed, and often you invest in some of them. We have these 6 meetings, Sten is facilitating, and we have 6 or 7 each time, and then we can discuss them and invest them, or we can invest in others, and discussing giving deal flow to each other. But that's the important thing, to have access to the right deal flow and to see enough, because all investors have to see a lot of deal flow before they choose one. Yeah. And not just saying, oh, I like him or her, and then I invest. Yeah. That's not the way it is. Yeah. You have to see and then discuss them, and then say, well, we go for this one, and we make a syndicate around it. Yeah. So therefore you have to build a network, discussing the things, the themes and the trends and so on, and seeing the right deal flow. And that's why we try to give them.
Makes sense. Marie-Louise, oh, sorry, Sten, you have
I just wanted to add to that the knowledge sharing part is extremely important to me because this industry is different.
Yeah.
You need a special knowledge to invest into this industry apart from, or different to a lot of other things.
So you could argue that in this
you
industry...
could argue you have to really know a bit about what's going on. You have to know a bit about the journey that these companies are on, the regulatory journey, the investment journey or the funding journey, the exits. Exits are completely different in this, and also know a bit about what are the challenges in relation to a lot of these companies will have to sell their product or their services to public entities. How do you go about that, and what are the difficulties in doing that? So a lot of the things is knowledge sharing and getting to know people that has specific knowledge within this particular area. So I think that's an important part of the network, is also to increase the sort of ground level of knowledge.
Yeah, elevate the ecosystem.
Elevate the ecosystem in this respect, because it is different.
You see that as well, Marie-Louise. Now, obviously, you represent a larger family office, and previously you've been in a few funds. How important do you see the sort of the fundamental level of angel activity in Denmark as a sort of prerequisite for a successful ecosystem?
I think just coming back to your point earlier about what was it like maybe 15 years ago, before your time, Bjørn, as you say. I think the key thing was that there was not so many who actually really had that experience from medtech and that successful experience with companies that potentially would have exited and really having that history of actually making successful companies.
Competencies.
We had, so when I was educated in medical engineering, I remember my father saying, what is that ever going to do for you, because there's not going to be an industry. But I proved him wrong, I can say that. But I think, coming back to the point, I think it is really critical to have competences around the table. I think this network is for us as a family office, it's obviously providing the opportunities for meeting both angels, which are also important to us. We like to co-invest. We like to co-invest with those who also have deep experience in particular fields, and who's also able to fund cases together with us. And I think really creating sort of a Danish scene which can also expand internationally. I think that's going to be extremely important.
Fantastic. I often think about Denmark as it's an ecosystem where we have all the crucial factors to become an international super hub. We have the academic excellence, we have lots of talent, we have access to capital now more and more, and we have the giant shoulders to stand on of all the international successful companies. But we don't have huge markets. So I also see the importance of connecting the local ecosystem with the international ecosystems. But if the international ecosystems go back and look at Denmark and it's all fragmented and they're not investing together, then that wouldn't be very attractive, right? What do you think about that, Sten?
I fully agree, and I think the timing for this network is absolutely right, because as you said, 10 years ago it would have been too early to try to do much. But Danish life science have grown, it's doubled in 10 years. The size of and life science industry is today the largest export industry for Denmark. It's overtaken food. And all through the years that I've been since I went to school, food was the biggest export of Denmark ever. And now life science has taken over. So we have something to build on. The largest life science cluster in Europe is Uxbridge. Second is Basel or Øresund region.
Yeah.
So we're competing in the very top of that. So we've got the foundation to actually build on, and that's pretty important in relation to building a investor network like this. That we've got more and more people making money from exiting startups in the area, wanting to invest back. So that helps a lot. And because of the size of the ecosystem, we also now have the attention of international investors.
Yeah.
So it's the right time to actually try to put something together, in my point of view.
The momentum was there, for sure.
Exactly.
What do you think that we can do to make Denmark an even more attractive market for international investors to invest into? I think Marie-Louise and I, we talked a little bit about sometimes international investors, when they talk to Danish startups, they ask the question, So how's it going on the home market? You guys, do you have a lot of references in the home market? And sometimes I see at least an obstacle there where a lot of Danish companies, they choose to pursue other markets for some reason. I'd love to hear you guys.
Yeah. I think there are two points to that, and I think of course one of them is in the investor side. The other one is being the home market and actually having your footprint on that market you're trying to pursue in the Danish market. So on the investor side, what we typically meet with the early startup companies who haven't gone to the point where they can actually start to scale up, is that these companies will typically be asked, so who's your Danish anchor investor? So we see that we need more medtech investors to meet, to come into this field. And what we're trying to do as a family office is also to connect more broadly with other family offices across Europe, because they are there and they have similar issues that we have. So really plan that investment journey to have your local anchor point, to have your European anchor point, and then move across to the US as well. So the point is, if you haven't got a local anchor point, then it becomes extremely difficult to, in my experience at least, to move across and have funding from, for example, from the US.
That's a really good point. That's actually, that's really good. So for any founders sitting out there right now, that's really good advice for the startups and the founders out there. Actually, think about your funding journey as stages that you gotta go into, where you're saying, get your local anchor point first. And obviously it's a different story for everybody, but secure that first.
Right. So the other point was really just in relation to the market. So what we see, and this is somewhat not of this agenda, but of course one of the key issues is really what is the innovation height in terms of picking up these solutions coming out. So the innovative products that we're building and we're creating, we also need to put them into the marketplace and into use where they have their home. We see that this is difficult in Denmark to actually buy innovation, to buy products in the hospitals. I mentioned to you, Bjørn, earlier that I was working from the UK, and this is obviously years back, but they actually had an initiative to really try to push innovative technologies into hospital sectors. So they had a pool of funding up to a certain level that you could apply to. So if you come out with a new innovation, you could apply to use that funding pool, and after £300,000 or 3 years, you would have to list your product. So that gave you an edge to actually get into the market and also have sales.
And I know that in the US, for instance, you can apply for something called the New Technology Add-on Payment, which is kind of the same thing. It secures you CMS payment for the first few years. And Sten, I think you mentioned something to me previously about something similar in the Nordics as well.
I think in Norway they have similar things. I think that if we have to build something really strong, you need to look at a cluster, and I'm sure a lot of you here knows about the triple helix thing, that you need universities, you need industry, and you need the right regulation and the right government conditions to actually operate. Now, we've got very strong universities. We've got Copenhagen University and all the things that are going on there. We've got DTU, a lot of things going on there with DTU Biosustain and what have you. And to a certain extent, we also have reasonable regulation, but that is one of the points where we really could do better, is to try to implement initiatives that could actually help creating a market.
Market access.
Market access. Yeah. And I think in Norway, what they've done is that they've created a foundation that can, when a public entity, whether it's a hospital or municipality or whatever it is, when they buy new technology, the extra premium that the risk and the cost will be, that is paid for by the foundation. So the entity will be as well off buying new technology as buying existing technology. So they've sort of taken that risk and put it in one place, which is rather smart to do it that way, because then it's for that purpose. And you can always argue from a municipality or a region or a hospital or whatever, you could always argue that we're not here to take risk on taxpayers' money. But this way you can actually, you're better focused on doing that. And that is one of the ways that to bring forward is that the public entities are capable of taking the extra risk that it is to buy new technology, new innovations, buying stuff from a startup that you basically do not know whether they will be here in 3 or 5 years.
You're helping them cross the adoption period.
Exactly. And that other valley of death is is extremely important to be able to cross.
I love that.
And that's an issue in Denmark. And if we can't solve that, we are worse off, because, as you said, Marie-Louise, when you then go abroad to US or Germany or wherever you start, they will say, okay, how much of this stuff have you sold in your home market? And you can say nothing.
So we have a small valley of death from these relatively fantastic research environment we have. Also in Aarhus, Aalborg and Odense, I'm from Jutland, you can hear, not only Sten, Zealand, but just for fun.
I'm from
Jutland. But we have at these, most of these 8 universities really great in this area. But then we have the problem of commercializing, because we have mostly public buyers in this field, and the hospitals especially are not don't have the budgets and all that. There are a lot of problems in that, and that's really annoying me, because we have the investors, we have the foreign capital. We're sitting here, 8,500 people coming in 10 years ago when you were born.
I remember this 10 years ago.
800.
I used to show up for a barbecue with a few beers.
Yeah, we were and having barbecue. In fact, it's fantastic. But especially this buyer problem. Therefore, we don't have the huge enough home market, and therefore we had to admit we have to be international almost very early, and that needs there we have these and lead and corner investors and so on. For else we cannot explain that the home market that's not here. Exactly. It's in Sweden or UK, and soon we go to US and so on. So that's a problem. We are also a valley of death later on, because it's also difficult to finance deep tech in Denmark when we are around Series A. But that's another problem. Here we have especially this segment, we have it early. And we have to tell it to the good founders here, because they are there and they're fantastic researchers. Well, I'll say in the health departments at universities, they're not that commercialized like they are in the DTU and CBS and so on. But still, they're more prepared these days than ever, and they're very good. So we have lots of possibilities, and I hate seeing all these possibilities not going like Oxbridge and Boston Union, so where they just build them very fast.
And I guess
but we have the potential, and we have the trends. We lack this. We lack the workforce in these fields. We all want to stay alive. We never want to die, and so on. We have a lot of possibilities for personal medicine, for data-driven medicine, all these kind of things. So it's much better for profitability for the investors than all other areas. A lot of Danes and other are investing in SaaS, B2B, and that's nice enough, but you can ask all reports from McKinsey to European Investment Fund, it's much higher returns in this area. So why are we not doing it?
I couldn't agree more. So I guess for any politicians out there, I hope they're listening, we made a little point there, and then I would like to bring the conversation back to the first point you made, Marie-Louise, about securing this robust investor journey, or thinking about it as a startup. And I know that it's obviously every time is different for every founder, but would love to hear you guys if you have any advice for startups. You've seen a lot of startups in your time. Any advice for founders on how to plan their investor journey, so to speak? Now you've created this new initiative. Sounds like an excellent start. What considerations could you make as founders when you consider who you take on board? How can they help you? I often advise founders that I meet to think about their next round already when they're raising their current round. You know, what other kinds of points do you think could be important? Sten,
it's just to point to that, because what we see is a lot of founders racing 2 small rounds. So basically they're in funding mode all the time because they think that if I only get this much money, I can get to the next level and a slightly higher valuation, and then I can raise a bit more money so I won't be as diluted. But the thing is that you spent so much time on racing these small rounds that you have not time to run your business.
Interesting observation.
So I think that from that perspective, an advice would be, do not be too concerned about being diluted slightly, but raise enough money to have some runway.
Put some buffer in there.
We see too many companies not having sufficient runway, so they only secure half a year or some of them only a few months. And that's just not the way to do it. So if you're ambitious, if you know that you're going to go for it and everything, make sure that you in each and every round raise sufficient money to have some runway.
Very, very good advice.
I totally agree, and sometimes you might even think early that you have to have co-founding partner, it can even be an investor, in your startup, because some of these researchers are, they're postdocs and so on. They're specialized in proteins or cancer or whatever they're deep specialists. But as all deep specialists, you are knowing very little about commercialization, about selling, about marketplaces and so on. And that's special for this segment, I think. So you might very early take in, you don't have to be a co-founding, but very early have these discussions and interest in investors and in boards, in advisory boards, or whatever you want to make. Still, you have to have the majority, but don't be afraid of having this competences in, because they are as important as your deep knowledge. And you'll never succeed with your deep knowledge if you don't have the other knowledge. It's different types of knowledge, the very specialized and the more broad commercialization. But you have to respect both, but you have to go together if you have to succeed.
100%, and it really is a testimony to, again, this industry, not because, I have to be, we're very different than everybody else, but it is a bit different than everybody else because we are really faced by constant scrutiny from all these different regulatory bodies, all the ISO standards that have to be lived up to, the scientific evidence that needs to be in place. The list goes on and on and on. So it is tough, and it does require a lot of competencies. What would you say would be good advice for founders, Marie-Louise?
I think there's quite a bit. I think it really depends on which company you are. I think one of the main things that I have met is really asking founders, the question, what is it that you want to do with your company? So what is your vision with the company? How far do you want to go with it? And because that really puts a flag out at the end of that you can then start to build to. And coming back to the point about, who do you want to choose as your investors? Who is going to help you on that journey and really build that up? I think it's really critical also. I mean, today is a difficult market. It's really, really tricky to raise funds today. But I think usually, and actually also today, you really need to be critical about who are you investors, who are you inviting into your company and your dream, and really make sure that they also have that same dream and vision, and at least be able to point at when is the potential exit point for that investor. I think the second one is really also building the investors in. So for instance, if you want to make it to America, you want to really build your company also going in that direction, make sure you build towards America. Make sure you invite these, and we talk about the anchor investors, make sure you have someone who have the competences, the knowledge to also invite investors in from the US perspective, so you can build in that direction. And I think I represent now a family office. I've previously represented VC companies or a VC company, and I think there's not one that's better than the other. I think that's clear. I think our vision as a family office is different. We don't have a set amount of money for each of our cases. We invest also with the heart, and that's not usually good business, but we try to make it good business. So I think what is also important is to try to have someone who can follow you for longer, even though you don't meet your milestones, even though we have Corona and there's a war going on and the rest of that. That's going to keep going, stuff like that. So make sure you have someone who can also paralyze with other investors.
Again, the robustness of a journey, I guess. And to your first point, I remember when I was building a company in the US, my co-founder at the time, he told me that picking an investor is almost more important than picking your wife, because it's more difficult to get separation from your investor than it is from a wife. So it really is a good point that you need to think about that before you onboard a journey.
So you have to make this reverse pitching and also tasting different investors. And you have to, especially for this segment, it is also important that we have a lot of soft funding. So you always start with that. That's the easy part of course. But then you have the family offices, the business angels, all the same, the venture funds, and the IPO also. Huge possibility here, a lot of IPOs in Sweden, for instance, and also Danish life science companies. So that's also a way. It's a little underestimated in Denmark, but that could be good for some of them.
Very popular in Sweden.
And then this American, if you really want to go to the American market, and we often do in this segment, then it's very important, as Sten said, very early to be aware of that, because you have to build up to that. And there can be some blocking if you have too huge family office or business angel that have all too many equity in it and don't want to give it. Sell it again.
That's right.
So and it's important to say also to your investors and to your board, you are board and you're an investor right now, you are it for 2 or 3 years, then it's another one, and so on. And that's also important for the investors, because there are exit possibilities. Some of the myths in this area is that you have to stay a long time. It's not necessary so. It's also a myth that it's very expensive. It is, of course, it's trials and biotech and so on, but it's not necessary the first stages of it. It comes later. So there are a lot of misconceptions and so on in it. But all in all, it is special, as Sten started to say, because of a lot of public buyers, patents, reimbursements. There are some specialities, but there are also specialities in quantum. Don't exaggerate it. It's possible to learn and come into.
Yes.
And that's,
you could say, non-industry specific investors come in to our company kind of holding the hand of a friend who is an industry specific investor and leaning towards them and using their trust and credibility to get more comfortable in the sector, and then staying in the sector, because, as you say, there's good returns. It also feels good, I think. So maybe coming back to what you said, Jesper, the reverse pitching to investors, any investors in the crowd, what advice would you give to investors in the crowd? Maybe how do they make themselves attractive to startups? How do they find the right startups? It also, obviously, there's always the case that it's a numbers game. You need to see a lot of cases and so on. But how do you make yourself attractive to the cases that you then do want to invest in? What is your experience in that?
I think from our perspective, it's a lot about knowledge. It's about being very clear as an investor. What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? Because we have that too. I think it's about being very open to the teams that we meet, explaining to them, what are we as investors? What is it that we're looking for? How do we see that we will be collaborating going on in the future? What are our roles? What do we expect from you as a team? So really have that clear communication up front with the teams. I think, of course, we are a little bit different because they want to really come to us. Of course, we do have certain expertise, and there are areas where we really don't have expertise, and we're clear about that. So, I think just having very open and clear communication.
Transparent. Yeah. Sten?
I think most investors will say that they are wise money. So they come with the money, and they come with a lot of help and a lot of advice and a lot of network and a lot of things. And as long as you're doing very, very well, that might be true. But the day that you hit the wall and you're really in trouble and everything, they won't even pick up the phone. And that's how a lot of investors work. So I think one of the things that a startup would look at, and one of the things that investors should really be careful about, is to give the comfort that, yes, we are there and we do have this knowledge and we do have this to provide, and be very, very clear about, yes, we can help you with this and this and this, and not with this and this and this.
Yeah.
So I think that being very sort of transparent about what is it that we can do for you, and this is what we can't do for you. because I've heard so many times that, yes, we're wise money, we will come with all our network and all our business development skills and everything. And a lot of the startups, they just sit back and, yes, they came with the money and then we didn't see them again.
I think these are really good points, and it also makes me think about, as you said, Marie-Louise, the funding climate hasn't been the easiest in the world recently. Ever since, I would say, in 2022, when the interest rates were hiked, the whole climate kind of froze over a little bit. A lot of funds only kept reinvesting into their portfolio. It was difficult for new cases on the block to find investors. So a lot of founders obviously were a lot more desperate and ready to just take the first check, sign the first term sheet. But I guess what I'm hearing you say is that that's not the way to do it. You want to be smart about it, and even though there's a term sheet there on the table, keep dating a little bit, keep asking around.
I think
and work together with them for some weeks or seminars, whatever. Come close to each other, understand each other. And I totally agree with Sten. There's a lot of bullshit, but I think especially family office and some business angels, they're for the longer term, and we like our portfolio and stick to it more. Venture funds by nature, they have to have 10x. So if you don't perform like you have said, then they don't no interest, like Sten said. So they're more or less forced to that. We are not forced in the same, because we haven't. It's our own money, so we can have this longer perspective. So, but there are also advantages with the venture funds, especially if we can bring you to, for instance, a new market, US or whatever, they have an office there, whatever. But a lot of bullshit, of course, on both sides, and let us come down with that and talk honestly to each other about what's up and down, and be transparent and open. And you don't expect the deep knowledge in your proteins or cancer or heart strokes or whatever, but be very aware of what can they help in which stage of the journey, and what will they help with, and will they help whatsoever it takes, because the road will go so and so. It will never go that way. It will always go so and so. The best exit I've said was over 22 years. It takes a long time, and we project for 7 or 8 years, but it always takes longer.
Yeah,
almost always.
You also had a little.
No, I agree with what you're saying. I think there's no one is better than the other. I think it's really about. I think if I had a startup and I was building this from scratch, I think what I would really do is to try to get different types of investors on board today in the current climate, to make sure that I have someone who's a VC. I actually like that VC mentality, because you do have to hit your milestones. You do have to communicate something that you stick to, and you do have to show progress in your company. So I like that, and we as a family office will also require that. So, but of course, on the other hand, we probably also, in some cases, are probably a little bit more understanding. We sit, at least with the companies we currently have, we sit a little bit closer to them. We sort of we take part in the boards, and of course, and we also have very close communication and collaboration with them. So maybe we know them a little bit better. I don't know, but I think the fact that is that you need to have both. Angels are in the game, VCs are in the game, and of course family office. But really build that also geographically. I think that would be my recommendation.
That's great. Now, I was thinking about, the title of TechBBQ this year is called Big Leap. And I was thinking about, now we've talked a lot about how is the climate been in the last 10, 15 years? How's it improving? But if we have to talk about our dreams, to take one big leap and make Denmark this region a super cluster, what do you think could be done to make the environment top of the world? And now you've launched this initiative. I built my own network of investors, of active life science investors over the last year, because I actually didn't know about you guys' initiative. So clearly it's still fragmented to some degree. So what do you think we can do to make it even less fragmented going forwards, and an even better environment? Do you see any low-hanging fruits, or even dreamy high-hanging fruits?
I think some of the points that we've touched upon is I mean, for me, I think the big dream is that we have so many ambitions in Denmark. We are so close in hospitals, with universities. We spend a lot of soft funding. We have obviously likes of Novo Nordisk, who's spending a lot of resources also into the field, in particular, of course, in the pharmaceutical and biotech arena. We have a lot of opportunities where we have politics which are great. We're a stable country. We really have the seed and the foundation to make this great. I mean, I sound like an American politician, but we really have the seeds of that. And so I think what we're actually lacking here is we cannot do this on our own. I do think we need to work closely with our neighbors. I think Northern Europe should really get closer together also in relation to what we're trying to do in relation to family offices, so we can really build a good investor journey for these companies. I think the public sector, as we spoke about, I think it would be great to see that is also pitching more into this. And this is, of course, talking to the Danish politicians. So I think we need to see the successes of building solid companies, the right companies. Some companies don't have the potential to survive, and we also need to be clear about that. Not everything should survive, but the things that do have an ability and should survive, we need to make sure we support them all the way through into the market.
I could imagine from a founder's perspective that some founders might say that they feel that it's not that it's transparent sometimes to figure out who actually are these family offices, who are the investors, and therefore it's difficult to identify. And I don't know. I have never worked at a family office, but I imagine it's also difficult to find all the cases out there, right? You don't have a magical periscope where you can see all of them out there, right? So could there be a way to make it more transparent somehow?
I think initiatives like what we're seeing here is
and like yours and so on, that's great. But I also think we physically have to merge some of these things. I was in Odense last month, and we were staying also, and they are by incident building the hospital, the university hospital, and the university together. And then we also had the investors like family offices, business angels, and venture funds into the campus. So if we have all this helix model, then it's much easier because especially these type of medical and engineering researchers, they are not that commercialized, but the investors are on the campus and other university people are there also for lots of things, internet, whatever, UX, whatever, AI and so on. Then we have all the competences in one place, and then we know that it'll lift up.
Yeah.
So that's that. If we really want to do it, we have to, I would say, not say force, but incentivize the universities and the hospitals to go into this commercialization and see that's fantastic. What I found out can be multiplied and come out to all over the world. And dream for that, because then something happens. Because we have the capital in Denmark, we have the competences, and we have the needs. We have, in fact, everything, but we have to put it together in the kitchen and make a nice meal about it.
But I love that obviously there's a sentiment here of an environment of abundance in general. We have a lot of good stuff in Denmark, and now we're just tuning the edges, connecting a few more of the right stakeholders, and hopefully creating a super rocket. It's about to take off. Yeah. I want to thank you first for this panel so far, and then we have a few questions from the audience. So I just want to read up a few of the questions, and then we can keep chatting a little bit. Nils from HHC, he's asking, what are the differences, if any, between the investment journey when going with a family office versus a venture investor, a VC investor? Marie-Louise, maybe you are a good person to ask that question.
Thank you for that question, Nils. So I can speak only for the family office I'm currently in, and for us, of course, the journey, we are really formulating ourselves at the moment. So we are also at an early stage of what is it that we want to be as a family office, how are we going to invest. So since I started, we've invested, I would say, west and east and everywhere, sort of different stage companies, and I think from our perspective, we will invest. We're not set by this is the amount that we invest and this is the stage that the company has to be at. and this is the level of investment. We don't have to be out at a certain point. So I think there's a lot more flexibility from our side. I think, of course, the downside, because there is also downside, of course, is that we of course, and this is our family office. I know it's different for others, but we don't have a set pool of this is what we invest. So of course we have to make sure we top of our other companies that we also have in our seed and venture. So it can be that that we cannot always invest. So that's also an issue. That's why I like personally the combination with the VC, because the VCs have to be out at a certain point, and they have very clear goals as to how you have to perform. So I think that combination of family office and VC makes a lot of sense both for short and long term.
That's great. I hope that was a good answer. I can also share from my own personal experience that we raised a bit of money over the years from family offices and a little bit from VCs as well. And we've definitely seen a benefit from working with family offices, because as you say, Marie-Louise, as you said, sometimes it's more you invest with your heart. And you know, if it's time to invest again, if the family office has a good feeling, you keep them updated. There's a good vibe. I want to say it's not very quantifiable. Then they usually reinvest. Whereas if you have a VC, it will go to their investment committee, and there's a lot of quantifiable things. And if the metrics don't really fit, sorry, it didn't go through our VC because of this and this metric. So I think, in my personal experience, with a family office, you're kind of having a more human conversation about the investment. But that's my own personal experience.
Yeah, but if you're very, very good and successful, it's also nice to have this venture fund going very fast. And
jet fuel.
But there are not that many of them, so there are plus and minus, as you say.
Exactly.
I think very quickly, do it one more last question here, and let's just take the top one here. How do you think we can be more ambitious with funding rounds here in Denmark and Europe? In the US, it's easier to raise a large round early on for medtech companies. And that's the last question. I was just told.
Jamen, we have, as Sten said, all too small amounts. We have to raise a lot more capital. As Draghi said on Monday, we have to use huge funds in Europe. IFO standing over there will have some billions more for the next years and so on. But still, we need more capital into this, and more experienced capital. But we can also say it's going, we're progressing every year, but it's going too slow compared to the possibilities we have. So the deep research, all the Novo and other, Lundbeck and so on, Leo, investments in the fields, in the research fields, we are not commercializing enough. And we have to have more bigger funds and so on, also in the later stage, because you have to go to US and so on, but not too early to search for. So yes, bigger funds with more competences. That's very, very important, and more specialized knowledge. And that's also why we start up with this, making this network to come together, to share knowledge, as Sten said, and to elevate this. But we're only in the start of it, and FinTech and others have more years in it and more capital, but we'll come after it.
I'm 100%
We're just on the start.
Yeah, I'm very confident in that. I want to thank you all for being a part of this great panel. Thank you so much for your time and great answers and great chatting with you. It's a pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for the panel.
As our speakers are making their way off the stage, that's a wrap. I'd like to thank this last panel, and I want to thank everybody, all the experts who shared their valuable knowledge and experience this year to help life science startups to move forward smoother and faster. I'd like to thank everybody who contributed to bringing out the logistics for this event and the content. I'd like to thank TechBBQ for having me back in Copenhagen. It's great to be back. So look for updates about next year's event. Our first year here in life science set the scene and introduced the ecosystem here. This year focused on readiness and implementation. And next year we're going to focus on the next step, which will be about scaling, going bigger, going international. So please stay tuned, look for updates, and I hope to see you all next year. Thank you so much. Cheers.